In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Hey, what is going on? It's morning. Is it Chakra? What is it? Chakra King Black Grand Rising. Z Seta. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, go ahead and work. I'm going to be working on this information. Thank you for being here. Thank you if you would hit the like. Let's get into the morning news. Some actual news. Let's see what we're going to talk about today. There's quite a bit to talk about today. So we are still in the government shutdown, and who did I always tell you about? Roosevelt has decided that he is going to start snatching jobs. That hasn't gone too well so far. So we're going to be talking about all of these billionaires who are capitulating to 4547 to own parts of the media, to own TikTok, to basically just merge all of these different businesses and are over these businesses, have a monopoly on all of the things that we use from. We're going to get into how they're trying to monopolize electricity. We're talking about how Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, has now the 20 billion has gone out to Argentina, and is that going to help Argentina? It doesn't look like that's even going to help Argentina, because it already looks like Argentina is going to fail, even though Argentina has been given our U.S. tax dollar during a government shutdown. During the government shutdown. That's what they did with the United States tax dollar. And it already looks like Argentina's going to fail. So why would we do that? What does pumping up Argentina do for the United States? Absolutely nothing. But like I told you, it will help up one of Scott Bessent's, the Treasury Secretary, billionaire buddies. This is what the United States dollar is going for. We're going to talk about 45, 47, prostituting the United States Treasury. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about that. Who else has come in? Oh, that's C. Sarah. Unabridged, unbridled greed. Unbridled greed. Yes, we're going to talk about unbridled greed. Let me see what else we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about ICE. You know what? Sometimes you just got to go on and say what you got to go on and say about the coverage of ICE that's being presented by people who don't even know government, who don't even know ICE. You know, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about how your government is telling you when about over 20 million people are about to lose health care, and many more health care premiums are about to double or triple. They're telling you to eat cake. What else we're talking about today? The world will soon understand nothing can stop this from coming. We're definitely gonna talk about that Qatari Air Force base that I reported on Friday. Seems like some things have changed. What is this? We're going to talk about the rare earth minerals that China said that they were going to block the United States from having. And then the 45, 47 went off in a tantrum and he said, I'm going to add 100% more tariffs to on top of the tariff China already has. I'm going to add 100% more. The great deal maker. So I've talked to you a long time about how these rare earth minerals is something that the United States need. Do the United States need them for you and I? Is it you and I that all of this about these rare earth minerals is going on? Is it going to put jobs out here? Is it going to put money in your pocket? Is it going to help send kids to school less expensively? No, it's not going to do any of that. It's going to give these tech billionaires the rare earth minerals they need to run their business for AI and chips and all of those things. It's not essential to the American people as individuals. It's really for the billionaires. We're going through all of this for billionaires. Okay. Who wants to sell products to you as they try to figure out a way to take your job away from you via AI? You understand what's going on? Now, speaking of jobs, Russell Vogt has gone through and taken away around they're saying around 4,000 jobs. Now, I know you may have a donkey jackass who wants to act like they are so up on information. Russell Vogt has already taken over 200,000 jobs from government, and that mostly affects Black women. Okay. So Russell Vogt has taken over 400,000 more 4,000 more jobs, but he had to crawl that back because much like Doge had been doing, he took those jobs away from places in the CDC that monitors uh, outbreaks like influenza, um, uh, uh, the measles. And speaking of the measles, he took away all these CDC jobs that monitor outbreak, Ebola, measles, influenza, and guess what just propped up in I think it's South Carolina. Measles outbreaks across the U.S. continue to add uh, to a record case count. Now, there is a full blown measles outbreak in South Carolina. And then the next night, Russell takes away the people who monitor and watch for these types of outbreak. Make it make sense. So what else are we doing? Lay off dozens of CDC officials, disease detectives. That's what they're called. Highly ranking scientists, the entire Washington office, and the staff of a weekly public health journal were among those who learned late Friday that they would lose their job. And now it's Monday, and they came back and said they made a mistake. How do you make that type of mistake? No, now you remember they were asking 45, 47. What jobs will you be taking? Now that's the thing about this for-profit media. They don't question him. Why are you taking jobs? What reason are you taking these jobs? He said that he's taking Democrat jobs. It's going to be things that the Democrats care about. Those are the jobs he's taking. And what other job has he taken? For those of you who are not aware, they wanted to close down the Department of Education entirely. New, the Education Department layoff continued overnight. This was Friday night, with the main office in charge of special education funding being disseminated, as one person described. They cut just about everyone that worked with IDEA funding, said another. I'm not sure how these programs exist moving forward. So if you have a child who grandchild, know of a child that gets any type of special education learning, they have dismantled that department. Grand Rising, very Carrie. Hey, JB, good morning. It is good to see you. I'm listening in the clouds. Good morning. It is good to see you. So, if you uh, know of any students that are in special education, they want to, they can't teach your kids special education, but they have a whole agenda to teach your children in public schools. It's not states' rights anymore. Now, they pretend like the Department of Education is in charge of the curriculum at every state school. That's not what the Department of Education is in charge of. Each states are in charge of their own curriculum. So, how is it that these people always are talking about states' rights, states' rights? We want to have our own states' right, but now you come to find out they intend on making a Bible a part of what every child is going to have to learn in in what school? In the United States school, in every school in the United States, not just the Bible, the Christian rights adaptation of the Bible. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into who is familiar with this friendly old picture, this friendly old man. We need you. No, that's something I use for um, another thumbnail. Uncle Sam, who is familiar, help your country and yourself. Report all foreign invaders to ICE. This is a actual poster from your very own Department of Homeland Security. Here's another poster from the Department of Homeland Security. Communists denied. Terrorists denied. Globalists denied. This is another poster the Department of Homeland Security has put out to try to recruit people for ICE. This is your Department of Homeland Security. Why are you talking about this, Ronnie Q? Ronnie Q, what does this mean? Are you guys familiar with this? Uh, Now, your Department of Homeland Security also put this out. Remember your homeland heritage. New life in a new land, morning whistling. So, what does this mean, Ronnie Q? This is someone in a stagecoach having a baby. They obviously this baby was born in this new United States. Okay, so the colonizers' Christianity is all I call it. So exactly, I would love to compare their Bible with my copy. Which Bible do you have, Z Sarah? Because there's so many editions. It's not the you know what? It's the interpretation of the Bible that becomes a problem. They use the Bible to keep the slaves in line, to scare the slaves to not run and or to buck up against their authorities because they were outnumbered. Now, Ronnie Q, what does this have to do with anything? That's your Department of Homeland Security. Uh, Bastardizing history. Remember your heritage. You know that Confederate flag that they always like to to fly around talking about their heritage. That's their heritage. So I don't see any Native Americans anywhere around on this new land that the Department of Homeland Security wants you to remember your heritage. So it's part of that heritage they want you to remember is passing out blankets that have a smallpox on them, acting as if you were doing the uh, if acting like you were doing the Indians a favor when you were actually offing them. Is that part of the heritage that they want you to remember? Because you have all of these young, white, ignorant motherfuckers out here talking about they built this country. So I don't see any black cowboys. It must have been segregation. The black cowboys must be in another way. We're going to talk about segregation too. We're going to talk about the greatness of this segregation. Now, it was not enough that 4547 made an executive order saying that people who get government contracts did not have to have unsegregated work areas. Now he has went forward a little bit, even on that, saying that which means you can still get a government contract and you can segregate your workers, workplaces, lunch places, transportation, living quarters. They went a little bit further on that, it seems like they're trying to affirm that people with government contracts would do it. It seems like they're trying to offer them a bonus to do it. We're going to talk about that. Okay. uh, Now, why am I showing you now this one right here, this Uncle Tom one, come to find out, it beckons back to this book. It's not a phrase; it's actually a book. Which way, Westermeer refers to the philosophical and ideological stance of William Gayley Simpson, a white nationalist and mystic. In his book, Simpson critiqued Western civilization, suggesting that it is facing a crisis and that national values such as individual liberty and democracy are being challenged. He argues that Western man must confront the realities of society and seek a new path that is more inclusive and relevant to contemporary challenges. Did you know that? I did not know that this is the reference when this Uncle Sam hanging up this ice thing was in reference to this book. The book is often discussed in the context of Western identity and the ongoing debates around race, culture, and the future of Western civilization. So, this is they said that the Department of Homeland Security is actually running what is akin to a white supremacist uh, social media page. So these are the things we know that comes out of the Department of Homeland Security. Let me see what else I'm on. We're going to talk about Stephen A. Smith and the bullshit that he is talking about Jasmine Crockett. Stephen A. Smith taking shots at Jasmine Crockett isn't just messy, it's weak. Dude is sitting on one of the biggest mics in America, and instead of using it to uplift, he's tearing down a black woman who's out here putting in real work. That ain't, that ain't, uh, hold on. That's not critique. I think that's what he's saying. That's not critique. That's betrayal. Jasmine Crockett ain't the problem. This is Willie D from the Ghetto Boys saying this. You know, he has a channel too. She is the kind of woman who walks into rooms full of snakes and makes the snakes flinch. Meanwhile, Steven's showing us what happens when the paychecks get louder than the. Hold on. Louder than the principal. That's sucker shit. That's sucker shit, straight up. Now this is from Willie D. Uh, Willie D is talking, and there it goes on a little more. Let me see. And trust me, 50 years from now, when folks study this era, Jasmine Crockett's name gonna be in the books next to the fighters, the truth tellers, the ones who shook the system. Stephen A. History don't reward the ones who made noise. It rewards the one who made a difference. And I concur with him on that. Let me see what else we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the things that ICE is doing out here on the streets. We're going to be talking about this. You know, this soldier, his parents were caught up in ICE. We see all the people. See, this is what don't make sense to me. How ICE is allowed to stand outside of courtrooms where people actually have cases that are going through the court system, and they are allowed to take these people. It doesn't. They're not even listening to see what the judge is telling these people. You know, people on their last leg, their last interview of citizenship. These every country. Every country has to have some type of immigration policy. I am not listen, I am not agreeing with people just flooding our country. I'm not agreeing with that. But to actually allow ICE to stand outside of courtrooms, regardless of what the judge has told them, come back. Well, we're about to finalize your case. They don't give a fuck what. The fact that they know that you are a immigrant that don't have your status yet. They can stand outside of a courtroom where you have cases for your status and drag you out. That is some bullshit. There was a report of a 15-year-old autistic teen that was missing. They thought that his parents are undocumented. They thought that the child had gotten snatched up or something. I believe it was in Texas. They were selling fruits or something, and the child said he had to go to the bathroom, and they say that he has the mental capabilities of a 4 or 5 year old, and he was missing for days. They brought in law enforcement, and law enforcement found him in a un, un what is it? They found him in a ICE facility for unaccompanied minors. You know that they are separating families, and they're putting them in these ICE facilities for unaccompanied minors. Even if they have a family, they're separating them. So they have those familiar with them, and we know how that worked out the last time they separated these children from their parents, and had buses of kids showing up in different cities, and didn't even bother to keep account of whose child was who and where their child is going, because they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. Doesn't that sound like the same people that would take the separate the children from the slave parents? Doesn't that sound the same? Why would we think that they give a fuck now? They never gave a fuck. That is one of their tried and true things that they did. So I guess they think that they are going to keep the parents passive, because they any letters come. You heard from my family. Any more letters come? I think they're gonna keep the parents passive, because they know that they have something that their heart needs. Their children. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that. Let me see what you guys are saying. Thank you guys for coming in. Hit the like button. Exactly. Okay. I see. I thought that okay, did I miss something? Seems familiar. Straight BS. If you always need to people to oppress to feel superior, that says a lot about your own people. Thank you, Leonard. Grand Rising, Leonard. Grand Rising. See, every country has to have their borders, but what they're doing is disgusting and disgustingly familiar. That's why I wish our people would learn to stop always looking for the lowest common denominator, because we oppress each other. That's why I wish our people would learn to stop always looking for the lowest common denominator, because we oppress each other. That is true. That is true. That is so true. Now, let me to see what else we're talking about today. Uh, Now, tell me what's wrong with this statement. The Biden FBI faced 274 agents into the crowd on January 6th. If this is so, which it is, a lot of very good people will be owed big apologies. What a scam. Do something. President DJT. So I believe he's directing that at the Department of Justice. Can anybody tell me what is wrong with this statement? I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about that. Hey, Nappy Child, Leonard, I am going to talk about that. I saw that. What's wrong with this? The Biden FBI placed 274 agents into the crowd on January 6th. Thank you, Nappy Child. The Biden administration didn't have control of the FBI. 45-47, it was his FBI. So these people don't even care about the lies that they're telling. They're telling you that there were FBI implanted in the January 6th crowd that were They were the ones. It wasn't the ones who got pardons. No, the FBI and the crooked Biden FBI was the one who had FBI agents tearing up stuff. You know, the same thing they tell you about how Antifa is embedded. They said they did say Antifa was embedded in that January 6th crowd too. How 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 is it that Biden is not even in office? Biden would not be in office uh until January 20th. So make that make sense. Hey, Church Mouse, he was still president. Exactly. We're gonna talk about since Leonard brought it up. We're going to talk about. Did you guys know that the cryptocurrency crashed with that announcement on Friday that he was going to put 100% tariff on top of the tariff that China already had? So the crypto market took a nosedive. And you know what's so funny and curious about that nosedive that the crypto took? Somebody took $30 million and started uh betting against crypto. $30 million. They were in it just for a little while, but they were betting the wrong way. And you know what? That person came out. I think they said that person came out hours later, and you know when they stopped making bets on crypto, 1 minute before 45:47 said that everything was going to be all right with China, and then the market started rebounding. You know who they say that person who put that $30 million is being reported, that who put that $30 million and made $150 million. They're saying that that was Barron. If you don't know, inside what do they call? Don't they call that insider trading? We're going to talk about that as well. It is being reported that Barron was the one who made those deals. Now, um, this is what you're this is what 45:47 self dealing. And do you think that Pam Bimbo's DOJ is going to investigate anything like that, even if it's found out to be true? Oh, and now Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Now we do know that the guy who is responsible for saying that Letitia James create and Lisa what was her name? Lisa Cook from the Feds, the black educated women did mortgage fraud. He's over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and now they're trying to have you to believe that um, under Joe Biden, uh, Freddie Mac made I think 100 I think he's saying 100 billion, but doing 45:47 it's 1 trillion, so it's not even really clear what he is even trying to say here. But if you are to believe that under Biden versus Trump anything happened, what's happening under Trump with Fannie and Freddie is more people are losing their homes. That's what happened. More people are going into foreclosure under 45:47, as opposed to more people start purchasing homes under Biden. So this is what your government has time to lie about. And speaking of the Department of Homeland Securities, I have this out of place. Remember, I told you that they are running a whole. There's an article that says they are running a whole white supremacist. I think it's white nationalist, white supremacist. A whole. I forget what is. I'll get to it. Something to akin to white supremacist. Also, why is it your ICE officials are out here with tattoos like these on their neck? That is the upper part of a swastika. Why are they not even trying to cover up these swastikas? These are your ICE agents. Okay, so what else are we talking about today? Let's see. Now we know that uh, Pete Kegbreath is trying to make the press sign a waiver that they must wear their IDs all the time. They cannot write a story, even if they developed a story while in the Pentagon, without having their story pre-approved to for them to release whatever stories that they get in the while working in the Pentagon. So this motherfucker is fucking up so much that he has people under investigations. He's doing lie detector tests. Why? Because people are going to the press and is telling them what a fuck up he is as someone who's running the Pentagon. So to prevent these stories from coming out, he is making sure he's cracking down on the media in the Pentagon. He's cracking down on the press. So what he's saying is that you can only have approved stories coming out of the Pentagon. Isn't that how we get independent news? Isn't that how we get stories? Isn't that how we stop corruptions by getting approval from the bosses at the Pentagon? Isn't that state-sponsored media? Isn't that some North Korea type shit? Isn't that some Russia type shit? Okay, pro-Trump cable news outlet Newsmax refused to sign Secretary of, I'm not going to call him the Secretary of War, even though he's always on a war path. I'm going to call him the Secretary of Defense, because I'm not going to go with this bullshit that they try to rewrite history. They have to go through Congress to change the name of the Secretary of Defense. They have to go through Congress to change it to the what is it? Secretary of Defense to the from the Defense Department to the War Department. That has to go through Congress. I'm not playing their game. That's kind of like the same thing they did with the Gulf of Mexico, changing it to the Gulf of America based on some bullshit. I'm not playing these games. Okay, so I can't even get through the story. Pro-Trump cable news outlet Newsmax refused to sign Secretary of State Hegseth. Wait a minute. Secretary of Defense Hegseth updated press policy Monday, joining a legacy media outlet, for-profit media outlet, that condemned Hegseth's policy as press intimidation and a violation of the First Amendment. Jeffrey Goldberg, the one who caught him on that Signal app, who he was invited, Jeffrey Goldberg, editor in chief of the Atlantic, put out a statement on Monday saying the Atlantic journalists will not sign the Pentagon's press policy. We fundamentally oppose the restrictions that the 4547 administration is imposing on journalists who are reporting on matters of defense and national security. He added the requirements violate our First Amendment rights and the rights of Americans to seek to know how taxpayer funded military resources and personnel are being deployed. We will continue to cover matters of defense, war, and national security independently and fairly. So that's what's going on. This is what your Department of Defense is worried about. He's worried about you finding out how he's not fit to do the job that he has, and he's tired of it getting out. He's tired of the truth getting out that he got the job and has no merit to have the job. Let me see. Okay, the Washington Post, CNN, and the Guardian, the New York Times, and several different outlets all refused to sign into Hexef's new policy as well. Uh, Far right One American News Network was the only major outlet so far to agree. Far right One American News. My little logo is over there, so I can't see what's behind that. Is One American News. So the far right One American News Network was the only major outlet so far to agree. Media reporter Erica Wimple added that Newsmax would also disappoint the administration despite being a reliable Trump booster. Newsmax has no plans to sign the letter. We are working in conjunction with other media outlets to resolve the situation. We believe the requirements are unnecessary and onerous and hope that the Pentagon will review the matter further, the outlet told Wimple. HexF new policy banned Pentagon reporters from asking for or ob- obtaining any information that is not explicitly authorized by the Department of Defense and gave reporters until Tuesday at 5 p.m. to sign on to the policy or lose their access to the Pentagon within 24 hours. Hexelf, a former Fox News weekend morning co-host, that's a long title, who has been embroiled in several major scandals since taking over the Pentagon, including discussing. Let me see. Do I have? I don't think I have the rest of it, including discussing private information with his unqualified wife. I do believe that, and his unqualified wife, come to find his unelected wife, him who barely got in. The vice president had to come in and get him in and cast the tie vote that got him in. They while he taking down pictures of of great black military people. They say that his third wife, the wife who he cheated on his second wife with, the second wife who he cheated on the first wife with. Why is she going to all of these meetings that she have no clearances for, and why is he taking down all the accolades, pictures, and awards that black people, have earned and garnered in the Pentagon? He's removing all of their pictures, but they say that our Pentagon is awash with the picture of his third wife, someone who has not served in our military. Let that sink in. This is where this country is going. This is where that country is going. All right, Sarah. It does sound dubious as fuck. And as he's like shaking my motherfucking head. I'm telling you, it's a lot going on. All of them cops have swastikas too running you. They're supposed to cover them while on duty. Z Sarah said those are probably mandatory ice tattoos for ICE. They said, "Good morning, Sandy." Now they did say that uh, uh, one of the main reasons why a lot of those ICE agents are covering their faces and they're not making them stop is because they have recruited them from the Oath Keeper, the Proud Boys, and the Three Percenters or something like that. Actual people who were on the FBI watch list until Pam Bondi disappeared. It Pentagon access is a privilege, not a right. Now I think this is from Keg Breath himself. Yeah, this is a tweet from Keg Breath himself. And who's in the picture? Who is in his official picture? This is the bitch who's hanging all over the Pentagon while black soldiers are not. Pentagon access is a privilege, not a right. So here is the Department of Defense, something credentialing for dummies. He has the nerves to be calling somebody a dummy because he's too dumb to not be able to stop the leaks about him being too dumb to properly do his job. So he's trying to say, why would it be credentialing for dummies? But this is a new standard. So who's the dummy? The dummy is the one who has to create this new standard. Why? Now he's trying to act like the reporters are dumb. Uh, This is what happened when you put people in positions that they have no credentials, no standing, no fucking education, no motherfucking training, no fucking experience, and put them in a high position. These motherfuckers are just dick fighting with air and getting all tuckered out. Uh, Press no longer roams free. Check. Press must wear visible badges. Check. Credential press no longer permitted to solicit criminal acts. What criminal acts? What criminal acts is he accusing Lord, the press of trying to solicit? Done. Pentagon now has same rules as every U.S. military installation. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. So, this is what Hegseth has been up to. Speaking of, you guys, let me see. Let me go through this. We're gonna have to talk about Hegseth again and this Qatari Air Force base that they were going to put in Idaho. We're going to play the announcement and we're going to play the walk back. Now, also, Qatar. We know that Qatar, let's think about this thing. You know, they had this whole hoopla about freeing the hostages, which is great. That 2,000 hostages, Palestinians were released, and the 20 hostages for Israel were released. That's great news. Great news. But trying to portray this as the war is over. This is a peace deal. This is smoke and mirrors, and all of the sudden, it has been. Jared Kushner has been critical in making this peace deal. When you hadn't heard Jared Kushner name until I think it was like last Thursday or Friday. And now he's paramount in this peace deal, and everybody is tilting their hat to Jared Kushner in this peace deal. You remember long time ago, I played for you Jared Kushner. He was speaking at, I think he was speaking at Harvard about how Palestine is great waterfront property, and they should just get rid of the people, take them to the desert or somewhere, and rebuild that property up. So, if you're wondering why you had not heard anything about Jared Kushner's name prior to this peace deal, and you heard Steve, what is his name, Witkoff name, you heard his name. Uh, as far as going to Israel, as far as this Russian shit, his envoy Steve Witkoff. You've heard his name. Going here and running here and there. Someone who has never been in government, who he knows from real estate. Where he know the envoy Steve Witkoff from? as one of his big real estate billionaire buddies. So look at what you saw yesterday through a real lens of what's really going on. That's all I'm saying. We'll get to it. Hey, Bernice, it is good to see you. Jill's Comfort Zone, Foot Soldiers, Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Jill, I'm gonna. Jill's Comfort Zone's poetry contest is on November 7th. Uh, let me drop. Let me drop Jill's link in the chat. I think it's going to be on the Jill's Comfort Zone's channel too. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jill. Yes. I'm gonna actually drop her whole announcement. Let me see. Jill don't know how to do. No, this is a 34-minute video. Jill don't know how to do a. Maybe it is announcement. Maybe she just got a lot to say. Go over there and make sure you're prepared. She's giving you all the information that you need if you want to. I think it's a. I think it's a little late to sign up. I'm not sure if anybody dropped out, but uh, check with Jill. And, sometimes things come up and people, November 8th, thank you. I'm sorry. So check with Jill. You never know. Something may come up and you may want to be up on the information that you need and, be ready to fill in. It always happens. Uh, Life shows up sometimes. So, Qatar. Okay. So, now, then, Qatar was helping negotiate between Israel and Hamas. And then what happened? When they got now, I would also be remiss if I didn't tell you this spectacular deal that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner allegedly have pulled together, and now 45, 47. They couldn't have done it without 45, 47. No, we couldn't have done it without him. And what did he do? But they can't say that he did anything, and he even has to defer to Witkoff and allegedly Jared Kushner. But in the meantime, Qatar uh, is the one who was negotiating with Hamas and Israel. So what did 45, 47 do? Make any of this make sense? Now, also understand that this is the exact same deal. If you did not know, this is the exact same deal that President Biden gave them. I think it was in September of last year. This is the exact same deal that they refused to take in September of last year. Kind of like uh, uh, prior to the election, they had come to an agreement what they were going to do at the border, and the Democrats and the Republicans were on board, and 45, 47 told them, don't vote with the Democrats on this border solution because he wanted to run on it. And then all of the sudden, something that the Republicans had agreed to actually address people coming in on the southern border. All of a sudden, they were against their own. Something that they agreed to prior to him saying, "I just want to use this as theatrics." Now look at what the country is in. So just remember all of this. When you just understand all of this, while they try to blame everything on the Biden administration, but they're not going to tell you the Biden administration already presented that to Israel, and they rejected it. So we know that it's not beyond 45, 47 to see a good plan, know it's a good plan, and say no. Don't accept that. We know that 45, 47, and we know that it appears, it definitely appears that the whole thing for maybe not Israel, but definitely Benjamin Netanyahu. The longer this war go on, Netanyahu is waiting to be sentenced for crimes against humanity. So the longer the war go on, the less likely he will be sentenced. Uh, the less likely he will be sentenced. So let's understand that even in this agreement that they are heralding yesterday, Netanyahu didn't want to take the deal until Trump got pissed with him, and I said something like he's fucking sick of him in his games or whatever. He didn't even want to take it yesterday. Nothing different has been put on the table. So while y'all think that they are throwing these names out here, now, how the hell, how the hell, our government's not open. Uh, 45, 47 is in a whole nother country doing victory laps for something that he absolutely had nothing to do with, and getting pats on the back, and all of these names called out, and all of this bullshit like something brand new happened. This shit is theatrics. It's total theater. And what happened the last time we had theater? We got motherfucker grabbing people off the streets. The last time we went for this motherfucker theater to make him look like he had a solution to something when there was already a better solution. They called President Obama the deporter in chief. So how could Obama deport so many people? And when this administration first started deporting people, they said, you guys didn't say nothing when Obama did it. Obama deported more people than, yeah, but Obama didn't come through our streets and drag innocent citizens up, American citizens up in his terror either. Obama didn't have people grabbing people out of cars. Now, if you guys are unfamiliar, ICE was driving down the street, and they side swapped a woman's car, and there were people out there. No, they were just driving, and it happened to be people out there, and they start filming it because they side swapped her car, and they tried to leave. They just tried to keep going, and then people said, "Uh, uh, get his license plate." They were like, "Get their license plates. Hit and run, get their license plate." And then ICE hopped out of the car and went back to the car where they sideswiped this woman, snatched her doors open, took her out of the car because they sideswiped her and tried to keep on going. And she was 2 weeks out of having surgery, and she was a full-fledged American citizen. A full-fledged American citizen. And then they took her away in their vehicles with their fucking masks on their faces, not giving any information. She I don't know how she is medically 2 weeks out of surgery. They had her on the ground carrying her by her because they sideswiped her car. Well, see, this didn't happen under Obama. That's why nobody said nothing under Obama. Okay, so this is what is being approved on your street, and people are like, oh, it's nothing I can do. Hold on one second. It's nothing I can do. If you guys not aware of that, I think I have that. Hey, T Danielle, facts. Yeah. So if you guys are not aware of that, it's going to be something that you are going to want to protest. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what it is. your cutoff line. And don't forget that there is a protest on Saturday, the 18th, the No Kings protest, which the Republican Party is saying it's they're having Antifa is having a Hate America protest. What is Antifa? Antifa is anyone who disagrees with the government, and they have written it down in that. What is it? MSPM-7 memorandum. Anyone who speaks out against capitalism, the what is it? Capitalism, uh, deportation, the natural religion of the United States. You know, the United States that left England so they could, couldn't have religion forced upon them. Yeah, all of this shit. All of this shit is going down under the guise of keeping Americans safe. So let me see what else. What else is the government up to? The government is up to having billionaires who are aligned with Israel purchasing TikTok. Now, speaking of TikTok, since Little Baron allegedly made a killing in crypto, which appeared to be uh, due to insider trading. Now they are also talking about putting Barron on the board of TikTok. You know that Larry Ellison vetted Marco Rubio for fealty to Israel. Some emails have now revealed. That's why how Marco Rubio got the job as what is he? What is he? Oh, Marco Rubio. What is Marco Rubio? He's not. Oh my God. What is Marco? At the State Department. That's how Marco Rubio got his job. The billionaire Oracle founder is on track to take control of the American media. Now, if you're not familiar, he is, I think he is one of the main ones who's buying TikTok, and he's also over some big deal with Disney and ABC or CBS. His son is supposed to take that over. You know, we used to have something like 800 independent media outlets in the United States. About 20 or 30 years ago, now we have six owners of all media outlets, where it be the internet, whether it be newspapers, which are damn near non-existent right now, or whether it be cable TV and regular TV. From over 800 to six independent people. And why is everybody have to be so beholden to Israel? Now, if you listen to any of that speech, couldn't listen to all of 45, 47 speech because he was over there in Israel like he's on a stump, some type of stump speech that he does everywhere. But there was one thing that he did say. He definitely said that he wanted to thank Marion Adelson, who gave his campaign $100 million. And he said that in his last administration, Marion Adelson was the one who told him that they should I think it was make the capital in Jerusalem. What did they take to Jerusalem? It was Miriam Adelson that gave him that idea, and that's why he did it. What is it? What is that in Israel that they made it? They took it. to Jerusalem. I forget what it was. Yeah, I'm not up on that shit. But it was Miriam Adelson and her $100 million. On top of all of that, he's still not gonna reach Obama's deportation records, even doing all of this BS. And that's his real goal. His real goal is always try to outdo Obama. So he's not going to outdo Obama either by coming up with a health care plan. He's not going to outdo Obama either because they're trying not to even bother. See, all of this is going on. Israel has universal health care. They don't have shit to worry about. But tens of millions of a United States people are about to lose their health care. Let me see. Standards are back. Peak keg breath sends the fat troops home. Remember, we had a picture of the troops that came in from Texas that thought that they was gonna start knocking heads in Chicago, and they looked like a whole bunch of roly polies. They had different names for these people that were coming in. The National Guard from Texas. All these fat fuckers getting off the truck. Now, Peak Keg Breath has sent them home. Said, "Oh, you guys are embarrassing. It's about the optics. All of the majors and the generals, the 4-star, 5-star generals and admirals, they're gonna have to comply with weight." Restriction. Defense Secretary Pete Kegbreath on Monday confirmed that he sent some Texas National Guard members in Illinois home over their weight, saying standards are back in this department. Let me see. Following his speech for top military brass earlier this month, where he argued against fat troops and fat general, Kegbreath confirmed he has sent some overweight members home, the Daily Beast report. In less than 24 hours, Texas National Guardsmen mobilized for the Federal Protection Mission. The Federal Protection Mission. A department spokesperson told military news website Task and Purpose the speed of the response necessitated a concurrent validation process during which we identified a small group of service members who were not in compliance and have been replaced. Okay. It didn't look good. So all of a sudden, they have to be in compliance. Remember the speech last week or so ago or whatever? So are they going to lose their pay until they get into compliance with? Well, I don't understand. I didn't see Madison. Hey, Madison. The Big Burger Brigade. They were calling. They had quite a few names for them. Let me see. What else? There is there. What else did I want to talk about? Let me see. It is unclear if Hexef or his department saw an image circulating online of several service members arriving in Illinois. The National Guard Bureau also shared this statement in the days after the image was taken. National Guard soldiers and airmen are required to meet service-specific height, weight, and physical fitness standards at all times. Okay. So if this is the shit that your government has time for. But are they meeting to are they meeting to talk about the health care and the Affordable Care Act subsidies about to go into oblivion? Are they a meeting for that? No, they're not meeting for that. Okay. So let's get into some things that I would like to share with you. Some of this shit, it kind of makes you want to holler. It makes you want to holler. Some of this shit.
Out. You want to crash out? Fine. I'll fucking give you one. If we don't wake the fuck up soon, and I mean quick, fast, and in a fucking hurry, we are fucked like a football bat. We got the Department of Homeland fucking Security out here sharing hype videos of ICE agents flying in on American cities, banging indoors, jacking people out of their houses, zip tying them in the streets naked, and then carting them off in the back of U-Hauls with no warrants or due process like it's a fucking trailer to the newest Call of Duty game. And the worst part is, I gotta watch some of y'all cheer it on like you're watching a fucking football game. And then the cherry on top of it all, I gotta sit here and listen to y'all call yourselves Christians? Bullshit. You don't get to call yourself a Christian and then advocate and fucking laugh when families are torn apart outside of courthouses of people trying to come here the right ways. You don't get to call yourself a Christian and then think it's okay that the highest court in the fucking land just gave a green light to ICE agents to be able to fucking target people because they are brown or speaking Spanish. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach that I gotta be lumped in with you when people think of Christians in this country. It makes me feel physically fucking ill to know that when people think of the loving Christ that I know, that gave his life for us, they will think of you instead. You are not Christian. You use Christianity as a shield to hide behind when you need to justify the hate that you have scolded into this world. People tell me all the time, why don't you just shut the fuck up and sing, man? Keep politics out of it. Don't you think I would love to? Don't you think I want to just come on the internet and show you my love songs or my breakup songs that I've been writing? But you got the same phone I got, dog. You're telling me you don't see this shit? When you're laying in bed at night and you're scrolling on your phone and you see the same videos that I see, do you not think to yourself, damn, there's got to be a better way that we can fucking do this? Have we really become this numb to treating human fucking beings like this? I started writing songs about this shit because I'm not oblivious to the platform that I have, and I recognize that my voice could go further than most. I also believe that music is one of the most powerful tools that we will ever have. I knew being a country artist I was going to get some backlash for the things that I was about to say, and I knew that I was risking my career because of it, because I'm a small artist who didn't have a big fan base to fall back on already. But I said the shit anyways with my whole fucking chest, because if you think that I'm going to sit back and watch the America that I love to my fucking core be beaten to its fucking knees without saying a word, then you got me fucked up. And the only regret that I have is not saying something sooner. I would rather my label call me the fuck up and drop me right after posting this video and have no career at all than live in a world where what is happening right now is happening and I don't say a fucking thing like most of these artists do. So if you gotta leave, I get it. But either way, I want it to be crystal fucking clear what side of history I'm on. Oh, and by the way, this shit drops at fucking midnight.
I cut the mic off because the end part was his song, and those were the words on his song. Um, the link is in my description box. It's the first link in my description box. I think that it is uh, far. I'm doing what I think is important. I'm doing what I think that is important right now, and I'm just trying to get information about what's going on in the world that's going to affect you and how you live or die. We're at that point. We're at some serious times. Um, Go over there and check that brother out. It's okay to be a drunk hexf or a heroin addict, RFK Jr., or a morbidly obese Trump in the regime, but they want to focus on BMI for general. He needs to send Chupster's Trump to a nursing home. So go over there and check out that young man. Okay, now let me share something else with you that I found fantastic. Is the second link in my uh, description box. I have some fabulous people who we when we run into some things, we share them out with one another. This is Tim Wise. So, hold on, I have to restart this. Hold on one second. Here we go.
Why they're here. Native peoples know why they're here and how they got here. A lot of Asian folk know.
He said the first thing was black people know why they're here.
Particularly if they're Chinese American, they know they got here because their ancestors were brought over to work on the railroads by the railroad barons who didn't care if thousands of them died laying track 19, 20 hours a day. But for those of us who are from Europe, we have this fiction that we've told, and we believe it, even though there's no truth to it. You know what the fiction is? It's two parts. Number one, we say things like, with regard to Mexicans coming over the border, with regard to immigrants coming over, but only that border. That's the only one we care about, right? The southern border. I find that interesting. We're not flipping out about Canada, right? We don't have any of the Minutemen or the anti-immigrant groups sitting off the coast of Nova Scotia with a gun and a scope trying to like pick off the sneaky Canadians that are trying to sneak in here for our superior health care system, which after all would be a pretty stupid thing to do. But in any event, we only care about that one border, forgetting for a minute that that border was created at the end of a war that was started on false pretense by this country, after which we jacked half of their country. And you weren't taught that in school either, because our history books aren't interested in telling the truth. They tell this very patriotic history that has no relationship to the fact. So that border is artificial. Mexican folk who are coming here, documented or not, let's be clear, are coming home. Their families were here before our families were here in almost every instance. But we forget that, and then we say things like, well, I don't mind them coming. I just want them to come legally like my people did. The hell does that even mean? Come legally? There was no law to break when our people came. The fact that we didn't break a law that didn't even exist, you don't get cookies for that. You don't get like a pat on the back and a gold star because your great, great, great whatever was law abiding when there was no law that he could have violated, even if he wanted to. But we've told this lie that we came for these upstanding principles. So we'll say things like, well, you know, our people came for liberty and freedom, democracy. These people are just coming for stuff. They're just coming for jobs. They're just coming for health care. They're just coming for stuff. We came for high-minded principle, right? Because we believe that. What kind of third-grade version of American history is that? Right? Like when Donald Trump says, well, Mexico's not sending their best. What the hell? You think Europe sent their best? Europe? No, our people were the losers of Europe. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just telling you the truth. Like, our people were the losers of Europe. The winners didn't get on the boat. You understand what I'm saying? The winners didn't leave. Why the hell would you leave if you were winning? Only the losers left because they had no choice. They were dying. They were starving. They couldn't support their families. A lot of them were convicts who were sold into indentured servitude to work for rich European people. They were barely above the level of a slave themselves. The idea that we had these we didn't believe in liberty and freedom. And we know that because once we got to the colonies, we set up the opposite of liberty. See, black folks know why they're here. Native people.
Right. Yeah, exactly. After they got here, did they worry about liberty and freedom? No, they didn't. They were the same people that they were. And is isn't it funny how 45, 47 is always saying they sent all of these different types of criminals over here. They emptied out their insane asylums, as if that's not what England did. As if that's not what England did when they were sending people to America. And they think that they are the best and the brightest. No wonder they could not make it here until they went over and stole us. Okay, so thank you, Z Sarah. I now what I do know about Argentina, uh, I played a little clip about Argentina last week. How they that's where Elon Musk got all of his austerity ideas. How government could strip away everything from the people and give the people nothing, and how quickly the people went broke, how quickly the people became homeless, how quickly the people were destitute, and to the point where now these people, even it don't matter to America if they go destitute, because that's not going to change anything in America. However, since Scott Bessent's personal friend will lose if they go destitute, now our tax dollar is going over there to set up Argentina, while we're about to lose our fucking health care for tens of millions of people. And those who don't lose it automatically, when they go to sign up in November, they will find if they are on the Affordable Care Act, otherwise known as Obamacare, their premiums are going to go up 2 to 3 times more. That's just Obamacare. So you motherfuckers think that just you think that they are going to let Obamacare go up 2 or 3 times, and people with regular insurance, well, I don't have that. I have this insurance. I have that. I don't have Obamacare. You think that they're gonna let Obamacare, something that they are subsidizing so people can have health insurance, go up, and they're not going to let it go up on you who don't even have to have your health insurance subsidized? You think that it's just going the people on Obamacare and the people who are on Medicare, whose premiums are about to go up from these greedy insurance company that only look for profit? You think that that's the only premium? Everybody's insurance premium and deductibles are about to go up, but they don't want to discuss this at all. They don't have no time to even. Nope. We are not going to gavel in Congress. We're not going to have any talks. We 45-47 told the Republicans to not even talk to the Democrats. This is not hurting 45-47. 45-47 is making billions of dollars. So he can go forever. He can go his whole term because nobody's stopping him and his families and his friends and his cronies from getting rich. He don't give a fuck. Okay. Let me let's get into the let's see what Stephen A. Smith. You know, Stephen A. Smith all of a sudden has started talking about politics. I don't know why. And you know, his good homeboy, his good friend is Hannity, Sean Hannity. Now he talked the game like he was voting for Harris, but I'm doubtful. I have my suspicions. Now, Stephen A. Smith, uh, he has a podcast, and we know Stephen A. Smith from being a failed sports a basketball player, and he makes good money on ESPN. But now Stephen A. Smith wants to talk politics as if he has some ideas. I haven't heard him come up with an idea, but he likes to talk the game like he has some ideas of some things that could work in politics and all of this. Okay. He hasn't put one idea on the table. Let's get into Sneven, Stephen A. Smith, and the things that he has been pontificating about Jasmine Crockett. Let's get into this. Here we go.
Gets me annoyed. And I hope Jasmine Crockett is listening to this. By the way, she's welcome on the show.
By the way, she's welcome on the show. And he's about to say the most ignorant shit. But you need her to come on your show. She don't need to come on your show. She has her own platform. These motherfuckers kill me. Want to talk shit about you and then say, but she can come on my show. She's more than welcome to come on my show. Let's see how welcoming you're going to be to her right now.
When you go on national television and you calling the president of the United States out of his name and you're being all disrespectful, as a representative in this country, do you believe the citizens of Texas sent you there to do that?
Okay. Obviously, he's unaware of what she is doing and how she is representing her constituents. So, just because he's the president of the United States, do you think that means that she automatically has to respect him? Who does he automatically have to respect? You don't have to respect anyone who is disrespectful to you and to your constituents. What, because he's the president of the United States does not make him someone that must be respected because she is a congresswoman. Are you serious? Let's continue.
They don't like him either. I'm talking about those who voted for her in all likelihood. But because he is who he is and he is in that position, they expect you to go to Capitol Hill and figure out a way to maneuver yourself through that terrain to work in a fashion that's going to facilitate getting things done on behalf of your constituents. That's your job. That's your job.
That's her job. That's her job. See, what is now she's supposed to go. Now he's talking about during the government shutdown. She's supposed to go and get something done. That's her job. But he's not saying anything about the simple fact that 45-47 has not tried to get the Republicans to get back in session so they can get something done. What the fuck is she going to get done when they are in charge of the Senate, the House, the Senate, and the presidency? What is there she can get done as a individual talking to people who are not even showing up for their jobs because they're so afraid to swear in the congresswoman from Arizona who said that she will be the final vote that they need to bring these Epstein files out. But you don't want to talk about the real shit. Now you're putting a oneness on one black woman. See, they find it easy to try to tear down educated black women. He's telling her what her job is. While he's sitting up trying to play. I'm thinking about. I don't know if I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for the Democrat primary. Why would you throw your hat in the ring for a Democrat anything when you want to sit up here and lick Republican ass? Throw your hat in that ring. I digress. Let me let y'all hear this.
Excuse my language.
The embarrassment of Stephen A. Smith continues.
Anybody does need to clean up DC, I would agree it is this man, because he is the one that is causing half the crime that we have. Not only is he participating in the crime, but we know that he instigated the insurrection. And if I did say that I had one issue with the Biden-Harris administration, it is the fact that they did not move forward and make sure that this man was put where he should have been put. Because the last time I checked as a criminal defense attorney, and Mr. Attorney General, you may have a different experience, but I never had a defendant that had 34 convictions for felonies and did not spend one day in jail. Never in my life. And the last time I checked, the party of law and order is the only one that decided that they would be out of order and decided to nominate someone who was not only indicted but was actually convicted of multiple felonies. That has never happened in this country, and it is a shame that we are dealing with it now, and now he wants to tell y'all how to do your jobs.
Where he makes it a point to go after Texas Rep. Jasmine Crockett.
He ain't worth a damn. That's not your job. Anybody can do that. You're supposed to be figuring out a way to get things done. And when it comes to this president, that egotistical, maniacal tendencies that he has, everything is about Trump, where every cabinet member and everybody and their grandmama got a fawn all over him before they speak. I mean, these people, before they say hello, they say, I just want to say we have a great president. He's such a great leader. I love him so much. He's so wonderful. He's so marvelous. He's the leader we need. I mean, they do this every day.
Okay. Let me make sure my mic is on.
Every day.
Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm going to have to... hold on. I'm going to have to go out of this. Now, thank you, viewers of you. Hey, Miss Toby. Now, I'm going to have to get back into that. He's saying that the cabinet, the unelected cabinet, goes in there every day and kisses his ass. As if this is what she, as an elected official, is supposed to go in there and do every day. Because the unelected cabinet goes in there and do it every day. But my question is, what does that get the American people because the cabinet goes in there every day and kisses his ass? What does that do for the American people? And what do the American people get out of the cabinet? Going in there and kissing his ass every day. It gets nothing for the American people. But he's telling her that this is what she should do. She should take a note from the unelected cabinet that goes in there and kisses his ass every day as if they are acquiring something for her constituents or for any constituents. This is how stupid this motherfucker is. Now, let me, that's what I had to say on that. Let me get back into that. Excuse me for messing that up. I was trying to stop it. Let me see. Is that it? Hold on one second. Hold on. Let me pull that up again. I apologize. Because we have got to see this. Here we go. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go.
Maker. And if you can't stand it, but I see it. Because it's damn near a requirement.
Here we go.
We need. I mean, they do this every day.
1 second. Here we go.
He's so marvelous. He's the leader we need. I mean, they do this every day. Because it's damn near a requirement when it comes to him. And I understand it. I can't stand it, but I see it. But the flip side to it is that he's a deal maker. And if you figure out a way to make him look good in any way, quid pro quo is something he lives by. He'll reciprocate.
Now, she's telling this educated black woman to go in there and kiss his ass for a quid pro quo. That's not how the government is supposed to work. And do you even think he don't give a shit? What about how did that work out for Tim Scott? When his minority business plan got scrapped under Doge. How did that work out for him? How was that working out for Byron Donaldson and the other clowns that held his water and ran defense for him during this election? And not one of them got a cabinet position to kiss his ass, fool. Is this motherfucker serious? She's supposed to kiss his ass because he's going to appreciate it, and that's going to make him feel real good, and he's going to give you what you want. I don't even know this fool who got the only position he's going to give a black cabinet position to. HUD, this old fucking oh my God. Old football player, old corny, I can tell you do not have a black wife when you talk about your wife, motherfucker, who's over HUD. So we got senators that didn't get a cabinet position. So you expect her to go in there and kiss his ass like the cabinet members are kissing his ass and lying for him. See, the best part of kissing his ass is repeating his lies and acting as if what he's saying is the truth. So if she has to act like what he says is the truth, then her truth don't matter. So what the fuck will she be presenting her truth for him to him for? Because we have to pretend like the truth is not the truth. If you want to get somewhere with him. So what the fuck she gonna get out of him? Playing his game. You stupid motherfucker. Can you imagine? He has the audacity to be this stupid and think he's eating.
You know that, why you can't figure it out? Is that hard?
Rich coming from the guy who basically said he would bend the knee to fascism.
And I just want to say, I mean, seriously, Stephen A. Smith is in this spot where he's decided to enter politics and he knows nothing about politics. I'm being sincere about this. Nothing about politics. Nothing. I haven't heard one interesting thought from Stephen A. Smith politically, ever. Not one time. He doesn't say anything new. He doesn't study the issues. He doesn't know the issues. He doesn't know the breakdown of Congress or the makeup of the Trump cabinet. He probably knows Kristi Noem is bad and Pam Bondi is bad, but he doesn't know. And he's doing this thing that I think a lot of people really object to, which is he's trying to get credentials as a truth teller by bashing on people like Jasmine Crockett. And what he does is he allows white people to feel less racist about their racism. That's the thing, guys like Stephen A. Smith is drifting super close to Jason Whitlock territory, where you become a important black figure in American culture who
is always dragging and talking about black people. Yes, that's exactly what he is. Another Jason Whitlock. That's exactly what he is. That fresh and fresh and fit guy. That's exactly what he is. A whole bumbleclot, a whole fucking fool.
Allows people, white people, to feel comfortable in their races, because if you're saying the same thing they are, they feel comfortable. I know this is a white person. I come from the most conservative county in New York State. White people love conservative, or people who are black who express conservative views, because it allows them to sound racist. And Stephen A. Smith, here's Donald A. Trump, a grotesque piece who says more racist, vile stuff about Jasmine Crockett, low IQ, stupid, etc. And he admonishes her? Seriously? He just doesn't know anything about politics. He doesn't. And he sounds informed, but he's just...
He sound informed in what? What did he sound informed with? All of this chastising Jasmine Crockett because she won't bend the knee, because she won't kiss ass. That's what he is informed in that gets him ahead. See, he's not trying to get anyone else ahead. He's just worried about where he stands in the pile. He not working to get anything for the people, because that's beyond his breath. Because he's not worried about the people. He's worried about himself. You see, that's where the rubber meets the road. He's talking what she can personally gain, but she's not in it for herself like he is. So therefore, it is unacceptable for her to kiss ass. And if she, and I'm just, it's unacceptable for a lot of people to kiss ass.
Not it.
Journalist Jeff Pearlman told it like it is on his TikTok.
I have no idea what Stephen A. Smith is talking about here. He is 100% wrong about Representative Jasmine Crockett. For you, that's her handle. She represents the Texas 30th Congressional District. I am a voter there. Her job is to represent 750,000 people. She is doing her job.
As did Roland Martin on social media. Since we're on the topic, by the way, Stephen A., of representing a district, tell me why you have said nothing about this.
We got some breaking news out of Texas. Republican lawmakers have just released a new congressional map, and it does not include Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett's home within her own district. Let me say that again. They've redrawn the line so that Jasmine Crockett, one of the most outspoken black women in Congress, is no longer living inside the district she was elected to represent. This is not just political, it's personal and it's targeted. The proposed map is part of a broader GOP strategy to grab more seats by redrawing boundaries that silence Democratic voters, especially in black and brown communities. So under the new lines, Republicans are aiming to flip up to 5 seats, cutting through Dallas, Houston, and other diverse urban areas. Crockett has already blasted the move, calling it what it is, an assault on democracy and representation. Democrats are
She says Republicans in Texas just rolled out their proposed congressional map that cuts 5 Democrat seats out of thin air. Let's be clear. These maps are not about representation. It's a power grab to silence voters and suppress votes. They know their policies are unpopular. They are afraid of losing. So what do they try to do? Cheat. If your big idea is cheat harder, maybe it's time to rethink your policies. That's what she had to say. How are they going to redistrict her out of her own district? That's to say you don't live in this district. You have to live in your district, I guess. I'm not sure about that. I know you have to live in the state, but do you have to actually live in the district that you represent? I'm going to look that up at this place.
Assault on democracy and representation. Democrats are preparing to fight back in the courts, and civil rights groups are warning that this could violate the Voting Rights Act. But here's the truth. This is a test, not just for Texas, but for the entire country. Can elected leaders be drawn out of power with a pen and a political agenda? So we're watching this story unfold in real time, and we'll keep bringing you updates as it develops. Peace, y'all.
He would also take a ton of heat from our very own Dr. Rashad Ritchie of Indisputable.
He has now told Representative Jasmine Crockett that she needs to learn how to work with that man in the White House. You know, the Constitution actually provides that the president has to work with Congress. You see, Congress is a co-equal branch of the government. As a matter of fact, congressional members can be there in perpetuity. They can be there until they die. A president is term limited, which once again is why the Constitution is built upon the principle of co-equal, brother. Co-equal. I have a little wager going how long it's going to take for Stephen A. to apologize for his latest comments.
I have said this before. I spoke with Dave Zirin and Ethan Thomas on this, and I still think my theory.
He didn't apologize. He actually doubled down on his comments. This link is in my description box, but let's talk about representing her district. Thank you, Z Sarah. I appreciate. I'm glad that you learned something as well. Now let's see if Jasmine Crockett represents her district. You know, I got to come with the receipts. Let's get into her representing her district.
I'm not done. Trump also pardoned Mr. Andrew Taki, who sent nudes to an undercover law enforcement officer who was posing as a 15-year-old girl. Mr. Casey Hopkins also received a pardon from Trump, and Mr. Hopkins was convicted of forcible rape. According to court records, he, quote, had forcible intercourse with the victim, choked her to the point of impairing her vision, banged her head into a wall, and urinated into the victim's mouth as he humiliated her. These are the people that he decided to release in the streets of D.C. So if anybody does need to...
Now, these are the people who were pardoned on January 6th. Did Stephen A. Smith have anything to say about these facts? Is that calling him name, or is that calling out what he has done? But Stephen A. Smith has nothing to say about that. He wants to make personal attacks on her. Let's continue.
Clean up DC, I would agree it is this man, because he is the one that is causing half the crime that we have. Not only is he participating in the crime, but we know that he instigated the insurrection. And if I did say that I had one issue with the Biden-Harris administration, it is the fact that they did not move forward and make sure that this man was put where he should have been put.
You know, sometimes hypocrisy gets so loud it drowns out the truth. And tonight, Representative Jasmine Crockett just turned the volume all the way up. In a congressional hearing, Crockett Trump pardoned rapists, pedophiles, and violent criminals. That's not law and order. That's lawlessness wrapped in hypocrisy. And
I want you to tell me whether or not is lawful or lawless. I want you to tell me whether or not is lawful or lawless, ignoring court orders.
That's lawless.
Impounding congressional funds.
Violates the law.
Invoking emergency powers when there is no emergency.
Unlawful.
Sending troops without an invite.
Violates the law.
Covering for pedophiles. I just threw that one in there. Okay, I'll move to the next one. What about revoking birthright citizenship?
Violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
How about violating due process?
Violates the 5th and 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
How about what we see happening with redistricting that would in some way minimize, if not delete, the voices of people of color as they are going through and illegally going through this process? Is there a constitutional amendment that you can think of that is associated with that?
Probably many, but it is unlawful and unconstitutional and un-American.
Okay, so we just getting started. So Stephen A. Smith wouldn't even know to ask this man any of these questions because he's very ignorant about how politics work. So he wouldn't have the wherewithal to even know that these are questions and what amendments these are breaking. But this is a fool who's trying to let you believe that he's pondering and he's thinking over if he should run for the president of the United States. Let that sink in. While he's talking about what she doesn't do and how she acts. The simple fact that he's acting as if he's qualified to run this nation is laughable and disgusting.
Okay.
Thank you. As well as, can you tell me if it is lawful or lawless to violate free speech?
That's lawless.
Okay, sounds about right, because, you know, we had to have a conversation about Jimmy Kimmel, so I'm going to say free Jimmy Kimmel for sure, and hopefully we will deal with the FCC chairman. But the reason that I wanted to go through that long list, and that was actually not even the half of it, is because since this administration has come in on January 20th, they have engaged in some form of every single thing that I said on that list, even the part about covering for pedophiles. So my question is, why are we sitting here today? Number one, they already passed their bootleg laws, and it's clear that even the bill author is not well informed about what his bill does, because as has already been stated, at the age of 18, you are an adult. So this idea that somehow 21-year-olds were now somehow juveniles under DC law, is that accurate or inaccurate?
It was inaccurate, misunderstood the way the law works.
Correct. Could not understand how to read the law and decided that they were going to rewrite the law and mess up the law. And to be clear, we were talking about judges being able to have enough discretion to decide whether or not they were going to give someone an opportunity maybe to clean their record, such as the bill author was given that opportunity under Florida law, because his second felony was picked up when he was 21, to be clear. So he was older than 18. And under this law, if you were under, 25, so 24 or under, then the judges had discretion, correct?
But only in certain kinds of cases, not the most serious cases. And in fact, that discretion was, as we know, exercised very rarely. And it would have been an opportunity had the Congress wanted to talk with the folks who are involved in applying that law and seeing how it works, to understand that this is not a law that's out of sync with other states, and it's working.
Thank you so much. And the reason that it matters is because now the gentleman from Florida is trying to become a governor, and chances are maybe DC, once they get statehood, could have had a future governor that had a second chance. But since they don't want other people to have chances that they've been given, they want to just pretend like they are bigger and better and badder than. So I will move on, because I am frustrated that we are having this hearing when we know that this administration can't take care of their own business. As we know, they recently illegally bombed yet another Venezuelan boat, and we may be headed for a war. We know that this particular president has decided that he wants to shake down people as relates to the First Amendment, because he has filed not one lawsuit, not two lawsuits, but he has filed numerous lawsuits. He filed a lawsuit against the New York Times. He filed one against the Wall Street Journal, against CBS, against ABC, against the Des Moines Register. He is doing all of this because he wants to quash any speech that is not appreciative or lauding him, which is pretty much anything that's factual. So let's talk a few facts about these January 6th felons that should still be incarcerated because they went through the process, but because they were doing things on his behalf, of course, he wanted to let them go. So they released more than 1,000 people who participated in the insurrection on this government, many of whom who had previous criminal records, like Mr. Theodore Mendenforth, who was convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child, or Mr. Peter Schwartz, who had 38 prior convictions, including one where he beat his wife by repeatedly punching her and biting her. Trump also pardoned Mr. David Daniel, who was convicted of production and possession of child pornography. Trump also pardoned Mr. Daniel Ball, who, quote, threw an explosive device that detonated upon at least 25 officers during the Capitol riot. He also had a record for, quote, domestic violence by strangulation. I'm not done. Trump also pardoned Mr. Andrew Taki, who sent nudes to an undercover law enforcement officer who was posing as a 15-year-old girl. Mr. Casey Hopkins also received a pardon from Trump, and Mr. Hopkins was convicted of forcible rape. According to court records, he, quote, had forcible intercourse with the victim, choked her to the point of impairing her vision, banged her head into a wall, and urinated into the victim's mouth as he humiliated her. These are the people that he decided to release in the streets of DC. So if anybody does need to clean up DC, I would agree it is this man, because he is the one that is causing half the crime that we have. Not only is he participating in the crime, but we know that he instigated the insurrection. And if I did say that I had one issue with the Biden-Harris administration, it is the fact that they did not move forward and make sure that this man was put where he should have been put. Because the last time I checked as a criminal defense attorney, and Mr. Attorney General, you may have a different experience, but I never had a defendant that had 34 convictions for felonies and did not spend one day in jail. Never in my life. And the last time I checked, the party of law and order is the only one that decided that they would be out of order and decided to nominate someone who was not only indicted, but was actually convicted of multiple felonies. That has never happened in this country, and it is a shame that we are dealing with it now, and now he wants to tell y'all how to do your jobs.
When Jasmine Crockett speaks, the room listens.
Okay. Let's get to these ass kissers that he wants to talk about, the cabinet. Let's get to the cabinet up against Miss Jasmine Crockett. Let's get to the ass kissers who applaud him before they run with their prepared lies about what's actually going on in the world. This is Jasmine Crockett and Kai Patel.
So much today, and I truly don't know where to start. So I'm just going to make sure that we start off with a few facts. So a couple of facts that we need to make clear for everyone is that, number one, Director Christopher Wray, when he was appointed to be the head of the FBI, was appointed by Donald Trump. Now, I will agree that I definitely take issue with a number of decisions that Donald Trump makes, especially when it comes to the people that he decides to appoint to very important positions, including this one, because I did have to make sure that I wasn't going crazy. But when I say that you are the least qualified FBI director in the history of the FBI, that is real, because you are the only one that never even served with the FBI prior to joining, yet we are supposed to believe you are the greatest thing since sliced bread. I didn't ask you a question. Now, what I want to go through is to talk about why you are a failure and why, honestly, we just need to tell you bye-bye. I know that you got a little upset and you put on your show for your boss because it seems like you're trying to save your job when it came to talking to Senator Booker yesterday. But let's go through some of your failures. So before you were even confirmed, and I think one of my colleague from Georgia, pointed out that you are already targeting career officials so that you could direct illegal firings. Mind you, these cases that you were so upset about, which are the ones tied to Trump, the cases came through his handpicked FBI director. And frankly, when people sit around and say things like, oh, you know, we're happy because now we feel safe. I don't know who feels safe in this country except for the white supremacists, because I specifically as a black woman definitely don't feel safe. And frankly, my colleagues have been real nice to you today, and I applaud them, but I don't have the same demeanor because I know that multiple colleagues on this side of the aisle have faced death threats. In fact, somebody tried to kill one of my colleagues. And frankly, I don't know if this FBI or under your leadership, if those people would have been caught. I don't have any confidence in you. And if we start talking about the reasons that I lack confidence, we could start with you not just wanting to acknowledge some simple facts. Simple facts like the vast majority of the threats are coming from right-wing extremism. And I know my colleagues have tried to stress this, but I decided that I would maybe do it in a different way. Number one, I have a couple of UCs. Kim Buck, one of multiple Republicans receiving death threats for voting against Jim Jordan as House Speaker.
Without objection.
Another one, Republican lawmaker says she received death threats after voting against Jim Jordan in Speaker's race.
Without objection.
In addition, there was another one from another colleague who now is leaving Congress, because they said that they were calling his wife anonymously and threatening her life to the extent that she ended up sleeping with a firearm.
Without objection.
Okay, so here's the deal. How are we supposed to have confidence when you're sitting up here telling the Senate yesterday that it will take you 14 years before you can get the FBI fully staffed to do their jobs? You're also now redirecting resources so that they can go and play ICE agents on the streets. You're getting rid of your most qualified people. And even when it came down to somebody that you consider to be a friend, you were posted up having some fancy dinner to the extent that you posted not only once erroneously, you posted twice erroneously as it relates to catching somebody. And then you want to go and say, let me take a victory lap. Because honestly, if it wasn't for parents deciding that they were going to turn in their child, it seems like y'all wouldn't have got there. Even though he literally confessed online. So I'm confused about what it is that the FBI is doing, except for trying to put on a show for the apprentice, or whatever you want to call him. The day after all of this took place, there was domestic terrorism that was taking place at HBCUs. They were targeted. Yet I didn't hear anything from the FBI about what was going on. And again, black people kept saying, how did we end up in this? Because the numbers are so very clear that white supremacy is a problem. And honestly, I've not heard anything out of you today that makes me believe that you're going to do anything about the white supremacy problem. The one that is leading to children being killed, children being shot, as well as members of their community as they're worshiping in their churches.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. If the gentleman would like to respond to.
He has nothing to say. Let me share with you, D.L. Hughley chimed in, and as did Roland Martin, but I don't want to share Roland Martin stuff. I think I'm gonna share this short. D.L. Hughley had something to say. Here we go.
Stephen A. And he has. So this is Stephen A. And he has a lot to say about Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett chooses to express herself. I'm like, is that going to help your district in Texas? Aren't you there to find a way to get stuff done as opposed to just being an impediment to what Trump wants? How much work goes into that? I'm just going to go off about Trump, cuss him out every chance I get, say the most derogatory, incendiary things imaginable, and that's my day's work. That ain't work.
And I had a conversation with Stephen A. And I said that I would be more judicious in the way that I critique the things he said. And I would only do it if it rose to the level of something I needed to say something about. It's interesting that he chose Jasmine Crockett. Now, she doesn't serve in any leadership position. She's in the minority party. I wonder why he didn't single out, for instance, the President of the United States. And is he serving his constituents, the people that voted for him, by, I don't know, attacking a comedian and maligning a comedian, or maligning the opposition, the Democratic Party, or rambling in front of generals and the Navy? How is his constituents served? Does he serve his constituents like Mike Johnson, who constantly calls recesses so he won't have to deal of the matters of Congress? Or Jim Jordan, who's been in Congress for 18 years and never has written one piece of legislation in 18 years. I wonder why it isn't those people that he's singled out. We're never going to argue about the efficacy of Congress. I think we have an agreement there. I think that they are not effective. I think that they don't do the job. I think that they don't represent their constituents well. But Jasmine Crockett is a member of the minority party. She holds no power. Her party doesn't have any power. She's not at the top of the minority party. She's a very junior congressman. So why would it be her that you would single out? Her job to represent her constituents. When you're in the opposition party, the minority party, your job is to object and to be loud, to be a fly in the orbit, to gum up the works. She's doing what it is she has the power to do, what's in her capacity to do, what's in her bandwidth to do. This is what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to make it harder and make it louder. That's what she does. She represents her constituents by being a member of the opposition party and to, by definition, oppose. I don't care in any paradigm you look at. Leadership starts at the top and goes down. Stephen A. Smith would have you believe it starts at the bottom.
Okay. I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. A viewer's view. Steve Harvey is really not one of my favorite people. I'll put it that way. I will put it that way. It's him and Marjorie still together. Ever since it came out that Margie was allegedly screwing the security guy, I haven't seen a whole lot of Steve Harvey and posting on Instagram and Marjorie showing off how she's spending all of his money on Dior and all of these. I'm pretty sure she's still up to that, but you know, hey. What they say, you get them, you lose them how you get them. He knew what it was. He knew what it was. Okay. And his co-host husband, Sherry Strawberry. I never listened to his. I was never a fan of Steve Harvey in any way. I couldn't understand why he was even on the Kings of Comedy. God, and after he went, yes, I have nothing. Yes, Shirley Strawberry. Uh, Now, did he ever go to trial? Her husband, Shirley's husband. There was a whole lot when he was in pre-trial, but I never heard if he's gone to trial. Maybe I'd have looked that up. I guess I would if I gave a fuck, but I don't give a fuck. Now, let me get into uh, this guitar stuff. Now, what I left off on the guitar thing, they were negotiating between Hamas and Israel, and the about is if Israel was going to take this deal, and then all of a sudden, what happened? Netanyahu bombed the actual building that they were making these negotiations about this peace agreement. And not only did Netanyahu bomb inside of Qatar, not only did he bomb the building that they were making these negotiations on. So does that seem like somebody who really wanted to negotiate? Not only did he do that, he told them that he had told 45, 47 that he was going to do it. Ain't that ain't that dirty? Now, he didn't take this same deal in, I believe, September of last year when Biden put it forth. They're acting like they have created a deal. No, they didn't create anything. They told him he takes the deal or else. 45, 47 came out and said something to the effect of he was sick of Netanyahu, but then they tried to go back and say, no, he didn't say that he was sick of Netanyahu. I am one to believe that Netanyahu hand was forced. You had all of these countries all across the world who had turned on Netanyahu, including the people in Israel. They tried to lock up students for protesting for the rights of Palestinians here in the United States. All of this shit. that they tried. 45, 47 said if you say something about divesting from Israel, your state is not going to get FEMA funds. All of this stuff that they did to prop up a reason why they were not saying anything about the genocide that was going on in Palestine. And to sit there, yes, I think I watched maybe 20 minutes in total of that charade that went on yesterday. Them congratulating Netanyahu. 45, 47. Actually, when he was in Egypt, he actually looked at the world leaders and said, maybe you ought to pardon Netanyahu. Well, the same people who have Netanyahu up on war crimes. He sat there and said, maybe you should pardon Netanyahu. So let's get back to Qatar. So they bombed Qatar in their own country. And then 45, where the United States have their largest military station in Qatar. So none of this makes sense if you really are thinking. So then all of a sudden we get the announcement from Keg Breath that there is going to be a military installation in Idaho, a Qatari military installation. So also, what I found weird was the Qatari, even after they were bombed, they were assured by 45, 47 that nothing else, and if anybody else do anything to hurt you, the United States has your back, and we're going to go in and fight for you. As one news person or commentator put it, he just unilaterally made him a part of the G7, as if that we are responsible if anybody hit Qatar. We are going to come to their rescue, but we are threatening. We are threatening to take, even though the Ukraine is not a part of the G7. They are allegedly our allies, but when they are attacked by Russia, 45, 47 is is chastising him and talking about pulling him out and how grateful he should be and how the rest of the G7 people should be paying and all of this. So he tells Qatar that, hey, I'm going to take care of you. I'm not going to let nothing like that happen to you again. Hold on. Okay. I'm not going to let nothing like that happen to you again. That's what he's telling Qatar. Now, I don't know if any of you guys are aware of this, but I think it must have been Sunday night. The delegation for Qatar was on their way to Egypt, and they were driving cars. And then suddenly, on a sharp curve, they lost control of the steering column. Something happened with the steering column, and four people from Qatar passed away. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but I found it real odd that at no point in all of his uh, blustering over Netanyahu, I found it strange that 45, 47 never acknowledged the passing of the people the Qatarians who were on their way to this signing that they did in Israel. And he never mentioned these four people who were instrumental into getting this deal signed. Did you guys notice that? Did you guys know that for Qatari people? Because our for-profit media was so busy rubbing 45, 47's nuts. I was like, well, when is anybody going to talk about these Qataris who passed away? No, I need an answer in the chat. I cannot be the only person who knows this. Y'all gonna help me out? Do y'all know anything about this? I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait. And the audacity of some people actually putting out a post like this. God delays but does not neglect. Now, these are the 4 people who lost their lives in this car crash. This is written in Israeli. I don't know who Edie Cohen is. Let me see who Edie Cohen is, because they have a blue check behind their names. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see who wrote this. Who the fuck is Edie Cohen? Edie Cohen. Let's see who this is. Let's see who Edie Cohen is. You think that the war is over and they would be like, oh, thank God, this war is over. He was born in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, to a wealthy Jewish family. Let me see. I don't want to know his biography. He's a researcher, journalist, and specialist in the Arab-Israel conflict. He's a commentator on Arab social media. And this is what he had to say about the death of these people from Qatar who were trying to make this deal go through. Did you find it strange that these people were ignored from Qatar? So now, let's not forget that Qatar was the same people that gave 4547 that jet. That he is going to keep, that Pam Bundy would not give any information about. That is against the Emoluments Act, that they cannot take anything of such value as, I think the value is over $1,000. It's a real low value, but this crooked administration and Department of Justice will not even discuss the fact that he took a jet worth over $400 million, enriching himself as people are about to, as jobs, as they are hiding the job numbers. And all independent estimates of jobs is that the jobs are worse than they have ever been this whole year. Make that make sense. As this administration is absolutely doing absolutely nothing for this country, but ravaging this country and stealing every penny that it can get from you to give billionaires their own contracts. Now, there was someone on the Republican side, I forget his name. He said that, maybe all of these, since the government is shut down, maybe it's time to figure out how to privatize all of these, the rest of the agencies that we have, such as Social Security, such as all the agencies. He said that now it could be a good time to privatize, to ensure that the haves will be able to cut into any money that make a business out of government for themselves. And who do you think they're going to cut to enrich themselves? Why do you think a private company would want to be over Social Security if nothing was in it for them? So this is where we're going with this administration. So I didn't know if you guys saw that. Disgusting. Wow. Really? Yes. Okay. Now, Speaking of keg breath, I did the actual show on keg breath making that announcement. I have showed you all the ways that they have. They said they're counting Qatar as it in. They said it yesterday. He says it's up to $18 trillion that they have taking in from tariffs. It's finally gone up from 17 to $18 trillion, and they said that Qatar has promised to put in $1 trillion into the United States as far as investment in the United States. That is his big thing. Well, they said they're going to put $1 trillion in investments in the United States when their whole GDP is only around $18 billion for that country. So how are you going to put $1 trillion in the United States? See, they don't even give a fuck if it makes sense, the shit they say. This 18 trillion, 17 trillion. Well, we know that Argentina got 20 billion. Where is this money? Where is this money being held? I guess it's being held up a smoke screen. Let me talk about JD Vance. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Fake news media, you say? Let's get into this. Hold on. Let's get into this, can we? This is in my description box. I just want you to see the games that this administration is playing. Well, think they're playing. Here we go. Now, you tell me. I paid this for you on Friday. Because so many people, Laura Loomer went off. Laura Loomer had a shit fit and says she will never vote again. Now, understand that a couple of years, or if it wasn't even last year, a couple of years ago, 4547 said Qatar were some of the worst people. They were terrorist supporters. They financed uh, Hamas, all of this type of stuff. And then after the jet is given, and then after they are bombed by Israel, and they reassure them that you will never, if anybody ever comes up against you, America got your back. And then all of a sudden, this happened Friday.
I'm honored. So I'll just say we are honored and excited to be signing an additional agreement here with Qatar. And it's been an interesting couple of weeks, I will say. Yes, Stu remarks, yes. We're glad to welcome you here. We're grateful for the strong partnership that we have, the way you support our troops at LUD, Your Excellency, the line of communication we've had together, which has been robust ever since the beginning of this administration, and then especially since the events that have transpired over the last month. We want to thank you. I also want to thank you for the release of the Americans detained in Afghanistan. The American Amir Amiri on September 28th. Qatar mediated that, just like you have been a core part of what has unfolded in Gaza. A historic moment. No one other than President Trump could have achieved the peace that what we believe will be a lasting peace in Gaza. And Qatar played a substantial role from the beginning, working with our folks to ensure that came about. So I want to thank you for that historic piece. We look forward to joining the president as that gets. It's already been delivered, but as that's formally signed as well. And I'm also proud that today we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host to Mountain Home Air Base to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Letter of Acceptance. And I'm also proud that today we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility. We're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s. And location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase the contingent of Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our.
Oh, okay, we clear on what we heard. We clear on their signing this agreement. We're clear on that. Just wanted to make sure we were clear on what we heard. I just want to make sure. All I see is loss, but they keep talking big numbers, typical swindle maneuver. As a public civil servant, I wasn't allowed to even take a ballpoint pen off someone in case it was seen as a bribe. And I had to sign a probitly, what is that? Probitly agreement. I'm not familiar what that is, but yeah. We can take $400 million jets. So we heard what he said there. We were clear on what we heard, or was it fake news? Were we clear on what we heard, or was that fake news?
Of this Qatar facility, people are wondering: is this an air base? What is Qatar going to be developing in Idaho?
Yeah, I saw some reporting about this, Maria. I actually talked to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, this morning. This is largely a fake story. We continue to have with countries that we work with.
Say what now? This is largely a fake story.
This is largely a fake story. We continue, Secretary of War. Yeah, I saw some reporting about this, Maria. I actually talked to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, this morning. This is largely a fake story. We continue to have with countries that we work with. We have relationships where, sometimes their pilots work on our bases, sometimes that we train together, sometimes we work together in other ways. The reporting that somehow there's going to be a Qatari base on United States soil, that's just not true. We are continuing to work with a.
So who told the lie then? Who told the lie then? Who told the lie? No, you guys got a pushback for this ignorant shit that you guys unilaterally do with without any congressional approval of the shit you do. And now you're trying to act like this is fake news put out by whom?
Number of our Arab friends to ensure that we are able to enforce this peace, but we're not going to let a foreign country have an actual base on American soil. So there's a bit of misreporting on that.
There's a bit of misreporting on that. We're not going to let that happen. As you saw, Hegseth and a representative from Qatar sitting down, allegedly showing themselves signing an agreement without it previously having been talked about. And if they could have went through it. Now, Laura Loomer, let's remember, Laura Loomer is quite loony. And she's a big conspiracy theorist, and she cannot stand Muslims. She's a whole motherfucking Muslim hater. And she lost her shit. And let's understand, for some reason, Laura Loomer has the ear of 4547 to the extent where she tells him who to who should be hired and fired based upon her own investigations of these people. Let's understand who Laura Loomer is. And then now you had J.D. Vance come out on yesterday telling you that it was misreported. By whom? By whom? These people are going to get the United States in a world of trouble. And going to try to blame it on someone else. And going to try to blame it on Biden or the Democrats. This is who we have in office. This is your administration. And I don't know if you guys knew about him trying to walk this back. I don't even know if you guys knew about the initial agreement. Let's continue.
As there often is, as you know, Maria.
The damn fake news media making good MAGA patriots think falsely, based on nothing, that Qatar is going to have a base here on sacred American soil. And I was wondering, because I wasn't really paying attention to the news the past few days, what fake news media outlet was it that led people to that false conclusion? Was it CNN? Was it MS Sucks? What was it that did that? And I identified the fake news media outlet that led people to that false point of view. And it was Pete Hegseth, which I imagine is some sort of Substack or something, who said, today we're announcing a letter of acceptance and building a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho. I mean, that seems pretty clear. He said it was a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility. He wasn't like, hey, some of their pilots are gonna come chill on our totally American buildings or whatever. He said it was a base. And so I think he's the fake news media, actually, Pete Hegseth. In his defense, though, he was probably drunk when he wrote that. But he goes on to say the location will host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. And I hope you know, Your Excellency, that you can count on us. I don't know if he bent. I don't know if he kissed the floor before Your Excellency when he did that, but he did say it's not like it's our F-15s, it's Qatari F-15s in a Qatari facility. So like, maybe Hegseth and Vance should like talk a little bit or something. Or maybe it's just that Vance has been trained to just declare that everything is fake news, because who's to say what's true or not? But before we discuss this, I do just want to remind everyone that we had an interesting road to getting this Qatari facility here on American soil, because not that many years ago, back in 2017, as I shared on Instagram, Trump declared that Qatar has been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. And then fast forward to earlier this year when they were going to give him a $500 million plane, he said, I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. I thought it was a great gesture. And then he took the plane, and now what do you know? This funder of terrorism at a very high level gets a Qatari Air Force facility. And so there's a reason that JD Vance is coming out swinging to the extent that he can. It's because this looks really bad. It looks really corrupt. And even people like Laura Loomer are mad about this. And that, by the way, I know that it seems like, oh, you're just showing some tweets or whatever. If Laura Loomer is complaining about this, there is a chance it doesn't happen now, actually, that they pull this. Because she said, never thought I'd see Republicans give terror financing Muslims from Qatar a military base on US soil so they can murder Americans, which, by the way, I don't think that the F-15s are going to be taken off from this base and then bombing Austin or whatever in their defense. I think this is corrupt. I don't think they're going to be launching strafing runs on Sheboygan from it, Laura Loomer. But she says they're harboring jihadis. This is where I draw a line. And Pete Hegseth responded to this, saying it's just we long-standing partnership. It's not their base, even though I said it was their facility. We'll be controlling it. And that was not enough to win over Laura Loomer, who said nobody wants the funders of Hamas in America being trained to fly fighter jets on US soil. A jihadist in a suit is still a jihadi. I don't know what that means. Presumably they're wearing Air Force uniforms, if anything, but she says it's a threat to our national security. So that's why they're freaking out, JR. What do you think?
It's
Again, I talked about this too. So I'm just trying to figure the other way around how obvious this is, that these guys are using their temporary propaganda of saying things like what Laura Loomer fully believes. Laura Loomer fully believes the things that they always push about the boogeymen that they need. So when she posts about how these Qataris, these damn dirty Muslims are gonna come kill all us, that's what they say. Then when the money comes in, they're like, well, we have to, backtrack on this. Once the plane comes in, we have to backtrack on this. And Pete Hegseth was gonna give her a nice calm answer. If you know of any kind of radical leftist lunatic agitating activists in the streets that would post the same things similarly to what Laura Loomer would say, like, how dare you open up our base to this foreign air force to come kill us, all that radical talk,
they call them Antifa and state actors, bad state actors. She would be declared. And now you see the overtly racist shit that she says out of her mouth in a full view, and this is the person that they're looking to. Now, I am not up on Qatar or any of its policies to say, but who in the fuck will have a foreign nation have a Air Force base in the United States? That sounds crazy for me. Not because they're Muslims, because it just sounds crazy to me. Just because it sounds absolutely insane to me. I don't have nothing against Israel people. I don't have nothing against Muslims, Jews. I don't know anything about them to have this hatred. It just seems like some people can have hatred for a group of people because of their birthright, because of things that they cannot control. This shit is lunacy. But this is who's running our government. I just want you to understand. We have people that will do anything for a dime, including having a foreign military base on our soil from people who they said themselves were shady terrorists. But we know they are liars. So that's why but what I do know is that it sounds crazy to have a Qatar have a base on the United States soil. So we know 45, 47 lies like a rug, and unfortunately not like that one that be flapping over on his head. That rug needs to lie a little bit better. But let me tell you, this is the entirety of what they were willing to do. If no one had said anything, if their beloved conspiracy racist Laura Loomer hadn't said anything, it probably would have gone through. You saw them signing this agreement, and the best that he could do was to try to come out and tell you that it was fake news. I was like, I know he ain't. So I just needed to play that. This is these are the people. These are the people who have merit in our government. You know, why do it at all? It doesn't make any sense. G7 countries, perhaps, but random plane gifting countries. It ain't wasn't nothing random about that plane gifting. He also has a golf course, a hotel, and I think also luxury apartments that are going up in Qatar. It ain't nothing random about it. Now, let me share this with you. No, that's not it. This is I need to let you see Laura Loomer crashing out. Laura Loomer crashes out over Keg Breath's Qatari airbase. So let's talk about Laura Loomer.
Because Donald Trump is headed to, literally as we tape this, he's headed to Egypt. He is meeting with Arab leaders, and I would imagine.
Oh, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that Israel has already broken that ceasefire agreement. If you are unaware, Israel has already broken the ceasefire agreement. After the agreement was signed, they went through and they bombed up a whole lot of houses. They destroyed their water treatment plant and a couple of more things. So, do you think that this ceasefire is going to hold? Do you think that they give a fuck that the ceasefire is not going to hold? Now they put 45, 47, and what is that? The prime minister, the old prime minister of England, who also didn't care about the Palestinian people. What is his name? You know his name. What is his name? Z Sarah, the prime minister, Tony Blair. Tony Blair and 45, 47, and somebody else is going to be over the peace, some type of peace keeping a board over the Palestinians. Two people who didn't give a fuck about what happened to the Palestinian people are going to be over the peacekeeping board for the Palestinians. How do you think that's going to work out? How do you think that's going to work out when I knew they would? When 45, 47 bought a deal to Hamas and told them if they better take it. If they don't take it, then Netanyahu can go on and do whatever he wants. So how do you think it's going to be to have 45, 47 and Tony Blair over this peacekeeping board? To determine who the Palestinians can have as a representation. Also, what you may not know as well, Netanyahu already told his people that he's going back in. Netanyahu has already told his people he's going back in there. Yeah, Tony Blair, the war criminal. Now, I'm not up on Tony Blair war criminal-ish of it all. I didn't know he was a war criminal. I don't know anything about him other than child. Anyway, so I'm not up on Tony Blair. I'll tell you what I'm up on, what I'm not up on. So, how do you think that's going to work? Now, Netanyahu has already said that he's going back in. Well, he's going back in for what? What else is there to go back in to Palestine and Gaza for? He said he's going in to destroy the tunnels. You mean the tunnels that the whole city is sitting on top of? You mean to tell me that when you guys have been in there for over 2 years and you destroyed all of their 93% of their homes have been destroyed? And you mean to tell me y'all still are saying y'all need to go back in because you guys need to destroy the terrorist network tunnels? You didn't destroy the tunnels, all of that fucking concrete and laying on top of the tunnels didn't cave these tunnels in when you bombed them and left craters in the ground. And after all of that, the remnants of the housing and stuff that people could have returned to, that you took bulldozers and flattened down, and you mean to tell me that you need to go back in and destroy fucking tunnels? Well, shit, maybe they should have built their whole motherfucking houses under tunnels if all of that has not destroyed these tunnels. Make it make sense. Okay, in UK, Tony Blair is thought of badly as he is a liar and a war criminal. Yes, he had to stand trial for war crimes. I had no idea. I hadn't been paying attention back then. So, thank you, Z Sarah. So this is who's going to be the peacekeeping board for Palestinian, 45, 47, and Tony Blair.
If he talks to press, this question might come up about what's exactly going on with the Qatari air base. We're going to break down whether or not there is a Qatari air base. Let's go ahead and roll E1. This is the original announcement from Secretary of War, which, by the way, we use Secretary of War Hegseth's preferred moniker here because, Crystal, I think Secretary of War is a much more honest actual label than Secretary of Defense here because, Crystal, I think Secretary of War.
Oh, I was trying to do one thing and I did something else. Let me reboot that. I apologize. I have to reboot that. I hate when I do that. Here we go. Hold on 1 minute. I pulled up the wrong thing. Oh my God. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Here we go. This is in my description box. All of these links are in the description box. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Again, Laura Loomer crashes out. Here we go.
As we tape this, he's headed to Egypt. He is meeting with Arab leaders, and I would imagine if he talks to press, this question might come up about what's exactly going on with the Qatari air base. We're going to break down whether or not there is a Qatari air base. Let's go ahead and roll E1. This is the original. Much more honest actual label than name. Yes, it's important. I do think it's
that today we're announcing location will be.
Okay, I've showed this part. I want to get to the Laura Loomer response. So this is after he has signed it and everything. An important clarification. Let me make sure my mic is on. He came out to make an important clarification. The U.S. military has a long-standing partnership with Qatar, including today's announcement cooperation with F-150A aircraft. However, to be clear, Qatar will not have their own base in the United States, nor anything like a base. We control the existing base like we do all partners. That's not what he said. That's not what he said. We know that's not what he said. He wanted to be clear. You were clear. We're clear on what you said. We misunderstood the words that came out of his mouth.
So here we go. This is Pete Hegseth making the original announcement.
I'm also proud that today we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. Location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. And I hope you know, Your Excellency, that you can count on us
Okay, so then came a clarification tweet. This is E2. We can put it up on the screen. Hegseth then posted on Friday, the U.S. military has a long-standing, and actually he used the language, quote, important clarification. The U.S. military has a long-standing partnership with Qatar, including today's announced cooperation with F-15QA aircraft. However, to be clear, Qatar will not have their own base in the United States, nor anything like a base. We control the existing base like we do with all partners. And actually, I'm going to do something that we don't do very often, but let's roll back the original clip, Crystal, just to compare the language. Let's play E1.
See, I had to roll it back too. I had to make sure. They are trying to play like, oh, y'all made the mistake. You got to play these motherfuckers back because they're trying to play like it's everyone who misunderstood what he was saying. No, we understood quite well what you said.
One again.
I'm also proud that today we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. And I hope you know, Your Excellency, that you can count on us.
Okay, so what he said there is a Qatari facility at the airbase.
Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the airbase.
So he didn't say airbase, but he said
Air Force
facility at the airbase.
Yeah.
So it's like assistant regional manager versus assistant to the regional manager, I suppose. I'm going to read a little bit from the Associated Press coverage here. They say, when Hegseth announced Friday morning that the federal government had reached an agreement with Qatar to build a facility at an Air Force base in Idaho, social media posts began popping up online, blah, blah, blah. But the facility being built at the Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho isn't a separate base at all. It is a group of buildings that will be built to handle training and maintenance for Qatari troops. And the agreement with Qatar has been in the works for years. So there's a little bit of additional context here. But even in the additional context from the reporting, it says it is a group of buildings that will be built to handle training and maintenance for Qatari troops. They say, in fact, on-site training agreements with allies are common in the U.S. The Republic of Singapore squadron have been hosted at the base since 2008. German forces trained at the Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico for decades. New facilities to train F-35 fighter pilots were completed at Ebbing Air Force Base in Arkansas last year. But again, Crystal, obviously, this is Qatar. It's different than, it's completely different than Germany. It's different than Singapore, different than.
And if this is clarified to mean that we've done it for other people. So, the person who is in charge of the Defense Department, he can't understand how to present this. Is he not qualified for his position to present something that has to be explained by a different report? So was his clarification his own clarification, or did somebody have to tap him on the hand and say, go out, you messed up in your reporting? Because he's unqualified, because he's a whole fucking idiot. Let's continue.
All of that. So
yeah, it's different for Trump because they give him money and stuff.
I was just going to say, it's the timing of Hegseth making that announcement that people are like, wait a second. What's going on here?
Yeah. Well, also, this may be another instance of why Pete Hegseth has been relegated to just lecturing generals about being too fat and shaving their beards or whatever, because we covered earlier how apparently Rubio and Stephen Miller are the ones who are actually really running the Department of War policy at this point. So anyway, the fun part of this was Laura Loomer crashing out. We can put E3 up on the screen. She went on a multi-dozen long tweet tirade about this before the clarification. She says, "Never thought I'd see Republicans give terror financing Muslims from Qatar a military base on U.S. soil so they can murder Americans." By the way, that line from her, that was Trump's line back in the first administration, which again shows you just how arbitrary, even the label of terror ultimately is. Syria is the perfect example of that. But in any case, she says, "I don't think I'll be voting in 2026. I cannot in good conscience make any excuses for the harboring of jihadis. This is where I draw the line." We've got another one here from Laura Loomer we can put up. "What the hell is going on? Why are we trying to train more Muslims how to fly planes on U.S. soil? Didn't we already learn our lesson? Why are we encouraging more Islamic infiltration of our country by the funders of Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood? This is very bad for our national security. Qatar is one of the largest funders of Islamic terror. Now they're being rewarded by getting a Qatari Air Force base in Idaho. This is outrageous. We're allowing the Islamic enemy to gain so much ground in our country. I will never support this." And Loomer is just brazenly, outwardly, unapologetically Islamophobic, which certainly comes out in this particular message on it.
I think she would actually describe herself.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think she would object to that characterization.
No, I don't think. I don't know. I'd have to look it up, but I don't think that.
Okay, so I just wanted to do a little reporting on that, and let's talk about Ronnie Hugh, how is the economy going? I talked about the economy a little bit, but some people find it more palatable when it comes from a palm colored person. So, a report reveals the disastrous state of the American economy. If you're wondering, let's find out. Don't talk to these independently wealthy people on YouTube.
The first person with a net worth of $500 billion. That was Elon Musk is officially the first person with a net worth of $500 billion. That was reported by Forbes. But while Musk's wealth continues to absolutely skyrocket, ordinary Americans are struggling to make ends meet. Now, according to a new Goldman Sachs report, 40% of working Americans are now living paycheck to paycheck. If current trends continue, Goldman Sachs estimates that 55% of Americans will be living paycheck to paycheck by 2033. Another 40% of Americans stay.
I don't think that it's going to take until 2033. I definitely think that these numbers are going to go up drastically and quickly.
That they are not making meaningful progress on saving for retirement, which is completely disastrous. Because while I'm obviously very supportive of our Social Security program, Social Security is not meant to be the end all be all in terms of carrying someone financially after retirement. It's just a small amount of money that's supposed to help supplement retirement savings. And so put together.
And we know that America has made sure that every American over the past 30 years have had enough money out of their pay to set aside some savings for their retirement. Even if you don't work for a company that has 401k savings, we know that the American public is very literate, or should I say illiterate, in financing. And we know that that Americans are consumers, not traditionally savers. So we do know that. And we do know that all of this private industry and all of these utility companies that have been allowed to merge, all of these big mergers that these people have gotten rich off of, have only increased the price that Americans has to pay, while the American wages have been stagnant. We know that the only people who have gained in wealth over the past 30 years are wealthy people who were already wealthy. Exacerbating the wealth gap. We do know that.
80% of Americans are making little to no progress on their retirement savings. And that's already a problem. It's getting worse. And according to Goldman Sachs in their report, the cost of retirement has been increasing 4% per year for the last 25 years.
Goldman Sachs is reporting on this. The same Goldman Sachs that got the bank bailout. Am I right? Let's continue.
Years. So by 2033, the total cost of retirement may be more than $1.7 million, up from $1.1 million in 2023. Now, other financial milestones are also becoming harder to attain and more expensive. So take buying a home, for example. In the year 2000, home ownership costs ate up 33% of the median household's post-tax income. Today, those same costs make up 51% of the median household's post-tax income. In 2002, the average age of a home buyer was 36 years old. Jake, you want to take a stab at the age now?
56.
I do not.
Okay, 56. So again, in 2002, the average age was 36 in terms of owning a home for the first time. Now that age has gone up to 56. I've got a lot more to share with you, but this is just completely disastrous.
Yeah. Meanwhile, our media tells us there's nothing wrong. The stock market's up. Stock market's up. What are you guys complaining about? They said it under Biden and the Democrats lost because they kept ignoring the real problems in America, because they're like, what do you mean? Everyone we know is rich and they love that the stock market is up. Oh, it took you 20 extra years to buy a house? That's a lifetime.
Between 36 and 56 is when you raise a family. You buy the house at 56, what good does it do you? And by the way, between 36 and 56, you also accumulate wealth in that.
That's when you accumulate the equity in the home in 20 years. You buy a house at 56, you're not going to have any equity in that house until you die. Well, at least you have a burial plan.
That house. Now you don't accumulate wealth for 2 more decades. So the rich get richer and the rest of us get poorer. They're crushing the middle class. So yeah, it's gonna be extremely difficult to retire. And no one in power cares at all because they don't represent any of us. They represent the richest people in the country. So they're like, why are you guys still complaining?
Then you have fools out here like Benny Johnson, who's being paid. He's allegedly being paid by Netanyahu, and we're gonna talk about speaking of Johnsons being paid by Netanyahu. We got to talk about Van Johnson being paid by Israeli lobbyist group, and then trying to pretend like he didn't know who was paying him. And no, I'm just doing one talk for them. And it's not about that. We talk about a whole lot of things. Has totally signed up for a Israeli lobbyist firm, and then goes on Bill Maher and try to say that the problem is in the media is that, who did he say? Iran and some other group has bought up the media. So you scroll through your phone and all you see is Palestinian kid died, Palestinian kid died, Diddy, Palestinian kid died, for a laugh line. And then try to come back and say, oh no, I didn't mean it like that. Yes, you did mean it like that. You are sitting up here trying to say somebody else controlled the media when we know who is controlling the media. Our media is controlled by basically 6 entities, 6 type of people who are pulling things off of TikTok as soon as TikTok got they got the TikTok algorithm. You cannot say anything that they say is outside of their guidelines, and that's anything, certain things that you may say about Israel. We're going to talk about Van. Okay.
Elon Musk is up to $500 billion.
Oh. I got Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson was set up there on Abby Phillips' show and said that people shouldn't just automatically think that they're going to retire at 65 if you don't have anything to do. I mean, what are you going to do? Just sit up all day and not do anything all day? I mean, sure, you should go out and get another job that's paying you. You should work all your life, and you should then work part-time until you die. Says this motherfucker who's getting paid to spew hate and bullshit for free. Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson is the one who was with Kristi Noem. Let me tell you. Benny Johnson was with Kristi Noem on these ice raids in Chicago when she couldn't go inside a public building to use the bathroom. And then he decided he was also with her in Portland, and when they were saying that they were there to see the army of people who were there protesting, and then he didn't show the crowd, the army of people in his post. He didn't show the army, but there was another video that he made a post, but then he actually had a video where he looked down and he gave no commentary to this, and it was about 30 to 50 people outside. He said there was an army of people when you couldn't see how many people were out there. This same Benny Johnson, this same Benny Johnson who then made a little short of him being out with ICE and defeating the illegals, had himself in different super figure costumes, slapping old Asian women across the face, kicking all people who were non-white, like he was doing some Batman stunts with AI people and snapping them all across the head, kicking them across the back. This Benny Johnson, who says that after you are 65 years old, you should get a part-time job and continue to work because it's not like you have nothing else to do. I'm going to pull that up for you.
Well, obviously, it must be great times for everyone. And they genuinely, what? Turn on CNBC any day. If the market is up, they're in a circle jerk and they're going like, yes! Hey, how about real people? Oh, who cares about them? And so that's where we are now.
You're totally right about that. And I mean, the numbers just keep getting worse. Remember, one of the main reasons why Donald Trump won in the last presidential race, and in fact secured the popular vote, is because what he ran on was economic issues and yes, immigration and crime as well. But what most Americans were concerned about at the time was the cost of living. And he kept promising that on day one, he's gonna do something about inflation. He's gonna lower the cost of living. Well, has that happened? Let's take a look. 65% of Americans see themselves as either sometimes or regularly financially squeezed each month. And that's up from 58% in June of last year. The University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index was 21.4% lower in September than a year earlier. It is now lower than at any point during the 2008-2009 recession. And so, look, part of the problem, Jenkin, and you kind of alluded to it, is the metrics that are typically referenced or cited in an effort to make it appear as though our economy is doing really, really well. And if you look at those metrics, it does look like the economy is doing well, but those metrics mostly have to do with how the haves, not the have-nots, are doing well. So let me tell you exactly what I'm referring to. So they'll say that the GDP is rising, that the stock market is hitting new records, and that unemployment is only at 4.3%, which is obviously a deceptive percentage because it doesn't include, I didn't know this until recently. I did an investigative report when it came to unemployment numbers in California, and I found out that the Bureau of Labor Statistics will include individuals who work simply 1 hour a week as employed. So the metric 4.3% does not include those who have given up looking for jobs. They're not counted in at all. And it doesn't even include those who are severely underemployed. They want full-time work, but they can't find it. So a recent Axios piece by Neil Irwin explains why those indicators are not representative of the average American and what he or she goes through. He argues that GDP growth has mostly been fueled by data center and AI investments. And as we know, AI has already essentially effectively gotten rid of jobs, especially in Silicon Valley. Coders are losing their jobs as a result of AI replacing them. Many Americans aren't highly exposed to the stock.
Hold on. Did she just say coders are losing their jobs because AI is replacing them? As you have a motherfucker who walks around here on YouTube trying to tell Ronnie Hughes she don't know what she's talking about, and people should put their children in coding. Is that what she just said? Is that what she just said? And hasn't Ronnie Hugh told you that prior to you hearing it there? But a motherfucker who tries to pretend like he's some elite motherfucker as he make plans to go meet up with Ness and Lemon and Shaquem and who else? All Tracy, all of the scum. Not well, I ain't got nothing against Ness. All of this are the scum of the earth. But he tries to act like he is so above everybody and he's directing you into something that you should put your children in that is going to be obsolete before your children can even finish it. Absolute. It's going to be over with before your children can even finish it. It's going to be obsolete. Let's continue.
market, meaning, there are some working class Americans who have, some money invested in the stock market, either through an IRA or a 401k. But in terms of the bulk of investments in the stock market, it overwhelmingly benefits the top 10%. And employers are hiring new workers at the lowest rate in 5 years. That's the reality. That's the reality on the ground. And in a recent piece on Substack, Matt Stoller argues that the American economy is running on inequality rather than working in spite of it. He explains that Americans' wealth is getting more and more tied up in real estate and stocks while wages stagnate. We used to have around 3.5 times our income in aggregate financial assets. Now we have around 6 times that amount. And both consumer and mortgage debt are high, though not nearly as high as they were in the 2008 financial crisis. So that makes Americans' finances extremely precarious. In today's economy, buying a house means having a lot of debt, which brings high fixed payments. So a downturn in the market or a job loss means a family could be in trouble. In the 1950s, housing was cheap. There were no credit card or student loans. Most families paid expenses out of income and had little debt. Fixed expenses were low. So we have financialized our economy, meaning we've encouraged Americans to essentially make ends meet by taking out more and more debt. Housing was cheaper, much cheaper in the 1950s because there was a construction boom. The tract homes that were built in the 1950s led to like the mass production of residential real estate, which made it possible for working class Americans to afford a home to buy and raise their families in. That is no longer the case. Cenk, back to you.
Yeah, so back to the first number we talked about. So you need $1.7 million to retire effectively? Who's got $1.7 million? So what, none of us can retire? That's a giant number. That's not like, oh, you know what, if you work your whole life, maybe you could piece together what, 400,000, 600,000, because of the 401ks and this, and you were an accountant. 1.7 million? They're asking for a revolution, man. This is totally unsustainable. So, and every party that's in power tries to trick the American people. And they think, oh, it's okay. We got mainstream media on lockdown. CNBC will put on skirts and get pom-poms, be like, stock market, yay, 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 it's going up.
Okay, so that's how the economy is going. Let me show you the propaganda that they have going on with these ICE raids and this motherfucker who says that you guys should work until you die.
Yo, what's up, guys? Today we are going on an ICE raid with Secretary.
Let me share. Make sure I'm sharing it with you.
Kristi Noem through Chicago. It's going to be an absolutely wild day. This is one of the hottest topics in the entire country. Come along with us as we show you what a day in the life of an ICE agent inside of one of America's most Democrat left-wing cities is actually like.
These are exactly the kind of people that we want to be pissing off. If you F around hard enough, will you find out? Guys, it is 5 a.m. We are down in the tower of the Trump Tower garage in Chicago. Behind us is the ICE security vehicles for the Department of Homeland Security. We'll be rolling today with DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Hi, Secretary. On an ICE raid in Chicago. Come with us as we show you what these operations are like. And it's a government shutdown, so these boys are just doing it for the love of the game, man. They're not even getting paid. They want to keep criminals off our streets. They want to make sure that criminal aliens are deported, and most importantly, that America is safe. So that's what we're going to do today. We're gonna rock and roll. So come along with us on a nice raid in Chicago. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Dark Knight, am I right? Yeah, come on, yeah.
Now, there has been what do they call them? The Red Pill Boys. I forget one of them is one of their names. They told him to just say into the cameras, "Oh, I captured ISIS captured your daddy," and he did it. And then he came back and he's all upset that they actually use his voice and his picture to actually add to one of these hyped up the Department of Homeland Security videos that they are putting out. And look at this Benny Johnson, who wants you to work beyond the age of 65, who's getting paid by Netanyahu, who's doing these propaganda videos for ICE, telling you. Now, this guy, this pill guy, not Tim Pool, another guy. He is so upset, and then he had the nerve to come with his little bitch crying voice that my father, he was an immigrant to this country, and I have his papers framed and on my wall, and it was so hurtful, and I thought about how they put my voice to this, and he told them to take his image and his voice off of this propaganda shit. See, they thought that you guys were all in with them because you knew what they campaigned on. So this is a whole lot of this propaganda shit that they have going on behind this ICE, and you see this big shit eating grin by somebody who's being paid to do this dumb shit. It doesn't affect him and his white life. So I'm not gonna play all of it for you. I may play a little of this for you. Hold on 1 second. I may play this one for you. I think, I think it's this one right here. Yeah, let me play this one for you real quick to let you see the bullshit and the lies that is being directed to you by people who are being paid millions of dollars. Then we're going to have a little conversation.
What's up, guys? Spenny. This was one of the craziest 24-hour periods of my life. Found myself yesterday standing in a sniper's nest with Kristi Noem, staring down Antifa and a guy in a chicken suit. Just another day at the office.
See, this is the picture that he showed in the post where he actually didn't show the actual, what he was actually saying was an army. When they're up on the roof, and he made a post and said, "Me and Kristi Noem looking down at the army of protesters," and this is actually what he was referring to as a army of protesters. Understand, all of this is hype and bullshit.
I was able to join Kristi Noem on another ICE excursion, this time to Portland. So I announced yesterday that Kristi Noem was going to Portland, Oregon, and that she'd be joined by myself, Nick Sotor, of course, one of the individuals attacked by Antifa and arrested for his trouble, just for being a journalist. So Kristi Noem goes to the ICE facility.
Just for being a journalist. If you watch my video on Friday, it shows you clearly that Nick Sotor was down there trying to be an agitator, and that's why he was arrested. Let's be clear.
All of the windows were blacked out. All the windows were boarded up. Everything was like locked down, and you can see on the side of the building there was graffiti. There were fire bombs that had been thrown. This is a building that has been under.
Okay, there was graffiti and there were fire bombs that had been thrown. There was absolutely no fire bombs thrown. The only thing that was thrown was from the actual ICE agent. So he is trying to make you believe that this ICE facility was full of graffiti and fire bombs. You can tell there were fire bombs being thrown. This is the Portland ICE facility that he speaks of. Where is the graffiti? Where is where there was graffiti all over the building, and there were fire bombs being thrown. The only thing that was being thrown was thrown by the ICE facility. So now an ICE agent has pulled a gun on someone outside of the Portland facility. People are going to start being hurt more.
Outside the ICE facility in South Portland and the new tools protesters are bringing to the facility. Good evening. Thanks so much for joining us for K2 News.
These armies of protesters, you see, the
facility. At 11, I'm Barry Mangold. More protesters are showing up with shields to the ICE facility in South Portland this comes as ongoing protests at the camp. The overnight camp continue to grow. We're going to get straight to our reporter, Victor Park, who joins us live outside the facility now. And Victor, I just heard that you saw a federal agent.
Portland is on fire. I haven't seen this story. I'm watching it for the first time with you. Portland is burning down.
Aim his weapon. Tell us more.
That's what exactly. That's right. That's exactly what my photographer caught. But
his weapon. Tell us more. You saw a federal agent aim his weapon. Tell us more.
That's right. That's exactly what my photographer caught. But before we get to that video, I do want to paint the picture of what was happening just before that. So we saw a bunch of federal agents come out of that gate, as they normally do, to clear the driveway for a lot of vehicles to leave. As those vehicles were leaving, another one was coming in, and that is when, take a look at this video, you will see that federal agent pointing a gun at that vehicle. What turns out, that person was actually going into the ICE facility, and that agent was told by others that person could go in and that person is cleared. So that quickly diffused the situation there. But we also saw a lot more happening tonight. In fact, in that video, you're also going to see a group of people holding shields. Those are protesters that showed up with those shields. They walked over to a growing encampment. We also saw a band playing music, dissing ICE agents. Meanwhile, more people are showing up in costumes. Now, we came across a man from Vancouver, Washington, who showed up unsure if this was the ICE facility. This was his reaction to what he saw.
This is not, the way Portland operates. The fear-mongering, that there's fires, that it's out of control, absolutely not.
All this comes as Oregon waits for the ruling from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals on a decision for whether the Trump administration can legally deploy the National Guard. Back out here live, people have been talking about how cold it is, but clearly it has not stopped a lot of people from showing up. We also saw...
Okay, so let's talk about some things. Let's really talk about some things. Now, I went over to Room Shaker. You can only give people information. What they choose to do with it, their lack of being curious about history, about the facts of things. Some people can only digest how they feel, and with the fact that they are not knowledgeable, or without the fact that they're not knowledgeable. But you hear people think, you hear people talk, and you understand that they have absolutely no knowledge. What is that saying? You can't keep throwing your pearls to swine, because they don't know what to do with pearls, but try to grind them in the mud. And listen, you hear somebody excited about Fox News, who is always trying to put Black people in the worst light, say that they tell Fox News that they can use whatever footage they have, and excited and acting like they met Michael Jackson reincarnated, talking about Fox News and yeah, this is my handle and you can use anything. Fox News is paying their is being paid millions of dollars to show this footage. Do you think that Fox News is trying to hear what anyone has to say except carry the water of the hatred and message that is coming out of the Department of Homeland Security? And you, a black woman, is helping them do so? So, I'll go over, I say hey, and I keep it pushing. I don't want to hear no commentary about somebody talking about they can't wait till the military come and they can't wait until the National Guard come because they ain't gonna take that. They gonna do this. They gonna do that. Not even understanding that these people who are protesting have the right to protest without being assaulted by cops, by having the National Guard and having the military called out on them. So I go over, and Don Lemon was in Chicago this weekend. So I watched a little bit of Don Lemon, and Don Lemon was in a specific place. And I was like, oh, that's where Room Shaker is. They're in the same vicinity because I could tell by watching. He was actually on the ground with his microphone talking to people, trying to get some understanding what people who live there actually thought about it, and what they thought about ICE. People who had some grasp of their rights, of what they had the right to do. But Room Shaker's sitting in her car waiting on fights to start. So I guess that's her grasp of her life and what it is to be done. I guess the only thing that excites her is seeing heads cracked in and violence. So I guess that is the perspective that she was given, from what her knowledge is. And then, but the thing is, she think she has friends in there talking to her. When you have people in her chat saying the most ignorant shit in her chat, telling her Antifa is coming tonight and they're going to start fire. They say Antifa's coming tonight and they going to be blowing up shit and they going to be putting shit on fire. Who is they? Who are these they you are getting it from? There is no such thing as Antifa. And then I try to tell her that Antifa is an idea, that is not an organization. But they say, as soon as I leave, they say Antifa coming tonight and they gonna be setting fires. Ain't not one fire was set. And then one person in her chat started talking about, well, you wouldn't say this if Antifa did X, Y, and Z. I said, no, I wouldn't have to say it because there is no such thing as Antifa to say Antifa did anything. Like I said, talk about the point that I said. There is no Antifa. And then they try to take, what they always do, try to take you off into some other area. Well, what about this? The whatabouts. Well, what about this and what about that? I didn't even entertain. I love. So we'll go back over to Room Shakers, and I said, "Hey, Don Lemon is out there. Have you seen Don? I saw Don Lemon yesterday. I don't see what everybody telling me. Y'all, have you looked for Don Lemon? Don Lemon is out there. I saw him yesterday. And so what? Who the hell is Don Lemon? He filming just like me. He ain't nobody. He filming just like me. So." She's poo-pooing Don Lemon and big-upping Fox News. Make that make sense. Now, I'm not a Don Lemon sycophant. I'm not there has been plenty of times, but I know who Don Lemon is. She had the audacity, maybe it was not audacity. She had the forthrightness to tell me that she didn't even know who Don Lemon was. So understand, when you go some places, you're not going to actually see what's going on in the world today. So you're going in some places are taking you there to show the action, the fighting, the discord, people getting hurt with no understanding why. You have some provocateurs over there on the right who are showing you and creating a narrative around what you see that is against your constitutional rights on purpose. You have some that are showing you what is against your constitutional right because they don't know any better. And then you just have some people who just want to see violence. So she didn't know who Don Lemon was, and she was unimpressed. He's filming just like she's filming, and blah 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 blah. And then I was like, well, uh, I was letting you know because you may want to let him know that you have footage and share your footage with me. I'm already sharing myself with Fox News. What I'm gonna share with Don Lemon for? I don't know him. Who is he? He filming just like me. And then what she don't know is Don Lemon has more viewers. Don Lemon gets more views than Fox News, but she thinks she's doing something by giving herself to Fox News when Don Lemon has a larger audience on YouTube than Fox News. But see, you can't help some people. Some people want to stay where they at. See, some people can't accept help. Some people cannot some people cannot unite with their kin folks, their skin folks. Some people don't think it's important to a white person pat them on the head. Dumb. So it is what it is, and that is where it is. Let me speaking of Don Lemon, Don Lemon was actually on the ground, and he did an interview. He didn't do it on purpose. He just ran into this guy. Let me show you this short. But you don't get this type of shit sitting in your car. Let me show you this short right quick. And what he said at the end, Don Lemon kept off of here. Also, Don Lemon interviewed a 66-year-old man. Now, I talked to a room shaker about the apartment building that was 95% black that they raided and threw all of their fucking belongings and fucked up their doors and everything in their homes. And, well, these people, they were complaining about in the gang members and doing a whole Fox News tribute about how these people were living in despair under the gang members. And they said that they arrested 38 gang members. Come to find out, it was 2. While they were while they were propelling themselves off of helicopters on the roof of these black people's building. I'm telling you. See, do you wonder why I supply where I get my information from? Because some people can't take information when it comes from black people. Some people can entertain bullshit all day long, but they can't get an understanding about things that affect them and how they live their lives. So Don Lemon also interviewed a 66-year-old black man who was sitting inside of his home, and somebody knocked on his door and told him that they needed to see his ID. See, this is a person who doesn't know his rights. This is a person who shouldn't have even opened the door. Wound up taking him outside. He was like, I don't know why you're here. I'm an American citizen. Wound up taking him outside, putting zip ties immediately on him. He said he happened to have his birth certificate and something else in his book bag. They allowed him to take his book bag, and they took his phone away from him immediately so he couldn't film, and they put him in a U-Haul truck, a box truck, which you are not supposed to legally drive around with people in the back of a box truck. So why budget is continue to rent out these box trucks to these government agencies that are hauling people around in them illegally? If they get into a wreck, do you understand how many of these people could die being drove? He said they were about, I think he said there were about 40 people in the back of the box truck. And then they took them to the facility where Room Shaker is sitting outside. All of these people bought out of their homes. And then they kept him there. He said he was there for about 8 hours. And then they opened the door and just let him go and said, you can go home. And he had to figure out how to get home back from a suburb where he was unfamiliar with. He had to figure out how to get home. This is what they're doing. But you cannot tell ignorant people what their rights are. And they are happy to see your rights being trampled over and happy to give footage of people's rights being trampled over by people who make fodder of it at Fox News. But want to poo-poo Don Lemon. Now, I done had my issues with Don Lemon, but I knew who he was to have issues with Don Lemon. Let me play this short. Let me play this short for you. This is who Don Lemon ran upon when he and Room Shaker were in the same vicinity. And I'm going to tell you what Don Lemon cut off the end of this. I'm going to tell you what he cut off the end of this. Because he got a little scared.
I say what I want to say. I got a freedom of speech regardless of what Donald Trump think. I can say the fuck I want to say.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump. Die from natural causes. Pam Bundy an idiot. Kristi Noem ugly. Fuck Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of our city. Basically, quit racial profiling people, and I just hate all this shit. I hate them.
Why is it pissing you off so much?
Because they racist. I know deep down it's all like some racist shit. You see the shit all over the news and all over the TV saying this dumbass shit they saying that day and all this dumbass shit they doing and shit. Once I rolled past here and saw people protest the shit, I don't know.
This is cut up a lot because when he said, "Why are you angry?" he said, "I'm not angry." They cut up this a lot. I remember that.
I just want to be heard. They just some fucking idiots, man. I don't know. There ain't really no other way to put it. They racist. And they don't like me and I don't like them. And, you know, they got a problem with a motherfucker like me, but they love Charlie Kirk. Like, what the fuck? Charlie Kirk's a piece of shit. I don't get no fuck. I got a job, too. I don't get no fuck. Dox me. You better not pull up where I be at. Charlie Kirk running around saying stupid ass, racist ass shit, all type of dumb ass shit. They call him a patriot and he was a piece of shit. He was a racist. He said if he see a black pilot, he wonder is he qualified. He a piece of shit, bro. He the one said that a couple gun deaths is okay for the Second Amendment. He said that shit. Then when he get shot, we all supposed to cry. He was talking shit the minute the bullet hit his neck. He's still talking shit. His stupid ass wife still out here being racist and trying to throw Super Bowl shows. They dumb as hell and Bad Bunny Puerto Rican. They don't even know he American. They just racist. They just see, oh, he's brown. He just racist, bro. So fuck all of them. I say what I want to say. I got a freedom of speech regardless of what Donald Trump thinks.
Okay. Let me. I'm gonna try this because I think this deserves to be heard in its full context. Let's hear this in its full context. I may have to take this out of my video. Don Lemon, please do not strike me. I'm going to drop this link to this video. Let me share. I'm going to drop the link to the video in the chat. Don Lemon, let me see. What is it? Don Lemon live on the scenes in Chicago, October 12th, 2025. See, this is what you get when you have some curiosity about the world around you. Let me copy this link. I'm going to drop it in the chat. He just happened upon this man. Here's the link to this. Here we go. And if I have to take it out, I have to take it out, but it is worth hearing.
And then they moved.
You gotta talk to him.
Nah, dude, it's a lot. He's like he also is one of those guys. All right, hey man. Give me a couple words. How you doing? I understand you're mad. I get it. How you doing?
I actually ain't mad.
Yeah, what are you?
What you mean, what am I?
You
I'm
said
black
you're not
man.
mad.
I'm the daughter fucker. Yeah, I'm the daughter fucker. They all know I'm the daughter fucker.
Yeah. So the weird thing is that everybody was over here in the designated area. They moved everybody out, and then they said, "Okay, you can go back now." What the hell?
They were just trying to get the daughter fucker. They were chasing me.
They were chasing you?
Yeah, they were trying to get me down there. You know, they can't fuck with me, though. I'm too fast. You can't fuck with me, so. I say what I want to say. I got a freedom of speech regardless of what Donald Trump think. I can say what the fuck I want to say.
Yeah.
And, you know.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump, you know, basically, you know. Die from natural causes. Shit, you know. Pam Bundy an idiot. Christy Nome ugly. I mean, shit. Fuck Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of our city. Basically, like, you know, quit racial profiling people and shit, that's about it. I can't, I'm trying not to say it how I want to say it because, man, y'all got cameras and shit, but.
You don't want it on camera?
Respectful motherfucker. I don't care about it being on camera and shit, but, you know. I don't know. The camera, you know, I just hate all this shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just hate all this shit. I hate them.
Take your ass up.
What the fuck you say, bro?
He's worried about somebody's damn paycheck. He didn't worry about just changing them damn shoes.
You can't even walk, bitch. Cripple ass, the fuck on, nigga. I ain't really got nothing to say, man. I'm just disrespectful, bro. I'm just, you know.
Why is it pissing you off so much?
Cause they racist. I know deep down it's all like some racist shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit is bullshit. So you see the shit all over the news and all over the TV, seeing this dumbass shit they saying that day and all this dumbass shit they doing and shit. Once I rolled past here and saw people protest the shit, I don't know. I just want to be heard. I don't give a fuck. Like, they just some fucking idiots, man. I don't know. There ain't really no other way to put it. They racist. And they don't like me and I don't like them. And, you know, like, they got a problem with a motherfucker like me, but they love Charlie Kirk. Like, that's just, like, what the fuck? Man? Charlie Kirk is a piece of shit. Oof. I don't get no fuck. I got a job, too. I don't get no fuck. Dox me, you better not pull up where I be at. I'm not from Broadview. You ain't gonna come looking for me, motherfucker, so I don't give a fuck.
Why do you say that?
Why I say what?
You said they like Charlie Kirk, but they don't like you.
Charlie Kirk running around saying stupid ass, racist ass shit, all type of dumb ass shit. And they call him a patriot and he was a piece of shit. He was a racist. He said if he see a black pilot, he wonder is he qualified. He a piece of shit, bro. Like, he the one said that a couple gun deaths is okay for the Second Amendment. He said that shit. Then when he get shot, we all supposed to cry. He was talking shit the minute the bullet hit his neck. He's still talking shit. His stupid ass wife still out here being racist and trying to throw Super Bowl shows, and they dumb as hell. And Bad Bunny, Puerto Rican, they don't even know he American. They just racist. Like, they just see, oh, he's brown. He just racist, bro. So fuck all of them. My kids, fuck all of them. And fuck shit. That's how I feel, and I've been saying it, you know. So I'm gonna be Charlie for Halloween. Put a fucking hole in my neck. And free Tyler Robinson. The fuck, in my eyes, that's what a patriot is. Shit. Just free him and send him to the military. He a good shot. You can't deny that. Send him to the military. Shit, maybe help the country.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Look, that was, look, this is live in real life. The views expressed on this program are not those of the host.
There you go. There you go. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Move around. Move around. That's all I got to say about that. Let me share what else. I have some more things I want to share with you guys. Let's get into it's a family affair. I talked to you about Barron Trump. So let's about the reports that are coming out about Barron Trump. Hold on. Let's get into this Barron Trump report. Keith Edwards. If you're not familiar with Keith Edwards, go over there and check him out. Subscribe. Great content.
Money from people who need it. He allegedly stole. Barron Trump is in the news because he's doing what all Trumps do, stealing money from people who need it. He allegedly stole millions of dollars from an inside trade because his dad told him about the tariffs before anyone else. And all has to do with crypto. He's also now part of this TikTok deal I'm going to tell you about. And we also now know that Donald Trump is just telling his rich buddies out in the open while on camera that, hey, I'm working for you, not for anyone else. Kai Trump accidentally exposed him on our YouTube channel. And here's this.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Your taxes are coming down. See, everyone's happy, honey.
That's awesome.
You've done a good job.
The government is shut down. People are being fired during this government shutdown. All special ed people who work in special ed at the Department of Education have been fired, not laid up, not just on furlough, fired. All of the people who monitor diseases have been fired, but everybody's happy, honey. As we ride around on my private golf course, everybody, and tell the rich people who have membership that your taxes are going down.
We'll run through the 9 holes.
Okay. First off, that does not seem like a very loving grandfather, does it? I mean, he is the only people whose taxes are going down are the very wealthy. Because as you know, tariffs, the only people whose tax.
Brett Marcellus, this tool has actually posted a video of Trump bragging to his rich buddies that he's lowering taxes. President 4547 yells to golfers on his course, "Your taxes are coming down," speaking to his daughter's Kai. See, everyone's happy. The side media doesn't want you to see. No, they don't want us to see.
Taxes are going down are the very wealthy. Because as you know, tariffs are a tax on all of us, and that's higher than ever. By the way, Kai Trump, who posted this on our YouTube channel, 1.27 million subscribers. I feel like, and Donald Trump's also just, he's just, I guess, doesn't really understand how laptops tip people off ahead of time. That's what happened. Donald Trump's also just, he's just, I guess, doesn't really understand how laptops work because
Barron's aptitude, in your view, business or politics?
Maybe technology. He can look at a computer. I tried turning off, guys, turn off his laptop. I said, oh, good. Now, and I go back 5 minutes later, he's got his laptop. I said, how'd you do that? None of your business, Dad. No, he's got an unbelievable aptitude in technology.
Oh my God. Barron can turn his laptop on and off. He's got an unbelievable aptitude for technology. Incredible. Well, that makes sense then. Now we know why Barron Trump is tied to this TikTok deal, because he can turn a laptop on and off, not because he's connected to the president of the United States, right? Of course not. We're learning now that Barron Trump is going to be potentially on the board, a 19-year-old son of the president, on the board of TikTok, the now U.S.-owned, potentially U.S.-owned company. Here's a little bit on that. Barron Trump is being eyed for a top role at the streaming app TikTok. U.S. President's sons could be appointed to the board of the $14 billion company. It was suggested after his father sealed a deal to spin off TikTok's U.S. business from its Chinese parent. Barron's potential role was pitched by Jake Advent, Donald Trump's former social media manager. And he goes on to say here, quote, I'm hopeful President Trump will consider appointing his son Barron and maybe other young Americans to TikTok's board to help ensure it remains an app young people want to keep using. Now, a little bit about this deal. Now, if you're on TikTok, it is very important that you're aware of what's happening, because Donald Trump's allies, just like they're doing with all of the mainstream media companies like CBS, CNN, Donald Trump's buddies are now tied to TikTok. And so if you're on there, be aware that your algorithm very might well change, and the White House could start controlling what you see. As it says here, TikTok is an opportunity for President Donald Trump to bestow great wealth and considerable media power on a clique of allies and insiders. The details of this gift are taking shape out of the public eye. By the time the specifics become available, it will likely be too late to change them. It says here, what has been released should alarm anyone concerned about this administration's drive to consolidate wealth and media power in the hands of a loyal few. So here are a little bit about who the buyers are. TikTok's U.S. business is not being auctioned to the highest bidder. Trump has casually thrown out the names of people he might invite to make this investment, such as media moguls Rupert Murdoch and his son, Oracle's Larry Ellison, and Dell's Michael Dell. But he's yet to make public the complete roster of the purchasing group. The main criterion for inclusion seems to be fealty to Trump. Makes it feel great about using the app, right? Now, it goes on to say how the Trump administration could control TikTok. Reports on the murky TikTok deal suggest that investors will also be expected to pay a multi-billion-dollar fee to the U.S. government, the latest in a series of Trump administration deals that demand payments from the private sector. Depending on how this fee is extracted, it could put yet more power into Trump's hands. The administration might go easy on investors by backloading fee payments or squeeze them by accelerating payment demands. However, the fee is structured, its burden threatens to grant Trump yet more personal influence over the future of TikTok in the U.S. And by the way, the whole point of TikTok being banned was because they were afraid of China's control over media that Americans consume.
So China 20% share in TikTok, and will their fear about China's control of TikTok, with them only having a 20% share, will that change anything? No, it's not. It's not going to change any access that they claimed that they were afraid about TikTok. So now understand that isn't it funny, after Elon Muskrat and 4547 fall out, Elon Muskrat inflated his algorithm, so anything that he said was posted to more people, basically everyone who used X. Now that they've fallen out, they have another popular app, TikTok, that they are going to put in the hands of billionaires, their friends, and who are these billionaires are going to upload this first possible $1 billion? Who's getting paid that $1 billion? Will they be paying it directly to the administration or directly to 4547? Or is it going the coffers of all of these trillions of dollars that the tariffs are allegedly making the United States? Who is this money going to? For these billionaires to have access and control of what is allowed on social media and what is going to be allowed on TikTok during the election period. Is TikTok his new X platform?
Soon, but according to what's been made public, TikTok's Chinese parent company will continue to own 20% of the venture. And apparently, according to this, curious detail about the Trump deal is that it seems to make no substantive changes to the way that users' data will be collected and stored. So it doesn't change anything.
The only thing has changed is that 4547 has figured out to get another popular app and possibly make money off of it. Let's continue.
Other than the fact that Donald Trump and his buddies have more control over it, but China still has access to our data. How's that? So he's actually just made it worse. So
make that make sense. So of all the things that was changed in TikTok, the actual thing that he's claimed to be concerned about in Joe Biden pretended to be concerned about. Now, Joe Biden had it actually sunset TikTok actually in. As soon as 4547, he extended the date, and after the extension was over, he allowed TikTok to continue to function and thrive until the point where now they've taken control of TikTok. So I showed you last week how certain posts were being prohibited as concerning any conversation. I don't know what the conversation was about Israel, but they were kicking back content that had to do with Israel. Let's continue. What content will they be projecting? What content will they be overloading TikTok with? Will it be like X in their well, I'm pretty sure it won't be anti-Semitism because Ellis is a Jewish guy. So I'm pretty sure they'll be able to hate on anybody except Jewish people. So there's that.
So again, if you're on TikTok, just be aware that it very well could start turning into right-wing propaganda, not unlike what happened to Twitter when Elon Musk bought it. So I'm not going to say get off the app, but just be super
what?
Aware of what you're consuming and try to be aware of any changes you see. Now, as I said, Barron Trump, so here's what happened. An insider placed trades 30 minutes before Trump's tariff announcement and walked away with $192 million in profits. People are alleging that this is Barron Trump, Someone said here, when you find out, they know it is you who shorted to make $80 million a minute before the tariff news. Now, it very well could be Barron Trump's has a smaller net worth than the rest of his family. Barron Trump's net worth is estimated to be around $150 million. Not so bad for 19, but that is much smaller than his siblings. Don Jr. has reported half a billion. Eric is worth more than 70 million, all mainly from crypto.
Not 70 million, 750 billion is what he meant to say.
And that is also how much of Barron Trump's net worth is estimated to be around $150 million, according to.
So I was mistaken. They didn't make $150 million. They made $192 million in this alleged inside trading.
Forbes, because of the World Liberty Financial, a cryptocurrency company that he founded alongside his father and brother, Donald Jr. and Eric, before the 2024 election. So Barron Trump, who can open his laptop, gives him the right to be on one of the most powerful boards in the world. He's likely getting inside information from his father so he can make more money at the expense of you and me. And he also is just telling people, telling his rich buddies, but he's saving them money while we all have to pay more. How nice.
How nice is that? So let me share another report about this crypto deal that made all $192 million off of what is expected to be insider trading. This has to be illegal. So Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk. I've already told you guys should check him out. This has to be illegal.
Most insane stories I think I've ever covered. And this is what happens. This is the culmination of having a media that's not great at their job at holding you accountable, and having an opposition party that's not great at holding you accountable, and also having a judicial system and institutions in this country that are collapsing and crumbling right in front of our eyes, and now they're unable to hold people accountable for the most obvious crimes in the world. And so CoffeeZilla did a video on this, and I'm going to play it and then we'll discuss it here. But the bottom line is, somebody in Trump's inner circle shorted the crypto market, knowing that Trump was about to make an announcement that would collapse the crypto market. And because they placed this bet, they made $190 million in a day. $190 million. And so this is what we'd like to call insider trading. But of course, crime is now legal, so they're going to get away with it. Let's watch.
$190 million insider trading analysis. Someone made $190 million while the crypto markets were crashing yesterday in light of tariffs that seem to have been preempted by a very specific trader. We're going to get into it. I want to be clear that I'm not accusing anyone of a crime here. Insider trading specifically relates to securities. We've been pretty clear that crypto, especially Bitcoin and Ethereum, are not securities. So I don't even know what this is. I think this is all legal, kind of. I don't think it should be, as you'll see. But the question is, what did this guy know? Okay, how did somebody make $190 million while everyone else was losing their shirts yesterday? If you don't know, there was one of the biggest crashes we've ever seen in crypto. And someone came in 24 hours before and started placing shorts against the market. Short is just when you bet that the underlying asset is going to go down in price and you will make money on that. Now, this all started October 9th at 16:39 GMT time. They start accumulating this Bitcoin short. They initially put, and this is not chump change, guys. This isn't under your couch, pennies. This is $80 million that initially gets deposited, and they start placing shorts against Bitcoin. Okay, that's fine. Now the amount is unusual, but that itself is not the unusual part. Then we have Ethereum starts to get shorted at 3:49 GMT. Interesting. $30 million gets deposited into this account. Immediately start placing major bets that the market is going to go down. Why is this significant? Well, because at 14:57. This is only a few hours later, like 12 hours later, Trump posts on Truth Social that they are calculating a massive increase on Chinese tariffs. This is due to a rare earth mineral dispute. But the point is, nobody knew this was coming, except, of course, maybe this guy, because he's already got these multi-million-dollar shorts. Now, where I think this goes from suspicious to downright diabolical is the fact that at this point, the market dips a little bit because you have these threats of tariffs. But the person does not start closing out their shorts yet, which I think is very interesting. You place this huge short bet, and then the president tweets something like this, you would think you would close out your order. But not only do they not do that, not only do they not close out their short, they continue to place short bets against Bitcoin. In fact, this person continues to short Bitcoin all the way up till 2049, 23 GMT. Why is that significant, ladies and gentlemen? It's because 2049 is the last short he places, okay? 2050 GMT. A minute later, 1 minute later, Trump announces they're considering an 100% tariff on China, which of course tanks the market. And this person makes literally $190 million in 24 hours, meaning the guy was placing shorts up to 1 minute before Trump announces this big, huge 100% tariffs. And then, by the way, immediately, as if he knew something, we start seeing the shorts close only 30 minutes later. So both the ETH and Bitcoin short closed 30 minutes later. By the way, these accounts were funded by the same people. This is the same person making these trades. So to recap, this person not only times the same day that a big announcement was made, he makes these
$110 million short against crypto. He then also conveniently waits past the initial like tweet about tariffs until the most significant announcement, which is the 100% tariffs. And he's shorting it up till 1 minute before that. Guys, this is some of the most blatant crime is legal moments we've seen. $190 million. And the question is anything going to be done? No, actually, I can already answer that for you. Probably not. But I think what we are seeing here is just the rise of insider trading across the board. I think it's disgusting. I think it ruins capital markets and it's bad, but I don't really know what to do about it because it just seems like everywhere we're seeing the insider trading. I don't know if some of you remember there was a time where, Trump was going to post on his Truth Social that it's a good time to buy crypto and people were buying SPY calls immediately before it. But this is just completely blatant stuff, just given the perfect timing of it all and the size of the bets that were made under such kind of sniper precision. At least that's what it looks like to me. But I also wanted to say this isn't the only place where this is happening. This YouTuber Cheddarflow has a tool where they analyze options, and they pointed out that recently there's been a big AMD announcement where they partnered with OpenAI. OpenAI is going to, receive some of their stock, and conveniently, people were making bets on that as well immediately before it.
The most insane insider trade of the entire year just happened. An AMD whale bought 6 million plus of out the money calls, which was super unusual. Cheddarflow actually posted on X right as that occurred. And then only 2 trading days later, we had news that OpenAI took a 10% stake in AMD. And those calls that these whales loaded only 2 trading days before were already up 300%.
So yeah, I just wanted to point out that it's not just crypto where this is happening. Seems like across the board. By the way, I love the title of this. It says this has to be illegal. Except I don't think anything's going to happen about it. And that seems to be the rough vibe.
I'm sure Pam Bundy is too busy trying. I'm sure she's too busy trying to fish around and find a case against Letitia James since her unqualified attorney bought the case without even letting Pam Bimbo know that she was actually bringing the case. Let's continue.
In the industry recently, it's that like, hey man, it might not be technically kosher, but if you can get away with it, you're probably fine. It seems like most people are getting away with it in this market. Even the Nobel Peace Prize isn't safe from people front running. This is the poly market of it. And as you can see, this is where it finally got announced the winner. But before that, traders were already basically pricing in the fact that somebody knew ahead of time that the person who won was going to win hours before. And they made a bunch of money doing that. So there's insider trading and opportunity to insider trade across the board for people who have that sweet, sweet insider knowledge. And it doesn't seem like a lot's being done about it. In fact, specifically, the smartest thing to do is just know what Donald Trump's going to post on Truth Social ahead of time, since so much of our market is now just moving based on tariff threats. That's like where the real alpha is. It used to be you had to buy a Bloomberg terminal. Now you just have to know what he's going to post ahead of time, which, for the record, I think is a great way to run our economy.
So let's understand here. This is somebody from the Trump family. That's my guess. It's either Trump himself, or it's Eric or Don, or potentially Jared/Ivanka. You can see there's like an outside chance that it's Steve Witkoff, who he runs all this stuff through. So it's somebody in that mega inner circle, without a doubt. So further evidence of that, take a look at this. Eric Trump said on February 25th, buy the dips. Result, crypto crashes. He said it on August 2nd, buy the dips, crypto crash. He said it on August 17th, buy the dips, then a crypto crash. He said it on September 27th, buy the dips, crypto crash. And then look, it's like he knows in advance what Trump's going to say, and then he tweets this. I mean, this is absurd. How about this one? Pump and dump administration. In practice, it seems like the on and off tariff announcements are an insider trading scheme for Trump's Wall Street friends to profit off market volatility. I mean, he said as much months ago when he was bragging about how much his guys made after the first announcement. I remember that. He was in the White House and he was talking to like the head of...
He was actually in the White House and was talking about, oh, this guy made trillions and this guy made, but how much did the American people lose?
JP Morgan or some shit, the head of some, big bank or big
it was a big
financial institution. And he basically bragged about it and said, like, this guy, he made a lot of money today. So in other words, I know when I do a tariff announcement, the market's going to tank. At that time, if you're in the inner circle, went to short the market. So you make a shitload of money just off the tariff announcement. Then Trump eventually backs off the tariffs, or at least the hard line version of the tariffs. And then, everything relatively
relatively is fine. Just like he said, oh, don't worry about China. Everything will be all right in China. As if he's doing what he always do, back off the tariffs, the 100% additional tariff that he made on China. So if you guys were unaware about that, I just wanted to give you that information. Hey, Outspoken, it is good to... Oh, I apologize for missing the goal, Ronnie Q. I always appreciate you dropping by Outspoken One, and I always appreciate your support without the goals. I just hope you don't miss the information because that is my ultimate goal. Now, I talked about earlier about the Department of Homeland Security. So, this is the article. I think it initially appeared in the New York Times. DHS using white supremacists and neo-Nazi symbols in ICE recruitment, a study finds. Okay, so this is where I said, don't you recognize the Uncle Sam thing? So these are all the little flyers for Join ICE using the Uncle Sam moniker. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has incorporated white supremacist, anti-Semitic, and neo-Nazi imagery into its recruitment materials for Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE, according to a new report by the Southern Poverty Law Center Hate Watch Project. The review found that DHS social media accounts and web content have used graphics and slogans originating from extremist sources while also disproportionately depicting Black and brown people in posts highlighted arrests and detention. Hate Watch traced one widely shared DHS recruitment post published on June 11th to an X account associated with white nationalist content. The graphic showed Uncle Sam posting a sign reading, "Help your country and yourself, report all foreign invaders." The original creator, an account under the name Mr. Roberts, celebrated its federal use, writing, "Today our efforts are coming out of the White House." DHS dismissed the reporting's findings. The reporting of the DHS is dismissing the Southern Law Center's findings. So this is the poster. I have the actually have the full poster in my media assets. So let me show it to you in full. This is the poster that they are speaking of. It came straight out of the Department of Homeland Security. So what are they saying about this poster specifically? Other recruitment images posted by DHS reference or resembled extremist publication. One graphic echoed the neo-Nazi "Which Way, Western Man" by William Gailey Simmons, while another depicted armed white men posing as father and son with the captions, "We are taking father and son bonding to a whole new level," the organization explains. The two men appear in front of American flag backdrop wearing military style garb and body armor while holding assault rifles. So they're just describing the pictures. The posters also employed rhetoric such as invasion and defend homeland, phrases long tied to white nationalist great replacement conspiracy theory, which claims white people are being displaced and replaced in Western nations. Lindsay Schubert of the Western State Center told Hate Watch. The DHS social media posts are not only intended to recruit staff, but to normalize the dehumanization of immigrants. At the same time, bigotry and dehumanization wrapped in the American flag conditions Americans to accept the heightened horrors and blatant disregard of civil rights that ICE is inflicting upon our communities. Concerned about whitewashing and white nationalist imagery in the Department of Homeland Security, communications have been on the radar of critics for a while. A July 25th report from The Guardian took a deep dive into the department use of A Prayer for a New Life. A painting by Morgan Westling shows a white pioneer family. Let me show this to you. And they also used this painting without even asking him if they could use this painting. They also stole this painting. New Life in a New Land, Morgan Westling. So they say that the name of the painting is New Life in New Land. The Department of Homeland Security didn't even get the title right. The title is A Prayer for a New Life. So they're acting as if New Life in a New Land is the title of this painting that they stole and try to make you believe that hey, they are pioneers here and they are establishing their families here. A July 25th report from The Guardian took a deep dive into the department's use of A Prayer for a New Life painting by Morgan Westling showing a white pioneer family. So you see how they just hijacked this? The image posted with the caption, "Remember your homeland heritage," prompted scholars and critics to comment that the post advanced selective vision of American identity and excludes indigenous, Black, and immigrant contributions. Adam Klein, a media scholar at Pace University, said DHS wording around the image invokes a far-right and anti-immigrant rhetoric. The Westling painting wasn't violent at all. On the surface, it's a beautiful image, but when you look at where it's coming from, with DHS using language like homeland and heritage, it really invokes, it really advocates, what is this? That's really evocative of anti-immigrant sentiment. Responding to criticism at the time, a DHS spokesperson told The Guardian the administration is unapologetically proud of American history and American heritage. Get used to it. So that's all they had to say about that. Let me see. I have one more article about this. Let me see if it's from someone different. Let me share this one with you. Here we go. Now, this article, DHS shares clear white nationalist propaganda in immigration posts. This is an opinion piece. This is from the New Republic. The Department of Homeland Security has been accused of posting an anti-Semitic dog whistle to online trolls, and even if it wasn't the post's intent. Hold on. And even if it wasn't the post's intent. I lost my place. And even if it wasn't the post's intention, it was certainly the result. Uh, Communists denied, terrorists denied, globalists denied, said the post, which include a photograph of an AI generated Chad in a United States citizenship and immigration service had complete with Hasberg like super chin and exceptionally developed trapezius muscles. Trapezius muscles. Oh, the trapezius muscle. Beneath the account, including in the link to sign up to be a so-called homeland defender, the latest in a pathetic series of ploys to attract deportation fanboys to work for the federal government. Prominent liberal ex-user Will Stacy claimed that the globalist was an intentional reference to Jewish people. This is a smirky anti Semitic post about Jews, and everyone involved in its creation knows that, as well as the intended audience, he wrote. The term globalist historically has been used by the far right to refer to a conspiracy theory that Jews control global events, but has more recently been co opted by the others in the right as an alternative to nationalists. But the original meaning behind and the original meaning remains, and the DHS latest post certainly caught the attention of the far right. The official account even engaged with users who responded with memes popularized by gropers. We know the followers of neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. Those gropers, they tried to say that Tyler Robinson, who is suspected of shooting Nick of Charlie Kirk, was a groper, but then they backed off from that. So, are you trying to recruit me, Homeland Security account, because you have my attention, wrote one account, including a meme of Pepe the Frog. That is Pepe the Frog is a symbol that the gropers use. So the gropers are followers of Nick Fuentes. I've shown a couple of Nick Fuentes videos. They say that he is a neo-Nazi. Okay. Let me see. Where were I? Are you trying to recruit me a Homeland Security account because you have my attention, wrote one account, including the meme of Pepe the Frog, which has been added to the Anti-Defamation League's database of hate symbols. I know you want me to. DHS account the DHS account replied. So now they are actually talking back to these people. The Department of Homeland Security is responding to these people. Another user using the screen name Raw Egg Nationalist responded to DHS post with an image of a man smoking a cigar, receiving a call from the base department, whose caller ID was an image of Pepe the Frog. The DHS account responded, urging the Patriot Patriot user to call the ICE tip line. It has never felt more clear that the Department of Homeland Security Office of Public Affairs is staffed with terminally online right-wing trolls. So there's the other story. There you go. So that is what they're saying about your Department of Homeland Security. So if you didn't know, I just wanted to give you that information. So let me see. I think I have a couple of more things I want to share with you. let's talk about the firings. Let's talk about who is getting fired. Reduction in force. Let's talk about these. Reduction in force. Okay, here we go.
More than 4,000 federal workers as punishment, it seems, for the government shutdown.
Let's get right into this segment and we'll talk about it.
Tonight, the president is laying off more than 4,000 federal workers as punishment, it seems, for the government shutdown. Now, with Congress deadlocked and no end in sight, the White House budget director posted this ominous message on X, quote, "The reductions in force have begun." Now, the largest union for the federal employees, representing more than 800,000 workers, quickly responded in turn, writing, quote, "The lawsuit has been filed." The layoffs include 7 different departments, and the president confirmed them tonight, putting the blame squarely on Democrats.
How many layoffs have you authorized for this first round, and from which agencies?
And it will be Democrat-oriented because we figure, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented. It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days, but it'll be a lot of people, all because of the Democrats.
We have a congresswoman with us tonight, so I'll direct this question to you. How long do you think that this shutdown will go on, and how much pain, I think, are Democratic leaders willing to absorb? Because those 4,000 workers probably won't get their jobs back after this, because this is what Russ Vought and President Trump have wanted to do all along.
So you're actually right, Abby. This is what they've wanted to do all along. They started firing people in February. So this idea that this is something new that they're doing is not necessarily true. They were going to fire people no matter what happened. And this is unfortunate because the Republicans control the House, the Republicans control the Senate, the Republicans control the White House. So any shutdown that we have is 100% on them. They fully own this.
Who's voting against the continuing resolution in the Senate right now? Which party is voting against it?
Okay, whoever's voting for the continuing resolution in the Senate has absolutely nothing to do with firings going on during the shutdown, Scott Jennings. This is not the Democrats' fault. Russell Vought is over the Office of Management and Budget. This is his choice. It's not like he's saving any money because no money is going out right now. And if you want to keep it above 45, 47, contemplated not paying people who are actually on furlough right now, which is against a law that he put into the books the last time the government was shut down under his first administration. So there's that. So let me share another one with you. Let me share something else with you about these shutdowns and who is going to be affected in these shutdowns, who they are actually firing during these layoffs. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Reduction in force. It's in my description box under I may not have it. Let me play this one for you. I don't think I put the right one in, but I do have one about who is being affected in this reduction of force and why it's important.
Secretary Robert F. Kennedy. Well, folks, go ahead and put another notch in the bedpost for Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. because under his watch, as the nation's top health guy, whatever you want to call it, we have yet another official measles outbreak here in the United States. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Health and Human Services Director, has spent years trashing vaccines, spreading lies. I'm not even going to call it fake information. I'm not going to call it falsehoods, spreading outright lies about the safety of vaccines. And this is the end result. Everybody obviously knows we had the massive outbreak in Texas this year. We had outbreaks in New York. We have had outbreaks in Georgia. And now, of course, we have outbreaks in South Carolina. And all of the people suffering from these outbreaks do happen to be unvaccinated. Now, I have not been able to find the ages of these individuals, but I do have to imagine, given how long the anti-vax movement's been around, probably mostly younger people or actual children. Children who didn't have a say in the matter. Children whose parents were duped by charlatans who made millions of dollars spreading their anti-vax conspiracy theories. They were laughing all the way to the bank. But these people made decisions for these kids, and these kids could die. They could die from a disease that was effectively eradicated in the United States 25 years ago. No cases, none. But because of people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., this is what happens. People catch preventable diseases. People die from preventable diseases. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but one of the dangers of measles itself is that measles erases your immune system. Any immunity that you may have had to other, illnesses, diseases, viruses, bacteria, whatever, it wipes it out. It basically resets, performs a factory reset on your immune system, which makes you more susceptible to every other illness, even ones you'd already gotten. Like if you've already had chickenpox, or if you're inoculated from chickenpox, but you get measles, guess what? You can get that again. It's really that bad. It is so damaging to the overall immune system of a human being, especially in a child. This is absolutely devastating what is now happening in South Carolina. And at least as of this recording, I haven't seen a single statement coming out of that anti-vaxxer sitting at the top of Health and Human Services. Have you? Has Robert F. Kennedy Jr. come out and told people like, no, actually, you need to go get your vaccines? No, he hasn't. In fact, his response to the Texas outbreak earlier this year was basically like, oh, well, that's kind of y'all's fault. This is utter insanity. We have a caliber of stupid serving in an administration that we have never seen before, ever. And I know because we covered this, obviously, during the Bush administration. George W. Bush was very dumb, but he didn't surround himself with stupid people. I mean, evil people, sure, but they weren't stupid. Karl Rove, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, these were not stupid people by any stretch. Bush was, absolutely. Trump, on the other hand, is even dumber than Bush himself, but then so is everybody else in the cabinet. So we don't have any adults looking over the shoulder to be like, hey man, you kind of look like an idiot. Maybe let's not do this. It's no wonder, given these outbreaks, given the accusations against Tylenol that of course are not based in science, that Kennedy has now become the least popular member of the Trump administration. 2 weeks ago, he was the most popular person, or the least unpopular, I should say, in the entire administration. He had a -4 net approval rating. So still negative, but higher than everybody else in the administration. Now he's at -21. Pam Bondi, the previously least popular, is only at -20. So Kennedy has squandered all his goodwill, The public friggin' hates him. And the more we see the disastrous consequences of his actions, like these measles outbreaks, trust me, more and more Americans are going to hate this man as they send friends and loved ones and relatives to an early grave. Thanks for watching, everybody. And if you're not already, please subscribe to the channel. We got fresh content every day for you. And if you want to follow us across social media, make sure you check out all of the social links that we have posted in the description of this.
Okay, so why is that important? It's important because of the people that were fired during this shutdown. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, 1 second. I cannot believe. Oh, hold on 1 second. I cannot believe. I think, oh, I don't, definitely. I don't want him. Hold on 1 second. Oh, do I want him? I don't want him. There was someone else. Yeah. Why is this important? Oh, who was that? Who did that story? I apologize. I didn't pin that to my link. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me stream PBS. I trust PBS, but they have rescinded some of the layoff in the CDC. I was wanting to show you this because I wanted to show you who all they actually fired in the CDC. Here we go. Now, I already told you Trump's shutdowns, firings, hollow out special education office. Let's get into.
On Friday, the Trump administration fired most employees at the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services. That office is tasked with protecting the rights of some 7.5 million children with disabilities across the country and ensuring they get a fair education. For more on this, we're joined again by Laura Meckler, national education writer for The Washington Post. Thanks for being with us. Let's start with the basics. Help us understand what this office does and why people are so concerned about the loss of so many staff members at this office.
I don't know.
What this office does is administers a very important federal law called IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And what that does is it provides funding and it has requirements for school districts to provide a free and appropriate education to students with disabilities. So it's a $15 billion program, something that a lot of school districts really rely on. And that money is still flowing as far as we know. But the point of this office is essentially to oversee this program. It's a very big program to make sure that states and school districts are following the law, to answer questions when states have about, can we do this or can we do that? And essentially to provide oversight. So essentially the money is still going out, but without the kind of guarantees and controls that we're used to being in place when we're talking about billions of dollars.
So give us a real world example of how these cuts would affect students, families, educators in the classroom.
I mean, it takes, it's a little bit removed from a direct impact. But one way you could see it is you can imagine, say, a school district that is sort of systematically not providing a certain type of service that students need. Let's say they need a certain kind of technology in order to communicate. Students who are nonverbal, for instance, and this district just isn't doing that. Well, it's the responsibility of the state to make sure that the districts do this. But let's say the state isn't forcing them to do it, isn't doing its job. Well, then that's where the federal government comes in. They do audits, they look at data, they look at reports, they go in and they sort of look over the shoulder of the states and a sample of the districts to see what are you up to. And if they find that there are gaps like this, then they work with the states to essentially force them to comply with the law. So in our example here, maybe there would be a student who was not getting an iPad that she needed to communicate, and after this work was done, maybe she gets it.
Your reporting also found layoffs within the Education Department's Office of Civil Rights. What more have you learned about that?
Yeah, and this really goes hand in hand in a way with what we were just talking about, because the Office of Civil Rights is where people complain when they feel like their rights are not being respected or being violated, when they feel they're being discriminated on the basis of race, sex, or disability. And this office has just been absolutely decimated. Earlier this year, we saw about half of the workers laid off, 7 of 12 regional offices closed. And then just last night, there were another round of layoffs, of reductions in force that were sent out to workers at the Office of Civil Rights. So for instance, the Seattle office, one of the survivors in the first round, many people, a large percentage of those workers and attorneys who handle cases there were let go. This is an office that was already had, more than it could handle. Then it absorbed all the cases from the San Francisco office and was dealing with the entire West Coast. And now they have, just a skeleton staff left in place once these RIFs are carried out. So it really raises the question of whether they'll be able to do their congressionally mandated function of investigating potential violations of civil rights.
The Trump administration has long sought to push more education responsibilities to the states. What's the worry about how states might interpret federal law, and what's ultimately at stake for students and their families?
I think that's really the question here, is sort of like, who do we trust to follow the law, to follow the rules? I mean, advocates, including some who I spoke to today, said that, hey, states weren't doing it. And that's why the federal government came in. These kids were not being served before we had a federal law. And, now they are more or less being served. So the risk is that when you leave it to the states, some states will do a good job and some states won't. We don't know. I think that the argument that people who don't think that there should be a big federal role in education would say is that we can trust the states. They're going to do a fine job. They care about kids just as much as bureaucrats in Washington do. But for many years now, we've had the safeguard of a federal oversight. And I think when we're talking about such a large federal program, such as these special education programs, there are a lot of people who would expect there to be some oversight attached to that.
Laura Meckler of the Washington Post. Laura, thanks to you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's get into these CDC firings and why that measles thing is so important. Let me share this with you. Hold on one second. Here we go. Why did I play that measles clip? Because of the CDC firings. And let's get into that. Here we go.
Managing editor at the Bulwark. I am doing an emergency Bulwark take here on Saturday. It's about 3:45 p.m. Reason we're doing this is that overnight there was some remarkable bad news involving the administration. A slew of firings across the federal government from the administration owed to the government shutdown, or at least that's what they say. A number of different agencies have been hit, and I'm going to get to a couple of those, but I really want to focus on one in particular, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which is the agency that is frankly in charge of making sure that we are on the lookout for diseases, that we have the proper research to deal with diseases when they come here, and that we are doing everything we can in terms of prevention. And this administration has been taking an axe to the CDC since the get-go. RFK Jr., the Health and Human Services Secretary, has had it in for the CDC, owing to a longstanding gripes, anti-vaccine quackery, but also what happened during COVID. He thinks the agency has lost its mind and lost its direction and lost its purpose. He also doesn't believe necessarily in combating infectious diseases. He believes in wellness and prevention and things like that. And so if you remember, a couple months ago, there was a fairly dramatic firing of the CDC director by RFK Jr. because he wanted her to sign off on all of his vaccine recommendations without looking at the data. She said no. She resigned, and then a number of other top CDC officials resigned. So that's the backdrop.
So that's the backdrop, and this is what has happened since then. You just heard the report on measles and what it can do to your body. Even you can catch it again. So let's be clear. This anti-vaxxer who wanted a real doctor, a real scientist to sign off on his bullshit theories about vaccines is in charge, wholly in charge, and has hired a whole lot of quacks under him. So these are the people that they felt that could be fired right when there is a new measles outbreak in South Carolina.
Drop already to this. But last night, Friday night, the administration took a second swing of the axe at the CDC. And they went after some of the sub-agencies in ways that are kind of confounding to me. The data is coming in a little bit sporadically because not everyone is sure who actually was fired. They're technically known as RIF, reduction in forces. But we've been able to cobble together some of this stuff, and it's pretty remarkable. So I'm just going to read through some of the stuff I know through sources, and then some of the stuff that's been reported elsewhere. Among those who have been hit by the firings, which have been described as a bloodbath, basically, and a Friday night massacre by people who are both at the CDC and aware of it. The leadership at the Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, that would be the acting director and the chief medical officer of that center, among other top officials, they're just not gone, fired. In addition, the leadership at the Global Health Center, the people who are responsible for responding to the measles outbreak, you might be saying to yourself, wait a second, that can't be right. We actually are having measles outbreaks in this country for the first time in a long time. Why would we want to get rid of the person who is responsible for monitoring measles outbreaks? I don't know. It's crazy, but we have just apparently pushed out leadership who's responsible for that. We have people who have been leading our response to outbreaks of Ebola as well, who are part of the list of folks who got riffed. Now you might be saying, wait, hold on. In 2014, there was a global Ebola epidemic. It was incredibly scary. It shocked our country. We went into panic. Why would we want to do that? Well, I guess apparently Ebola is not a thing anymore. There's what's called a morbidity and mortality weekly report, which the CDC puts out, and basically they monitor what's going on around the country in terms of outbreaks and things like that and diseases. Believe historically, correct me if I'm wrong, was probably the first publication that in the 80s noticed what looked to be a fairly shocking disease developing that later became known as AIDS, which was good. It's important to take note of these things and try to get ahead of it. I think workers for the MMWR are now Rift. Like I said, a bunch of HR people. In fact, this is a kind of crazy one. I was told by a person that the CDC's HR department, which is currently furloughed because of the government shutdown, which means they can't work, but they're still employed. I was told that they had to be unfurloughed to go back to work so that they could process the firings of their colleagues. Talk about messed up. Jesus. I was also told that it wasn't just, as noted, people who were furloughed who were RIFT. It was people who were currently working, which means they were, by definition, essential personnel who were RIFT, which doesn't quite make sense. But that's the situation. Again, people are still picking up the pieces here. A few other tidbits that I know. People at the Office of Smoking and Health at the National Center for Chronic Disease and Prevention and Health, gone. Smoking kind of matters as a public health matter. People at the Division of Violence Prevention at the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, gone. You would think that that's an important office. It's a shocking situation. People are really amazed by what's happening. They were already fairly despondent with the current situation in the administration. Obviously, morale is just terrible there right now. But this is bringing it to a different level. I guess it's worth sort of backing up and being like, well, how did we get here? Why are they doing this? Basic situation is this. Government shut down at the end of September. The administration led by OMB Director Russ Vought was like, if you shut down, we're going to fire all these people. And Democrats...
I apologize. My mic was out that whole time. The long story short, you may want to get into some funeral services. That is the jobs. If you're looking for a new job, you're looking for a side hustle, get into some funeral services. Do you think that they are going to, with over 17 million people about to lose Medicaid, with the people about to lose Obamacare? I think it is my opinion that this administration is trying to thin out the herd of United States citizens because these millionaires and multimillionaires and billionaires, they don't have to go to a doctor. You think they going to a doctor? No, they ain't going to a doctor. The doctor's coming to them. They're not going to a doctor. So do you think that these emergency rooms are going to treat all of these people who are going to have to use emergency room services as their primary care physician? No, they're not. They don't right now. I did a story about a man who was thrown out of the hospital because his Medicaid was depleted and they threw him out. One doctor was still on the phone with Medicaid as 2 or 3 other doctors was telling the security to get him out of the hospital. We have seen so many stories of people who they have thrown out of the emergency room who can't get out of the driveway and die or go into some type of arrest right there in the driveway of the hospitals that refuses to treat them, test them, or run any test on them because they don't want to spend that money on them. So with over 20 million people about to lose their health care and your government is not working to ensure that you get any health care, what do you think is going to happen to people? People are going to start dying. So if you are looking to make you some money, you may want to make you some money in the business of death. I'm not being facetious. I'm being serious. That is a business that is going to forever have customer. And I'm telling you, in the United States, it looks like we are going to have a lot of people who will be making money off of funerals. If you do any type of printing or anything, you may want to look at some videos about these obituaries. High end, low end. You really need to concentrate on low end because they are trying to make the American people totally destitute. You may have, everybody wants a audience of people who has a lot of money, but very few of them are going to be in this predicament where they're dying because they don't have health care, because no one is protecting them from all of these illness that the CDC were on the lookout before. See, this is not going to affect millionaires and billionaires because they're going to continue to have medical treatment and primary care physicians that do regular tests. The emergency room is just going to boot you out unless your situation is critical, unless you have some. It's called emergency. It's not called primary care physician. Come see me when you're not feeling good. How many people are not going to be able to get their prescription drug medication because they have no primary care physician? An emergency room is not going to give you a supply, a month supply. They may give you a week. then they're going to give you a couple of days or a week worth of medication. They're not going to give you your prescriptions that you need to take 365 days a year. People are going to be dying. I suggest that you ain't nobody going to be coding. Ain't nobody going to be doing no coding. People going to be making money off of death in the United States. That's the business that people are going to be making money off of. You listen to a dumb nigga tell you to go into coding. That is going to be a dead business. Fucking AI is going to be coding itself. You bet AI is not going to be digging no holes though. AI is not gonna be making no funeral clothes. Y'all, if you make hats, you may want to make you some funeral hats. I may want to make me some funeral hats. I may want to make me some funeral gloves. I may want to make some of those tie in the back clothes. You know, they cut your clothes up the back when you die. You may want to make some clothes if you sew, if you're crafty. Make some clothes that tie up the back so you don't have to take the real clothes and they cut them up the back so they be able to put them on dead people. You may want to make some little cute clothes up, tie up the back things for babies and children because they're going to be dying in the United States. The United States is turning into a third world country on purpose to set up billionaires. So if you want to get in on the game of death and be able to pay your insurance. That's all I'm saying.
And some Republicans said, that's ridiculous. Don't do it. It doesn't make any sense. We've never fired federal workers during a shutdown before. You can furlough them, obviously, and that's standard practice. And then that means when the government reopens, they come back into work. And for a couple of weeks now, 11 days now, Russ Vought and the administration have not acted on this. And then on Friday, they just decided to act on this. And my assumption is that they're going to say, well, this is the Democrats' fault. If they just reopened the government, then none of this would happen. And this is the consequence and so on and so forth. But that's bullshit. It's just bullshit. I mean, again, every single time there's been a shutdown in the past, they've not fired federal employees. They just haven't. They furloughed them. And in this instance, they are firing federal employees because they have a larger project that they want to fulfill. I think there's a reason that you see the CDC being targeted. It's because people like RFK Jr. want to target it, and they're using this as an opportunity to target it. There's other places too. I mean, the Department of Education, for instance, apparently is taking it on the chin. One report said that, I'm just quoting from the Education Department, layoffs continued overnight with the main office in charge of special ed funding being, quote, decimated, as one person described it. Quote, they cut just about everyone that works with IDEA funding. I'm not sure how these programs exist moving forward. I mean, is that what we're doing here? We're just going to shut down special ed funding as part of this shutdown? It's shocking, honestly. And they're just using this as a pretext to go after domestic programs that they've never wanted to fund in the first place. For me, I should say the CDC stuff is really alarming, and that is for obvious reasons. It doesn't take a genius to recognize that at any moment in time, an outbreak can happen, and we want to not just get our hands on it, we want to get ahead of it. We want to make sure that we're monitoring it so that we don't get stuck with the consequences. Outbreaks are happening. We have a measles outbreak in this country, and global pandemics have a cute way of getting onshore. And who knows this is Donald Trump, because his presidency, the first term, ended with the COVID pandemic. So it looks like we're just going to go into this blind a little bit, and with a decimated workforce and
And how many people were exposed to COVID in that first administration because he was unprepared, and all of the preparedness stuff was divvied out in little back rooms in personal calls. You better get in the death business. That's all I can tell you. Now, since this report came out, please hit the like button. Since this report came out, there have been some clawbacks in the firings. at the CDC. This was Saturday morning. So here we are on Monday morning, and let's hear what clawbacks were made.
Tonight, the Trump administration scrambling to clear up confusion for some CDC workers that the government says received.
It's always confusion of the workers are having confusion. I'm not confused if you have taken my job away. There's no confusion with me. They're trying to clear up some confusion. No, you're trying to backpedal because you understand the shit that you didn't make no sense. So you're hiring people back where you fucked up. There's no confusion.
Tonight, the Trump administration scrambling to clear up confusion for some CDC workers that the government says received incorrect notifications they were laid off.
They didn't receive incorrect notification. Y'all notified them that they were laid off, and you didn't probably didn't even understand what job they did. You just laying off people and trying to blame it on them that you sent incorrect notifications. So how are they having a misunderstanding when the notification came from Russell Vogt? You said that Russell Vogt is going to start firing people. Make any of this make sense?
The government shutdown inevitably leads to some chaos.
An official familiar with the matter telling NBC News a, quote, glitch in the system is to blame for the layoffs of hundreds of scientists.
Bitch, what? Bitch, what? Glitch in the system. Laid off essential workers, laid off people who are monitoring the world, diseases around the world, scientists. Was there a glitch in the system that fired scientists and doctors who were working on childhood cancer? No, y'all laid them off. What is to make me believe anything about, the last time I heard about a glitch in a system was when that rush card had been taking all of those people money. It was a whole big thing while Russell Simmons out here posting about which sweatsuit should he wear to the club. And all people were begging and caught. The people were talking about they were on the phone for hours, and they were told to hold on, hung up on, told to hold on again, and these people lost all of their money. People saying that they are about to be evicted, their car notice due, they needed their medication, and this fucking fool is posting about bullshit, talking about it's a glitch in the system. I'm sorry for anyone who has been affected. It should be back. Call this number, call that number, call the other number. It's a glitch. It's a glitch. That's the last time I heard of a motherfucking glitch was with a bogus ass rush card. So what does that tell you about your government who is telling you that there's a glitch in the system? The rush card that was taking an exorbitant amount of fees from you, actually targeting you as people who didn't have banking institutions to help it make it easy on you. That's how it was presented to you. Now you have your federal government telling you it's a glitch in the system to have people to do their jobs that will protect your health and wellness. And you're paying your tax dollars for this. But they got the money to send $20 billion to Argentina that has no fucking effect on your life if their economy crashes. But they're laying off the people who protect your health in this government. Make this make sense. Okay.
scientists responsible for monitoring disease outbreaks in the U.S. and around the world. At least 4,000 federal workers fired across the government since Friday, following the president's threats. Meanwhile, members of the military will be paid on October 15th, according to Trump.
The longer this goes on, the deeper the cuts are going to be.
With the shutdown now entering its third week, millions of Americans are feeling the consequences. Today, Smithsonian museums and National Zoo, home to the giant pandas, closing their doors.
We're really excited about experiencing DC and everything that it has to offer with ourselves and with our kids.
But both sides are not any closer to turning the lights back on, as Democrats demand expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies be extended.
Tens of millions of Americans are receiving notices right now that their premiums, copays, and deductibles are about to explode, which is why we need to address it.
One of those Americans is Jeff Feldman, told his premiums would spike 25 to 30% come January.
What kind of choices are you going to have to make if premiums do skyrocket?
Just one, whether I can afford health care and what kind of health care I can afford.
Now, Tom, this week, House Speaker Mike Johnson keeping his Republican members home again. Meanwhile, the Senate expected to try and reopen the government for an 8th time on Tuesday. Tom?
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news.
Okay. So, there's your government at work for you. Hey, Max. I want to know why he hasn't been impeached yet, too, because the Republicans are doing everything that they tell him to do. The Republicans have to be in Congress to have a vote on, to bring up a vote on impeachment, to be able to impeach him. These Republicans are not even showing up to work. You heard that Mike Johnson told the Senate to take off another week. They're not even negotiating with the Democrats. Why? Because 45-47 told them don't even talk to the Democrats, as he's making billions of dollars. So that's it, and that's where we are. That's where we are with it. This shit is disgusting. What is going on? As you have ICE agents running around like lunatics. Let me see. Let me see. So, I was talking about this earlier. Thanks, Miss Toby, for sending this to me. The peace agreement in Israel. If you don't believe me, maybe you will believe this. I'm just trying to give you information that this peace agreement is the same peace agreement that Netanyahu turned down in the Biden administration. While they're trying to tell you that Jared did so much, Keith Edward, Biden had a peace deal in place, but Netanyahu and 45-47 met in Mar-a-Lago and decided that keeping the war going would benefit them both. 10 months later, they're signing the exact deal Biden brokered. Let me see if Keith Edwards actually talked about this. Let me see if he actually talked about this on his channel. So let me check something out real quick. Let me see if there's anything where he goes into detail about the Biden plan. No. I don't see anything. Now, I forgot to talk about this. If you guys remember, that's 45, 47, talking about the Democrats being violent. Uh, I think I may have skimmed on it. Uh, this is 45, 47. Post a hit list. Now, there was a judge in South Carolina. She was walking her dog, and she heard a big boom in her house had exploded. They have still not come out with a lot of details about it. Some people say that it was not arson. It was not arson. But she has a independent investigator investigating what happened to her home. Three people were injured, including her husband, who was a state congressman, a Democratic state congressman, who had to jump out of the window and broke bones in his leg, feet, and I do believe hip, because it was it was a raised first floor, and they had to jump out of the window. Now, this judge is the judge in, is it North Carolina? I think it's in one of those Carolinas, who refused to give the Justice Department all of the voting information in the state. This judge told this administration that no, you cannot have people's voting information. So then, all of a sudden, her house blows up. I'm just telling you what happened. Do with it as you may. Just like before they had any idea who shot Charlie Kirk, and then they came out and told you that it was some left wing something, and the left had hell to pay. How come they're not saying the same about this judge? 45, 47, Stephen Miller talking about active the judge. I think Stephen Miller actually said that the judge who denied them the right to bring the National Guard into Portland from California, I think, or any other state, I think that he basically put, in my opinion, put a target on that judge's back, and that was a Trump appointed judge who said this is against the law. But he tried to make it seem like the judge did something illegal, and he is not an attorney or a judge. So let's talk about this judge.
I've got that coming up for you. And Stephen Miller may have been the cause of a liberal judge whose house went up in flames. This is just a continuation of what we've seen already, which is that this administration is hell-bent on creating chaos and creating enemies from within in order to achieve power. Benny Johnson here is showing exactly what this is about. Benny Johnson, if you don't know, we featured him a couple weeks ago on the channel. He is allegedly gay YouTuber, and here he is. He was in Chicago this past weekend in order to show what ICE is doing. And here's what I cannot put posted.
Oh, here it is. I was trying to find this. I was trying to find him, his AI of him fighting and kicking people, and old Asian women and all of this type of stuff. This is who's saying that you should have to work until you're 65. That's I wasn't even looking for this right now when I knew I had seen it, but here it is.
But before we get to that, if you could please hit like on this video and subscribe, more people will see it and it would mean so much. Thanks. Let's get to this.
Surrender that gigantic pie. To the free, my rascally restaurant!
So Benny Johnson posted a video of him hurting innocent people, like beating migrants. This is what he thinks is acceptable. I mean, we are so beyond anything reasonable.
Now, this is who is doing these ICE raids. I just went on an ICE raid in a Walmart with Christine Nome. I'm in Portland with Christine Nome. And video release footage of my weekend with ICE in Chicago. This is who's saying that you should work till you 65, but when he sitting up in his yarmulke and allegedly being paid by Netanyahu, you should work until you're 65. And all he got time to do is walk around with Kristi Noem and lie and create propaganda, and he's paid handsomely for that.
Now, because I do think if someone would have posted this even 4 years ago, this person would have been rightfully taken out of polite society. But now it's just another day where someone can post pictures of them, images of them beating immigrants. And it's just another day. Well, not here. We're going to focus on it. Now, I have to say, I kind of wanted to wait to see what was happening. We don't still know everything, but there is a judge in South Carolina, Diane Goodstein, whose house went in flames. She's been accused of being a far left Democratic judge. She's been accused of shielding left-wing terrorism. And here's what happened to her home. And then I have some follow-up on this, what happened, and also how Stephen Miller is all connected.
You can hear this thing burn.
Now, we don't know yet why this happened. We don't know, okay? We do know if there's a right-wing judge who had been put in by Trump and their house was aflame. Do you think Stephen Miller would have said, well, we got to wait to see what happens? Of course not. Stephen Miller would say, oh, this is very obviously left-wing terrorism. No, I'm not going to do that. We don't know why this happened yet. I will tell you that I've heard reporting. Chris Mowry says that the husband of the South Carolina judge had to jump out of a window after helping others, escaping a raging fire, fracturing several bones in his hips, feet, and legs. And again, he's saying he's not going to jump to any conclusions, but if the roles were reversed, MAGA would be going nuts. Here's just a little bit more of what happened. Then I have Stephen Miller, what Stephen Miller said that could have caused this. Now, this judge had multiple death threats over the years, and Goldstein was not at the home at the time of the fire. Multiple sources had confirmed multiple members of her family were present, however, including at least 3 who have been hospitalized with injuries sustained by the fire. I think it's crazy, by the way, too, that this is how things are so uneven, because if this were to have happened to someone perceived right wing, it's all any of the media would have talked about. The left wing media would have talked about it, right wing media would have talked about it, but because it's a perceived left wing judge and we don't have the megaphone the way that the right does, they don't even care. They don't talk about it. They're talking about this like the shutdown. Now, here's what happened. Police in South Carolina are investigating whether a blaze that burned a liberal judge's home to the ground was set intentionally. Prior to the fire, the South Carolina circuit judge has been receiving death threats, like I said, after he showed an opinion in September blocking South Carolina election officials from handing over voter data to the Trump administration. The Trump administration is seeking voter registration data, which includes personal information such as social security numbers from at least 9 states in an effort to prove to their baseless allegations of voter fraud. Multiple Democratic-controlled states refused to turn over the data, saying the federal government should not be privy to that information. Following that ruling, Goldstein had been receiving death threats. Goldstein, for her part, had been walking on the beach at the time of the blaze and was unharmed, but her husband was airlifted to hospital after he sustained multiple injuries from jumping out of a window to safety during the fire. Now, here's what Stephen Miller said yesterday. Stephen Miller said, and this is what he said when a Trump-appointed judge ruled against sending troops to Oregon. Okay? The issue before us now is very simple and clear. There's a large and growing movement of left-wing terrorism in this country. It is well organized and funded, and it is shielded by left-wing Democrat judges, prosecutors, and attorneys general. The only remedy is to use legitimate state power to dismantle terrorism and terror networks. So Stephen Miller is calling that.
So he's calling the Trump-appointed judge some left-leaning judge. See, they know they are lying, but telling the truth doesn't further their cause, so they will lie. Okay.
Judge, and anyone who goes against the administration, a terrorist. That is just so anti-American. We are allowed to first off, checks and balances is kind of like the whole thing we do here. If a president can rule by decree, by just writing executive orders without being challenged by anyone or anything, that is no longer a democracy. That is no longer America as we know it. That is now a dictatorship, okay? Let's just put that plainly. What he's advocating for here is dictatorship. It is not an America first policy. He's really trying to change what we know America to be. Now he was asked about that judge and what's happening in Portland if they were going to charge someone with terrorism.
Do you have evidence that this campaign is coordinated? Are you planning charges on anyone who is actually coordinating said campaign?
Yes. So since the Joint Terrorism Task Force has gotten involved, we found that there are common funding, that there is common financing, that there are meeting points.
All right, there's no proof of that. I'm actually really frustrated with the way CNN phrased that question, because he is asking the question as if what Stephen Miller, a known liar, a known propagandist, someone who
And that's why I hate now. CNN is also is part of the umbrella that has been that is being purchased. I think by some right wing billionaire, one of the six media outlets. Now, why would you ask him? Are you going to bring charges on someone? Uh, it- it- who would he have to bring charges on, and for what would have been a real question. But these people that they hire on these programs that they're not reporters. They need to get up off of their ass and get some information. They are CNN is the worst. All they serve is some softball questions. In my opinion, you may as well be watching Fox News when you're watching CNN. Period. Point blank.
actively works against what we all know America to be. He's actually asking that question as if it's based in fact, which it's not. That's very upsetting. Now, here's a better version of that question where he was asked and then told that there's no evidence of anything that he's saying.
I don't know if many Democratic politicians who have endorsed these terrible incidences that you just referred to, and I also don't know of any evidence that there's some kind of vast underlying organization funding them. Is that what you're indicating is happening here?
Yes, in fact, we know that it's true. But obviously,
You think Tyler Robinson was being funded?
If it's true, then show us the proof. Show us the proof it's not true. Now, while this is all happening, Donald Trump and his White House released what I'm going to be calling a hit list, where they are saying that Democrats are fueling bloodshed against ICE, and then they literally list so many Democratic officials here because they spoke up against ICE, calling them thugs, as you see here, Gestapo, calling them dangerous and reckless. All true. But we're seeing now that political violence is ramping up. It's on both sides, meaning the victims of it are on both sides. There's only really one side perpetrating the violence, but it's affecting both sides. And instead of trying to lower the temperature, the Trump administration intends on raising it. They want to make sure as many people get as hurt as possible. Why? Because they can keep saying there's an emergency, so that if there's an emergency, they get emergency powers. And before you know it, America is not the place you and I grew up in. It's something completely different, dangerous, where we cannot speak out and we can't fight back. Oof.
I concur. I concur with all of that he just said. Now, let me hold on one second. Oh God, he is such a pansy. Let me end with this. If you guys didn't catch Zoran Mandami, he had it looked like it was at the Apollo. He had an event last night, and Letitia James introduced him, and it was very, very inspiring. I hope that we have more politicians like him running in 2026 and get some of these old coots with dried up, shriveled up balls out of the Senate and the Congress, people who are going to fight for the people. I just want to show you a little bit of this. Just in case you didn't see it last night, I think it's worth watching. I'll drop the link in my. I'm gonna drop the link here in the chat. I'll go over there and check it out. It's on the Midas Touch. It is great. They actually streamed the whole event live. All of the rest of the stuff in my description box, I may or may not get to on tomorrow. I've been on here 5.5 hours as it is. So The dog is walking around shaking his collar, and I am to know what that means. But, well, I do know what that means. It means, okay, I'm ready. Okay, let me share this with you. I'm not going to share all of Letitia James' comments, but there are some noteworthy comments. Here we go.
Zoran Mondani. We are here tonight because we are ready to turn the page on the cynical, broken politics of the past. We are ready to build a city that works for the people who actually make it run. Working people, the teachers, the nurses, the drivers, the home health aides, the firefighters, the police, not just for those at the top, but for working people who built this city from the ground up. And we are living through twin crises, a crisis of affordability and a crisis of wage stagnation. Rent is up, and yes, it is too damn high. Groceries cost more, and too many families are living from one paycheck to the next. And childcare is too expensive, and too many New Yorkers are leaving the city because of failed policies of this city and state. And at the same time, we see powerful voices trying to silence truth and punish dissent, and yes, weaponize justice for political gain. We are witnessing the fraying of our democracy, the erosion of our system of government. This, my friends, is a defining moment in our history. Let us stand together to defend our rights, to protect every safeguard, every institution, every immigrant, every norm, and every rule of law. You see, I know what it feels like to be attacked for just doing your job. But I also know what it feels like to overcome adversity. And so I stand on solid rock. And I will not bow. I will not break. I will not bend. I will not capitulate. I will not give in. I will not give up.
Go, girl.
You come for me, you gotta come to all of us. All of us. Every single one of us. We're all in this together.
Okay, if you want to watch the rest of that, I'm going to scoot up a little bit to Mondani. If you are unaware, he was I think he was an alderman in New York, and he decided he wanted to run for mayor. Andrew Cuomo was running. The embattled what's the mayor now? Eric Adams was in the race. They had a 3-man race for the Democrat opponent for New York mayor. A virtual unknown. Here is his. He has a little introduction that he does about his campaign. I thought that it was very inspirational. I think it starts right here.
Is the latest and the youngest now to challenge Mayor Eric Adams.
I need you to roar for the next mayor of the city of New York, Zoran Mondani.
Zoran Mondani is the latest and the youngest now to challenge Mayor Eric Adams.
I know that the job of government is to actually make our lives better. And that is why I stand before you as a candidate for New York City mayor. Make no mistake, this will be a fight.
Any chance you want to sign a petition to get Zoran on the ballot? Any chance y'all want to sign a petition to get Zoran on the ballot? No thanks. All right, no worries, no worries.
How you doing, sir? My name is Zoran Mamdani. I'm running for mayor. And why did you not vote?
Because I don't believe in the system anymore.
Anymore. So did you believe in it at one point?
Yes.
My name is Zoran Mamdani.
This is how he started his grassroots campaign. You saw how many people didn't even want to hear them out. I ain't got time. I ain't got time. I ain't got time. Grassroots campaign.
And we are here to kick off canvassing for 2025.
I am here because I grew up in New York City and I can't afford to live here.
I am so sick and tired of having politicians run New York City who don't care about the working class.
Because it's days like today where we win this race. It's not the days when people have heard of me or our campaign.
He's up 1% of the vote.
Es Zoran Mamdani, no sé si lo conoce.
He's building a movement that goes beyond what we just expect out of a regular politician. People are looking for politics that actually lead somewhere.
According to the latest polls, former Governor Andrew Cuomo is way ahead.
Governor Andrew Cuomo is in the lead with 38% of voters.
He's not a governor, Andrew Cuomo. He's former governor Andrew Cuomo, who had to step down because there were reports that he couldn't keep his hands and his lips off of female staffers. Let's be clear. Now, guess who has butt their head in the race to talk about Mamdani, saying that New York would, if they vote in Mamdani, that he will get no federal funding for what he wants to do for New York City. So they may as well vote for someone else because he needs me to give him money. See, first of all, that's not his money. That is the tax dollars. And hey, Ashton, and while he wants to give his money to red states, understand that blue states like New York City and California pay more in federal taxes to the government than these red states. See, these blue states are the reason that the red states get any government dollars because the blue states pay in way more tax dollars. So, knowing all of that, this 4547 said if this Muslim man wins, he's crazy. He says that he is a progressive. He doesn't call himself. I forgot what he calls himself. A progressive. He doesn't. I don't think. They call him a communist and all of this type of stuff. A whole bunch of bullshit that don't mean nothing to nobody. What means something to people is that he's trying to make New York affordable for the people who live there. And that's why in the three-man race, let's watch a little bit more. For the Democratic nominee for mayor,
surprising second is New York State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani.
Appreciate you. I hope you win this, man. Yes, sir.
And who says they're
Zoran's campaign is doing great, so.
No, I saw his fundraising numbers.
Good luck, man. We're behind you.
We're exactly 2 months away from election day.
Want to say good luck.
Thank you so much.
0 accomplishments.
I want to be very clear. I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you.
This will be a night that we will look back on.
This was the debate. Understand what he is saying in this debate to Cuomo, who's saying that he has never run anything. He actually calls Mamdani, no one's going to trust this kid. This man is a 33-year-old man who he's saying he's never had been mayor before. Nobody has never done any position before their first time having the position. And many first time mayors do very well.
Appreciate you. I hope you win this, man. Yes, sir.
And who says they're rich?
John's campaign is doing great, so.
No. I saw his fundraising numbers.
Good luck, man. We're behind you.
We're exactly 2 months away from Election Day.
Want to say good luck.
Thank you so much.
Zero accomplishments.
I want to be very clear. I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you.
This will be a night that we will look back on as being the one where we started winning this race, not just competing. We're not satisfied with making a statement. We're running this race to win this race.
A 33-year-old socialist nipping at his heels.
We stand on the verge of a victory that will resonate across the country and the world. We've got 6 days left. They've got all the money in the world. We've got you.
You gotta win. You gotta win.
It's Election Day here in New York City.
The red-hot Democratic primary.
Will voters end up braving the extreme heat to go vote?
It's going to be a big one.
It is 11 p.m. and Zohran Mamdani is on the verge of a major political upset.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
A political earthquake of sorts sending shockwaves through the Democratic Party. Zohran Mamdani was a little-known state lawmaker until recently,
Declaring victory in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary.
The general election.
And that's how he got there. So let's see what this fool says.
Election is in November, and I am in it to win it.
Cuomo is not calling it quits. The former New York governor says he's staying in the race for New York City's mayor.
Tell Zohran I said hello.
What are these oligarchs afraid of? They're afraid of Mr. Mamdani becoming an example to what can happen all over this country.
Because you have changed the history of the city, of this country. There are people across the world who are watching.
Zohran Mamdani.
And they are watching it because we have the audacity to believe that working people could win a city that they could in fact afford.
Hear what I say. We are the business today. Fuck you to finish.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to a little of his speech that I want you to hear. I dropped the link in the chat. There is a little bit of something that I do want you to hear. I want to get past this music.
New Yorkers who have knocked doors, phone banked, and registered voters, day after day, week after week, month after month. You have worked this hard for one simple reason: to fundamentally reimagine what is possible in New York City.
I hate to let some people know, you have to participate in your government. You have to support these people who actually want to go out here and do something. You know, some people don't even bother to get up and vote itself, much less support what it takes to get a candidate from unknown to viable to actually winning. It takes work. It's going to be something that you want to protest. How are you going to prove? How are you going to protest for what you want for your life? See, your life, most of the things in your life depends upon the policies of the place that you live in, and what do you do to affect change, positive change, the change that you want to see in your life. So we see with being complacent, for being lazy, for not supporting someone who has your values, or just saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter." Now we see how it matters. So, you know, he didn't have a whole lot of corporate backing. He didn't have IPEC money. He didn't have any of this money, and the actual audacity of the congressman and the senator of New York, goddamn Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, have not even bothered to endorse this man, as they lay back and take all of APAC money. As they lay back and take all of APAC's money for their runs, but they won't support somebody who wants to support the people of New York. The actual audacity, both of them, in my opinion, should be run out of office. Both of them. Let's continue.
Now, there are some who oppose that vision. Billionaires like Bill Ackman and Ronald Lauder have poured millions of dollars into this race because they say that we pose an existential threat. And I am here to admit something. They are right. We are an existential threat to billionaires who think their money can buy our democracy. We are an existential threat to a broken status quo that buries the voices of working people beneath corporations. And we are an existential threat to a New York where a hard day's work isn't enough to earn you a good night's rest. And we are absolutely an existential threat to disgraced politicians like Andrew Cuomo, who diminish public trust, harass women, and are unabashed in their desperation to collaborate with Donald Trump and his donors.
So, if you didn't know that when Andrew Cuomo refused to get out of the race when he lost the Democrat position for mayor, he decided to, you do know, he decided to run as an independent, if you were paying attention to this. Now, he has buddied up to 45-47, and 45-47 is swinging the bat for him. Now, understand that Cuomo is a Democrat, and now all of a sudden, because this young Muslim man has the breadth of an audience. See, it's races are run here, there's, people, are indifferent sometimes, but when you get somebody who pops a vein on a large swath of the population in such a big city like New York City, people are looking at you like, hey, where he come from? Hey, what? And he's talking about doing stuff for the people, and he ain't taking big money. We can't buy him. That's a problem. So Cuomo and 45-47 have teamed up together, a Democrat and a Republican. They do have a lot in common. Just think about it. Why Andrew Cuomo stepped down from being the governor. But he's addicted to power because his father was governor of New York City as well. Addicted to power. So I think a little bit more.
Let me be clear. This is not a moment for capitulation. We are in a period of political darkness. Donald Trump and his ICE agents are snatching our immigrant neighbors from our city in broad daylight, right before our eyes. His authoritarian administration is waging a scorched earth campaign of retribution against any who dared oppose them, against the courts that dare hold them accountable, and against our trans and queer neighbors for simply daring to be themselves. And again, Trump has broken the promise he made to the American people that he would fight for the working class by taking on the cost of living crisis. Over the last 9 months, we have witnessed the largest wealth transfer from the poor to the rich in history. Trump is like Andrew Cuomo, beholden to billionaires and oligarchs. And like Cuomo, he has bent to their will. The desolation.
All right. If you want to see the rest of this, let me drop the link one more time. This is just to his introduction, and his speech. But go over there and check out the whole event. The whole event was quite powerful, and I really loved it. So, who is Andrew Cuomo? Let's see what Andrew Cuomo actually told his people when he was running against Mondami. He said, "I will do interviews and shows, but I'm not getting out there and walking the street and all of that stuff. Like, oh, that's beneath me." And now he's licking ass, trying to stay relevant, and got hammered in that debate. Now Andrew Cuomo did an interview. This is on the Majority Report. Let me drop this link in the chat as well. Let's listen at Andrew Cuomo. He's asked, well, how is it that you and Trump are working together? And he's so lazy, he hasn't even figured out what lie or what version of the truth that he has, why people who have donated to 4547 are also donating to him.
Who gave money to me and gave money to Donald Trump? Of course. Of course.
Why is that an of course?
Well, why not? If you are a New Yorker, you know Donald Trump, you know me. Many of them would give money to Donald Trump and give money to me. And money.
Why? What do you and Donald Trump share in common?
Sex pests.
We're New Yorkers. They know me, they know him.
Yeah, but let's just stay on this, and I don't want to take too much more of your time because I'm surprised by this. You think that something about Donald Trump makes someone give Donald Trump a check and Andrew Cuomo a check. What is that thing that the two of you both share?
I think they're people who know him and people who know me. I think
what are those things?
The personal knowledge. He lived here. I live here.
This is just amazing. He can't even pivot in his mind. He knows that she.
He lived here. I lived here. He lives. What we have in common? We're New Yorkers. Isn't Zoran Mondani a New Yorker as well? Isn't he a New Yorker? Does he need Donald Trump's donors to donate to his campaign, or are the people donating to his campaign? Did he get out there and get to know the people and tell the people what he wants to do for them as mayor, where you didn't? And they know your past, but you didn't even bother to tell them what you would do for them. Well, we live in New York, so we know each other. So of course, bullshit. And Chris Cuomo is so mad about it. Chris Cuomo is a piss hot mad when he should have told his brother, go sit your ass down somewhere and retire. But they want to be in control and want to still yield power. when they have shown, both of them have shown that they don't know what to do with it when they are in power. Let's continue.
He's talking about somebody who literally hands him a huge check.
Yeah.
And he can't even make it as if it was like just people who send in donations online. Like he doesn't, the average voter is so far removed from his mind that he can't even lie about them. And it doesn't even occur to him. There is an easy answer. Like, hey, I appeal to the guy who, does landscaping in Staten Island.
He can't think of the average voter because he don't give a fuck about the average voter enough to even campaign to the average voter. And now he can't answer a simple question. Let's move on to some more of this interview because they just clowning him. I dropped the link in the chat. Go over there and check out this because they are going to have you rolling at how he can't answer this simple question.
One time.
You got personal knowledge.
City of New York is laughable.
I represented Bibi Netanyahu. Why wouldn't they?
Nothing more New York than that. Come
yeah.
And people who know me. I think
Yeah,
there
what
was
are those things?
the personal knowledge. He lived here. I live here. You may be a friend of Donald Trump. You may know me. You may contribute to him. You may contribute to me.
But are
There's
there
no similarity. As a matter of fact, there is no one no two people have had a more hostile relationship than myself and Mr. Trump. No one had a more hostile relationship as governor and as president. And Mr. Trump's dream would be Mr. Mondami for two reasons. First, he'd run around the country with a little picture of Mr. Mondami and say, look at the Democrats. They just elected this commie. First job as mayor of New York. Wants to defund the police, legalize prostitution, legalize shoplifting.
This whole first job thing from a guy who's in the business that his father was in. Like,
yeah. I mean, also the harping on this like legalized prostitution, decriminalizing sex work. If you were to ask random people if that were like, I'm sorry.
It's not even relevant because he's not running on that.
But it's a good thing. It's also not even controversial. And when we're talking about a race that is centered around the cost of living and also is about, for the first time, a bunch of progressive voters being able to express their outrage about the genocide in Gaza and finally have a representative who represents them, including a plurality to a majority of Jewish voters, like,
layup of a question. Good.
He's everything that's wrong with the Democratic Party. That's why you need me. Literally in the midterms, I believe you will lose seats if Mondami is mayor. And you see the swing Democrats in New York, in the surrounding suburbs, distancing themselves from Mondami.
Okay. So now it's not about New Yorkers at all. It's not about the people that live in the city. He is trying to appeal to wealthy donors again. He's slipping into that mode because it has nothing to do with New York.
Let's see if he can ever get it together. This is the former governor who refused to campaign.
Yeah.
Governor's race, the Democratic candidate distancing. So, number one, he would be political candy for them in the midterm. Number two, it allows Donald Trump to come in, and he himself has already said this, I'm going to take over New York for the good of the people of New York. Not with the
So you're making Donald Trump's egregious talking points that if Mondami wins, 45-47 said he is going to take over New York personally because he is not going to respect the voice of the voters, and therefore he will not be giving Mondami the money that he needs from him, not the federal money that is allotted via Congress. You know, he does nothing through Congress. He's the takeover. No Kings protest is on the 18th, October 18th, this Saturday. Go find a protest near you if you are so inclined. Because this man is saying that he is going to ignore the votes of the people in New York City if this progressive something Muslim wins, with the support of all the Jewish people that they have. So they are dismayed. Let me show you why he can't answer the question. The link is in the description box. One more quick one. Let me let you see them go toe to toe in the mayoral debate. Let me just share a little bit of their moments in their debate.
With no experience is reckless and dangerous.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it.
With just 2 weeks before the Democratic primary, Mamdani knocked Cuomo off the top spot in a new poll. The progressive state assemblyman had been trailing Cuomo since the former governor jumped into the race on March 1st. But the recent survey shows he's beating Cuomo 35% to 31%. The margin of error is 4.1%, and 61% of responses came in via text message, something that Politico notes favours Mamdani. After the first televised mayoral debate on June 4th, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez endorsed Mamdani, which likely boosted his stock.
Cuomo's team shot back, pointing to other surveys showing he's eclipsing the competition. The campaign shared a poll with Politico from the same time frame and said that it shows him leading Mamdani by 12 points, 56 to 44%. And on Thursday, tensions rose after the 33-year-old accused the Cuomo campaign of Islamophobia, posting, quote, "Andrew Cuomo is afraid he'll lose, so his donors want you to fear me. His super PAC just sent out a mailer that artificially lengthened and darkened my beard. This is blatant Islamophobia, the kind of racism that explains why MAGA billionaires support his campaign." Reacting to the poll, ex-MSNBC host Mehdi Hassan posted, "Wow, just wow." While Bill Ackman wrote, quote, "Electing Zohran Mamdani would be catastrophic for NYC."
Firstly, we didn't illustrate perhaps we don't have rights to illustrate the
Who's Bill Ackman? Bill Ackman is over Twitter now. Bill Ackman, he gave Israel, I do believe, something like $380 million to continue to fight in Palestine. This is the debate. This is the debate link that I'm playing right now. If you want to go over there and check it out. So that's neither here nor there. Mamdani is the Democratic choice for the mayoral seat. So he started from the bottom, and now he has Bill Ackman, who runs a major part of media, going after him, a billionaire. And the only thing that they can tell you that is bad about him, that he has never been mayor before, and his ideas to help the people, which have galvanize the people behind him. One of the things that they said that he did, Mandami said that was unforgivable, is that Mandami said that he would not go visit Israel. I don't even understand why that is even, I don't even understand why that is a qualifying question in the run for the mayor of New York City. But obviously, they think that that is a qualifying question to become mayor of New York City. So, Mandami said, why would I go to Israel? I would be the mayor of New York. I would be here making sure the needs of the New York people who voted me into office are taken care of. And they mad that he said that. Why were they even asking him about Israel? He has a large Jewish following because they support what his campaign is saying he's going to do for the people. So, this is what they're trying to make the New York City race about. But the people, they have a politician who is actually speaking to the needs of the people. And there we have it. So I think that is all. Let me see. Let me see. I think that is it. I may let me end with this. Let me end with this. If you guys believe that war in Israel is over, good luck with that. I hope that I hope that that is true. But it doesn't look that way. They have already made strikes. They even killed a reporter. So 4547 says Gaza war is over, but hurdles remain.
Institute to help us break down the entire Sharm el-Sheikh summit. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Let's go ahead and start then with Donald Trump. He flew to Egypt after appearing in Israel before the Knesset. He's claiming peace in the Middle East here has finally come with several world leaders behind him. Let's take a listen to what he said.
This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. With the historic agreement we've just signed, those prayers of millions have finally been answered. The war in Gaza is over. Humanitarian aid is now pouring in, including hundreds of truckloads of food and medical equipment. We're also agreed that Gaza's reconstruction requires that it be demilitarized and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza. I don't know what.
However, he said on. Let me make sure my mic is on. However, he said that they must be demilitarized. However, he has allowed to the Palestinian to keep weapons. So there's that.
I like the tough people better than I like the soft, easy ones. I don't know what the hell that is. It's a personality problem, I suspect. But this gentleman from a place called Turkey has one of the most powerful armies actually in the world. It's much more powerful than he even lets known. If you look at some of the recent conflicts, he was at the top of them and he was winning them, and he did win them. And he doesn't want any credits, he doesn't want anything, he just wants to be left alone.
Of pomp and circumstance in Sharm el-Sheikh there at the summit, Dr. Parsi. What's your general read here on some of the claims about peace in the Middle East, withstanding the hostage deal right now?
We're quite a bit away from peace, but we do have to say, though, that this is a very important and welcome necessary step. There's plenty of flaws with this deal. There's plenty of things to be worried about, but something has happened that is absolutely crucial. And that is that the United States, for the first time in several years now, actually has put pressure on Israel. That is the key to a lot of these different things. A lot of reasons as to why a lot of these regional leaders are coming and giving this exaggerated praise for an effort that has not yet even begun to yield results beyond the ceasefire and the hostage release, is precisely because they want to continue to encourage the United States to do something he hasn't done for years, which is put constraints on Israel, put pressure on Israel, and stop looking at the region solely from an Israeli lens. That's why they're so excited. They know very well this may not work out. But if for the first time the US president is willing to try some of these tools, tries the instruments of pressure, they want to be as encouraging as possible. Is that enough? No. There's a lot that remains to be done. But without this pressure, we would not have a ceasefire. We would not have the release of the hostages from both sides. And we wouldn't have anything that could potentially start a real process to solve the actual core issue, which is the occupation of Palestinian land.
So let's play this out a little bit. What will it take, even just for the ceasefire to hold, and then what further would it take for there to be something approaching a resolution?
Well, for the ceasefire to hold, Trump needs to do what he didn't do between January and March. He first pressured the Israelis into a ceasefire back then, but he did not sustain that pressure. And by March, Bibi Netanyahu managed to essentially weasel his way out of that agreement and restart the genocide. This time around, clearly the demand from the Arab side and from the regional states has been that Trump needs to own this process as much as possible, make it as personal as possible, fly to the region, give all of these speeches, have all of these things in order to make it as difficult as possible for any party, particularly the Israelis, to violate the deal, because by doing so is to be in direct defiance of Trump himself. So, that pressure needs to be sustained for this to work out. Once it gets to the issue of the core problem, I think here the United States needs to really take a step back and recognize. For so long, we have said that we need to get out of this region. I think that is absolutely correct. The United States is completely overextended, has put way too many bases and troops in a region that is of increasingly little strategic value to the United States. But to do that type of burden shifting, we need something to shift it onto. We can't just shift it onto some sort of a vacuum. If the United States uses this momentum now to be able to help, not lead, but help creating an inclusive security order in the region, then I think we will have that mechanism, that infrastructure to shift the burden onto. For that to work, however, you cannot let the cancer of this continued conflict between Israel and Palestine to continue. You need to resolve the Palestinian issue. So I think we have to recognize that a creation of a Palestinian state is in the direct interest of the US itself in order to be able to get to a security architecture that is crucial for the US to be able to disengage militarily from this region.
One of the things, Dr. Parsi, they are pushing hard is the Abraham Accords. Let's take a listen to Trump.
No, that's not. A 20-point plan, but you have not heard 20 points from this plan. So we have seen this Israelis be released on a large scale. If you're unaware, the 2,000 Palestinians who were released, they were warned that their families could not meet them on the border. No one could meet them on the border, and they were also warned that they are not allowed to do interviews. So if you didn't know that, that is a stipulation. Not so on the Israeli hostages. So if you didn't see the release of the Palestinians, if you saw no reporting on the Palestinians, I know that they did have a little square where they were showing the Palestinian release. Let's get into this.
And Khan Yunis and the West Bank to celebrate the return of nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners freed as part of the ceasefire neglect and torture. Now there's mounting international pressure for Israel to release more Palestinians, including the pediatrician Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, director of Gaza's Kamal Adwan Hospital. He's been held under harsh conditions without charge since December, when Israeli troops stormed his hospital, claiming without evidence it was a Hamas command center. Soldiers forced Dr. Abu Safia out at gunpoint, along with patients he'd refused to abandon. There's famous footage showing him wearing his white medical coat as he climbed over the rubble to walk toward an Israeli tank before he was detained. Dr. Safia had continued his work even after an Israeli attack killed his son. He also suffered injuries. This is a Palestinian prisoner freed earlier in the year named Hakim, describing what Dr. Abu Safia had been exposed to in Israeli detention.
Dr. Hussam was beaten, especially Dr. Hussam and us, the medical staff, out of all other captives. They beat us, cursed at us, and starved us, and they started punching him. Are you the doctor? Come here. And they'd beat him.
Calls are also growing for Israel to release Dr. Marwan al-Hams, the director of field hospitals in Gaza. For more, we go to the occupied West Bank, to Ramallah, where we're joined by Naji Abbas, director of the Prisoners Department at Physicians for Human Rights Israel, which in February released the report Unlawfully Detained, Tortured, and Starved, the Plight of Gaza's Medical Workers in Israeli Custody. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Naji. Why don't we start off with Dr. Abu Safia, and then just talk about how many doctors, nurses, hospital staff are detained in Israeli jails?
Good morning, Amy. As you mentioned in your words, Dr. Abu Safia is still detained, unfortunately. Him and beside him, we know about 19 doctors who are still in detention and weren't released yesterday. And also about dozens of nurses and paramedics who didn't get released yesterday. Why, we don't know yet, but they are still in detention without being charged officially with any offense.
And building the healthcare system in Gaza, what do you think are the immediate first steps that need to be taken?
As we said from the beginning, the arrest and the detention of the healthcare workers, one of its goals for the Israeli army was destroying the health system in Gaza. The health system in Gaza now need every source that can help to rebuild these facilities, to rebuild the staff, and keeping these doctors, these nurses in detention is denying from the opportunity to rebuild this system.
So this is what's being hurried. This is what is being hurried. I'm just giving you the information. There is, I want to show you what they are returning home to.
Over the weekend, displaced Palestinians made their journey to the neighborhoods they're from in the Gaza Strip with the hope that they would find their homes in somewhat livable conditions. But as you can see from this video, that wasn't the case for the vast majority of Palestinians. Israel, of course, razed much of the Gaza Strip, and this type of destruction is going to be incredibly costly to reconstruct and will take a very long time to reconstruct. Now, Israeli forces are said to have dropped more explosives on Gaza Strip, which is what, a 5 square mile strip of land, than the amount of explosive dropped on London, Dresden, and Hamburg combined in the Second World War.
Wow.
I have one other amazing fact for you guys. Israel dropped the equivalent of about 6 atomic bombs on Gaza. So that's the size of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima, based on kilotons dropped in Gaza. the equivalent of about 6 nuclear bombs in Gaza. So Randy Fine got his wish. They were basically nuked, but through a great number of bombs, and that's why you're seeing the mass destruction there. And obviously that is not targeted, that is collective punishment. That is why the government of Israel are literal terrorists.
So let's hear from the Palestinians who returned to their neighborhoods and discuss what they found.
Entire families erased. Entire cities wiped out.
We've been displaced for 2 years, living on the sidewalks with no shelter and nowhere to save. I just want to reach my home. God willing, things will be better. I'm happy about the truce and peace, even though I'm a mother of a son and a daughter who were killed, and I grieve for them deeply.
Fida Haraz is hoping to find her home, but she can't even tell where her street once was.
I'm walking in the street, but I don't know where to go. I don't know where the crossroads are or where my home is. A house of multiple floors, but nothing is left.
I did not find a home, or our neighbor's home, or a relative's home. All the relatives that near me no longer have homes. All is gone. Everything was destroyed. There are no homes or life.
When I was told in the morning that my home was gone, I didn't know what to do. I was already crying for my siblings that I lost. How can I come back and not find them waiting for me?
Absolutely devastating. Just to clarify, Gaza is 141 square miles long, I believe, and 5 square miles wide. So I just wanted to correct that error I made earlier. Now, more than 500,000 Palestinians have returned to Gaza City since the ceasefire went into effect to find total devastation. So the United Nations Satellite Center estimated that 83% of all structures in Gaza City had been destroyed or had some damage by late September. So that's Gaza City. The number jumps up to 93% when it comes to residential buildings and structures throughout the Gaza Strip. So around 2 million Palestinians in Gaza are now homeless thanks to 2 straight years of IDF terrorism. Now, most of Gaza's crops and vegetation have also been destroyed. 97% of tree crops, 95% of shrubs, and 82% of annual crops are gone. Just complete annihilation in the Gaza Strip. Gazan Shireen Abul Yakani says some 61 million tons of debris I'm sorry, this is from Reuters. 61 million tons of debris will need to be cleared across the territory, the equivalent of 25 Eiffel Towers by volume, according to the UN. This is the UN's Environment Program. And according to estimates by the World Bank, rebuilding Gaza will cost more than $50 billion. Now, we, the American taxpayers, have bankrolled the destruction in Gaza, and it remains to be seen how much we're going to be expected to pay for the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. But for those who survived Israel's aggression and genocide, those people actually end up being the more fortunate ones in this entire scenario in the Gaza Strip, because nearly 68,000 Palestinians have been killed in the Strip. As of Sunday, the health ministry's violent death toll has reached 67,806, and the number of wounded has reached 170,066, meaning at a minimum, 237,872 Palestinians have been killed or injured in Gaza following the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attack on Israel. The figure represents more than 10% of Gaza's pre-war population of 2.3 million. But even that is expected to be an undercount. And I'll tell you why, because guess what? Some bodies have already been recovered from under the rubble now that a ceasefire is in effect. But wait till I tell you just how many Palestinians remain missing and are presumed dead. Before I do that, Cenk, any thoughts?
Yeah. So as they were leaving, they started setting the place on fire. Of course they did, because they're terrorists. So the IDF, if they didn't set the place on fire, they'd leave messages for the Palestinians who came back to their homes. Things like, enjoy sluts, and we'll be back. So just to further terrorize the innocent civilian population, because they're the IDF, they're the world's largest terrorist organization. So they lit the sewage plant on fire so that more disease would spread, so that more young children would die from that disease. Why? Because they're the IDF, the world's largest terrorist organization, and we fund them. We give them money to be terrorists like that.
Yeah.
And now, will Israel be forced to pay the $50 billion in damage they did? Of course not. They never pay for their own crimes. They never pay for anything, right? Second of all, if they had to pay anything back, they would just say, we're not gonna pay it. Hey, America, our errand boys, give us money. Shut up, you anti-Semites. You're all hateful bigots unless you hand your wallets over. Let's go, America, give me your wallets. Now you're paying for this, okay? Because we already paid for the genocide. We already spent $21 billion in the middle of the genocide. Normally we give them $4 billion a year. Why? No one ever explains it other than special ally. I don't know what that is other than propaganda.
Maybe it's to pay for their health care, unlike they don't pay for the American health care.
Count. There have been several studies showing that there is an undercount. For instance, there are some studies showing that the undercount is by as much as 40%, which is insane. And if that is proven after all the bodies are recovered from under the rubble, that would mean that close to 100,000 Palestinians were killed by the Israelis. Now, the estimate also, keep this in mind, doesn't factor in deaths caused by the Israeli siege due to starvation, disease, the destruction of Gaza's healthcare infrastructure, and other factors, figures that could take years to determine. Now, when it comes to the missing Palestinians, right now, of the missing Palestinians that we know of, there are about 10,000, and they are presumed to be dead, buried under the rubble. On Saturday, 116 bodies were recovered, and on Sunday, 117 bodies were recovered. But the recovery process is taking a long time, partly because they don't have the heavy machinery necessary to help them dig under the rubble. So they're hoping that Israel will allow that type of machinery to come in to assist with the recovery efforts. It remains to be seen whether Israel will allow that to happen. For now.
Okay, there's that. And I have one more I want to share with you right quick. Is the war really over? Uh, 4547 declares it is. I declare. Okay.
Asked about Netanyahu's refusal to say that the war is. President Donald Trump absolutely swears that the war between Hamas and Israel is over. According to Ryan Grimm, aboard Air Force One, Trump was asked about Netanyahu's refusal to say that the war is over, which is, by the way, a huge red flag. Trump responded with, "The war is over, the war is over, the war is over, okay? Do you understand that?" But while everyone seems to be celebrating the end of the war, in my opinion, prematurely today, the ceasefire in Gaza remains in a fragile state with tripwires and questionable statements coming from members of Israel's government. Why don't we start with Benjamin Netanyahu, who said that the military campaign isn't over yet. And for those listening to the audio version, when we come back from the video, I'll read you his quote.
ואני רוצה להגיד לכם, בכל מקום שנלחמנו, ניצחנו. אבל באותה מידה, אני חייב להגיד לכם, המערכה לא תמה. יש עדיין אתגרים ביטחוניים גדולים מאוד לפנינו. חלק מאויבינו מנסים להשתקם כדי לתקוף אותנו שוב. וכמו שאומרים אצלנו, אנחנו על זה. יש גם הזדמנויות גדולות שלא ידענו כמותן, דווקא בגלל הניצחונות שהבאנו. אני משוכנע שבכוחות משותפים אנחנו נתגבר על האתגרים ונממש את ההזדמנויות.
So again, for those listening to the audio version of the show, he says that the campaign is not over. There are still very big security challenges ahead of us. Some of our enemies are trying to recover in order to attack us again. And as they say here, we are on it. So let me just note that he's not being specific about which enemies he's referring to. So is it war with Lebanon? Is it continuing the military operations in the Gaza Strip? Is it potential war with Iran, which, by the way, has been ramping up in regard to some of the rhetoric we've been hearing in the Israeli government and even among some US officials? We don't know for sure, but the other statements coming from members of the Knesset certainly cause some concern. So in addition to that, according to the Times of Israel, Israel to shift focus to raising Gaza tunnels, Katz says. And the person they're referring to, of course, is Israel Katz, is the Israeli.
They have totally dismantled the whole region. Now they want to go back in and raise the tunnels. Well, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
Under US leadership and supervision. They were in Gaza for 2 years straight. They've raised Gaza, they've leveled the Gaza Strip. Over 93% of the residential structures have been completely destroyed in the Gaza Strip. We're talking about literally millions of people who are left homeless with absolutely no infrastructure whatsoever. No water, no roads, nothing. No schools, hospitals have been destroyed. You want to go back in to deal with the tunnels. You couldn't deal with the tunnels first? That couldn't be it's BS. They're gonna go back in, they're looking for the excuse, that's what this is. He also says, this is the primary meaning of implementing the agreed principle of demilitarizing Gaza, not Hamas, demilitarizing Gaza and disarming Hamas, Katz says, adding that he instructed the IDF to prepare to carry out the mission. So demilitarizing.
So to prepare to carry out the mission is they are already preparing to go back into Gaza. Period. Okay, let me see if there's any more.
To defend themselves, but of course Israel doesn't want that. And the real question is why? Why don't they want that?
Yeah. So they claim, of course, oh, we're not safe, we're not safe. We're not safe until everyone around us is dead or totally subjugated. No weapons, no food, no aid, just groveling on the ground to us. And that's for the idiots in American media. Hey, dogs, come here, doggy, come here, doggy. Oh, Israel is moral and wonderful, and the Palestinians are dirty savages. Oh, they're dirty savages. Netanyahu.
You know, I really thought that it was real interesting to see all of the main American media over in Gaza. It was just really something to see. The softball questions, the reverence to everything. It is great that they got those 20 hostages released. It is great that 2,000 hostages were released on the Palestinian side. But to the fanfare of the absolute see-through objective of this war being over based on absolutely no details is insulting to the intelligence of people who hey, why when you talk about, it seems like 45, 47 is trying to actually take a page from Netanyahu's book. If you say that something is wrong that his government does, he has garnered you in writing as a terrorist. Now you have these two together. That if you say something against, if you say something that you think that it has been done wrong in Palestinian, now you are anti-Semite. No, you're a person with a voice that is able to say this is wrong. I don't have anything against Jewish people. Yeah. So this is where we're going. Who do you think is going to be the Palestinians in the situation here in the United States? If you don't know, take a look at what ICE is doing to brown and black people around cities in the United States. Who do you think are going to be the Palestinians? Who do you think that they are building these detention centers for to this day?
Who said it? We have to write it down. And then he goes in Hebrew and he goes, the campaign's not over. I'm not doing this peace deal. You crazy? No, he said it was a great opportunity to do more. You saw it in Hebrew. Great opportunity, guys. The campaign's not over. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna pretend the Palestinians made them stay and made them kill them more. Oh, the tunnels. Anna's right. Okay, you wanna get rid of the tunnels? I get it. You had 2 years. Why didn't you get rid of the tunnels?
Too busy leveling the whole Gaza Strip.
Why did you destroy the hospitals, the schools that had no one in them, universities, the entire universities leveled? Why did you bother destroying empty university buildings, but didn't destroy the tunnels? It's almost like you want them as an excuse while you're in the middle of committing a genocide so you could steal that land, exactly as we said. The tunnels are the only thing you didn't destroy? Oh, come on. Who would be stupid enough to believe that? Oh, right, literally every single person in mainstream media. They had to go back in for the tunnels. Okay, and of course they're gonna say, here, I'll tell you ahead of time, so that way you know it's Israeli propaganda, because it's predictable. They will say, Hamas did not surrender enough, they did not disarm enough, there's still tunnels, we had no choice. We didn't break the ceasefire. They broke the ceasefire by not submitting to us and groveling to us enough. And since we did not get the abject humiliation and the entire genocide that we ordered, we're gonna
Okay, so the links are in my description box. I appreciate all of you who have come over and joined me this morning. There are more links in my. Thank you, Leonard. There are more links in my description box. You know, don't insult my intelligence. I wish everyone the best. I wish everyone the best. But we'll see what happens. So I appreciate you guys for being over here, and check out some of those other links. I didn't get to them today. I will get to them tomorrow. So I hope my mic wasn't on when I think that when I said that I think that 4547 is taking a page out of the book of if you disagree with me, you are a terrorist, you are Antifa, and Antifa is terrorist. And if you disagree with anything that has been done to the Palestinians, Netanyahu takes the stance that you are anti-Semitic. I have nothing against Jewish people at all. Right is right and wrong is wrong. That's what my voice say. I have something against regimes that what is that Bible scripture? How you treat the least of me. What is that? Let me see. What is that scripture? What is that scripture? Let me see. Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. That's not the King James Version. But that is Verily I say unto you, insomuch as ye have done it unto the least of thee, my brethren, ye have done it unto me. That's the scripture. That is Matthew 25:40. So that's all I got to say about it. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. I concur. Hey, Lana, I appreciate you being here. Come back around sometime. Leonard, it's just... So I appreciate you all for being here. Please hit the like button, share, and I appreciate you. And come visit me tomorrow, and we'll get into all of the other mishmash of things that I was unable to get to today. So I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.